Tonight's story is the mysterious disappearance of Rome's Ninth Legion. But before you settle in, take a moment to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. In the quiet hours of night, as you settle into comfort and prepare for rest, let us journey together through one of humanity's most profound intellectual awakenings, the scientific revolution. As your body relaxes and your mind opens to gentle exploration, we'll travel back to a time when the very structure of the universe was being reimagined, when brave thinkers dared to question ancient wisdom and seek new truths among the stars. Our story begins in the early 16th century, in a Europe still wrapped in the intellectual slumber of medieval thought. For over 1,000 years, scholars had accepted the Earth-centered model of the universe proposed by ancient thinkers like Aristotle and refined by Ptolemy. In this view, our world stood fixed and immobile at the center of creation, while the sun, moon, planets, and stars revolved around us in perfect circular orbits. This cosmic architecture aligned with religious teachings and seemed to match what human eyes could observe: the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, stars wheeling across the night sky, all seemingly in motion around our steadfast Earth. Into this established order stepped a Polish canon and mathematician named Nicolaus Copernicus. Born in 1473 in the town of Torun, Copernicus received education at the finest universities of Renaissance Europe, studying mathematics, astronomy, law, and medicine. In quiet moments, away from his ecclesiastical duties, Copernicus turned his gaze upward and his mind to the movements of celestial bodies. The established Ptolemaic system had become increasingly complex over the centuries, requiring elaborate mathematical additions to explain observed planetary motions. These complexities troubled Copernicus's mathematical sensibilities. Imagine him in his study late at night, perhaps by candlelight, carefully charting celestial positions, his quill scratching against parchment as he recorded his observations. The soft glow illuminating star charts and mathematical calculations as he contemplated an idea as simple as it was revolutionary. What if the Earth was not stationary? What if our planet was not the center of all things? In the stillness of his thoughts, Copernicus developed a heliocentric modella sun-centered system in which Earth and other planets orbited the sun. This elegant solution better explained the observed retrograde motion of planets and simplified many astronomical calculations. Yet Copernicus hesitated to publish his findings, aware of the controversy they would create. It was only in 1543, as he lay on his deathbed, that his masterwork, On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, finally reached the world, laying the first cornerstone of what would become the scientific revolution. As you relax deeper now, breathing slowly and evenly, imagine the ripples of this new idea spreading outward through the intellectual communities of Europe. Like the gentle waves on a calm lake, Copernicus's theory moved gradually at first, not immediately accepted but steadily influencing minds prepared to receive it. One such mind belonged to Johannes Kepler, born in Germany in 1571. As a young man studying to become a Lutheran minister, Kepler found himself drawn to mathematics and the mysteries of the cosmos. The harmony of numbers spoke to him of divine order, and he sought to understand the mathematical principles underlying the universe's design. Picture Kepler in his study in Prague, where he served as imperial mathematician to Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II. The room is quiet, the city beyond his windows falling into evening stillness. Before him lie the meticulous observations of his mentor and colleague, the Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe. For years, Tycho had recorded the positions of Mars with unprecedented accuracy, creating the most detailed astronomical data available in the pre-telescope era. Kepler pored over these observations, attempting to reconcile them with Copernicus's sun-centered model. The path of Mars resisted fitting into perfect circles, the shape considered divine and perfect since ancient times. For 6 years, Kepler struggled with this puzzle, calculating and recalculating orbital paths. Imagine his growing frustration giving way to moments of insight, his breathing slowing as new possibilities emerged in his mind. Finally, after countless attempts, Kepler discovered that Mars followed an elliptical path around the sun, not a perfect circle. This insight led to his first law of planetary motion, that planets move in elliptical orbits with the sun at one focus. His second law established that planets sweep equal areas in equal times, moving faster when closer to the sun and slower when farther away. His third law, discovered years later, related the orbital period of a planet to its distance from the sun. As your body becomes heavier and more relaxed, consider how Kepler's laws brought mathematical harmony to the heavens in a new way. The perfection was not in circular motion, but in the precise mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. There was order in the cosmos still, but of a different kind than had been imagined before, an order expressed in the language of mathematics. While Kepler was refining our understanding of the heavens, another scientist was developing tools that would forever change how we observe them. Galileo Galilei, born in Pisa, Italy in 1564, combined mathematical brilliance with practical ingenuity. In 1609, he heard reports of a Dutch Inventiona tube with lenses that could make distant objects appear closer. Within a day of learning about this device, Galileo had constructed his own and soon improved it to magnify objects 30 times. Imagine the cool evening air as Galileo turned his telescope toward the night sky for the first time. The familiar moon, seen through his instrument, revealed a landscape of mountains and craters, not the perfect, smooth sphere described by Aristotle. Jupiter, observed night after night, showed tiny stars that changed position, moons orbiting the giant planet, a miniature model of the Copernican system. Venus displayed phases like the moon, proving it orbited the sun and not the earth. As your eyelids grow heavier and your thoughts drift more gently, picture these revelations unfolding in the quiet of night, each observation challenging ancient certainties. Galileo published his findings in The Starry Messenger in 1610, writing in Italian rather than scholarly Latin, making his discoveries accessible to a wider audience. His telescope became a window through which anyone could see the evidence for themselves. But not everyone welcomed these new visions. In 1632, Galileo published his Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, comparing the Ptolemaic and Copernican models. Though formally presenting both sides, the work clearly favored the sun-centered view. For this, he was summoned to Rome, tried by the Inquisition, forced to recant his views, and placed under house arrest for the remainder of his life. Even in confinement, Galileo's mind remained free to explore. He turned from astronomy to physics, investigating the laws of motion and falling bodies. In carefully designed experiments, he rolled balls down inclined planes, timing their descent and discovering that falling objects accelerate at a constant rate regardless of their mass. He articulated the principle of inertia, that objects in motion remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force, laying groundwork for the physics revolution to come. As sleep begins to embrace you more deeply, let Galileo's persistent curiosity inspire peaceful contemplation. Like the steady movement of the stars across the night sky, the progress of scientific understanding continued its steady course, undeterred by resistance, flowing toward new horizons of knowledge. The revolutionary ideas of Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo circulated through Europe's intellectual communities, crossing borders and spanning generations. They reached England, where a young mathematician named Isaac Newton would one day unify the celestial and terrestrial realms under a single set of physical laws. But that chapter of our story will wait for another night as your breath grows deeper and more regular, your body heavier and more relaxed. For now, rest in the gentle wonder of these early scientific pioneers who dared to reimagine the cosmos. Let your mind drift among the stars they studied so intently, your thoughts floating peacefully in the vast ocean of night. The universe they helped reveal is orderly and mathematical, governed by discoverable principles that bring harmony to complexity. Like the celestial bodies in their elegant orbits, you too are held in the embrace of natural forces, supported and sustained as you glide toward the horizon of sleep. Breathe deeply now, feeling the rise and fall of your chest like the predictable rhythm of celestial motion. Just as the planets move in their ordained paths, you are moving naturally toward rest, toward renewal. The questions that stirred the minds of these great thinkers can wait until tomorrow. For now, like Galileo observing the quiet majesty of Jupiter's moons, simply witness the peaceful transition from wakefulness to slumber, a natural revolution as profound as any in the history of science. As you settle more deeply into comfort, let us continue our gentle journey through the scientific revolution, that remarkable period when human understanding of the natural world underwent a profound transformation. With each steady breath you take, imagine yourself traveling further along this intellectual path, exploring how new methods of inquiry changed our relationship with the universe around us. While the work of Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo revolutionized our understanding of the heavens, other curious minds were developing new approaches to knowledge itself. Among them was Francis Bacon, an English philosopher and statesman born in 1561. In the quiet of his study, surrounded by books and manuscripts, Bacon contemplated not just what we know, but how we come to know it. The prevailing approach to natural philosophy had long been based on the teachings of ancient authorities, particularly Aristotle. Scholars would begin with general principles handed down through tradition and use deductive reasoning to draw conclusions about specific phenomena. Bacon envisioned a different path to knowledge, one that began with careful observation of the natural world. Picture him writing by candlelight, the soft scratching of his quill pen, the only sound disturbing the night's stillness as he outlined what would become known as the inductive method. Rather than starting with assumed truths, Bacon advocated beginning with specific observations, conducting systematic experiments, and only then formulating general principles. "Nature, to be commanded, must be obeyed," he wrote, suggesting that only by closely observing natural phenomena could humans understand and ultimately harness the forces around them. In his influential works, The Advancement of Learning and Novum Organum, Bacon laid out a vision for a new kind of natural philosophy, what we would now call science based on empirical investigation and collaborative effort. He imagined research institutions where knowledge would be pursued collectively and methodically, a vision that would eventually inspire the formation of scientific societies across Europe. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more tranquil, consider how Bacon's approach represented a fundamental shift in humanity's relationship with knowledge, a humble acknowledgement that truth must be discovered rather than decreed. This philosophical reorientation provided fertile ground for the scientific advances to come. Across the English Channel in France, another philosopher was similarly reconstructing the foundations of knowledge. René Descartes, born in 1596, sought certainty in a world of intellectual upheaval. As traditional authorities were questioned, what could one truly know with absolute confidence? Imagine Descartes in his chamber, the world outside covered in a blanket of snow that muffles all sound. In this perfect quiet, he undertakes a radical experiment in doubt, questioning every belief he had been taught until he arrived at one certainty that could not be doubted. his own existence as a thinking being. Cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, became the bedrock upon which he rebuilt his understanding of reality. Like Bacon, Descartes developed a new method for pursuing knowledge, though his was more rationalist than empirical. He believed in the power of human reason to discover truth through clear, systematic thought, using mathematics as his model for perfect knowledge. His work, Discourse on Method, outlined principles for thinking clearly and deriving certain knowledge from self-evident truths. Descartes made significant contributions to mathematics as well, developing analytical geometry, which linked algebra and geometry. This innovation allowed geometric problems to be solved algebraically and vice versa, creating a bridge between these two branches of mathematics and providing a powerful tool for later scientists. As your breathing grows deeper and more rhythmic, appreciate how these new approaches to knowledge, Bacon's empiricism and Descartes' rationalism, would later be synthesized in the mature scientific method, combining careful observation with mathematical reasoning to reveal nature's patterns. Meanwhile, in the realm of anatomy and medicine, old certainties were likewise giving way to new discoveries. For over 1,000 years, medical practice had been dominated by the teachings of the ancient Greek physician Galen, whose work on anatomy was considered authoritative despite being based largely on animal dissections rather than human ones. Andreas Vesalius, born in Brussels in 1514, dared to challenge this tradition. As professor of surgery and anatomy at the University of Padua, he insisted on performing human dissections himself rather than merely supervising them as was customary. Working in the anatomy theater before students and colleagues, the soft lamplight illuminating his careful procedures, Vesalius revealed numerous errors in Galen's descriptions of human anatomy. In 1543, the same year, Copernicus published his heliocentric theory. Vesalius produced De Humani Corporis Fabrica, on the fabric of the human body, a groundbreaking anatomical atlas based on his dissections. Its detailed illustrations, created by artists from Titian's workshop, showed the human body with unprecedented accuracy and beauty. Like Copernicus in astronomy, Vesalius insisted that direct observation must take precedence over ancient authority. As your limbs grow heavier and your mind drifts more freely, consider how the human body itself, the vessel of consciousness that carries you through life, was being re-understood during this revolutionary period, its intricate structures mapped with new precision. The revolution in anatomy continued with William Harvey, an English physician who studied at Padua before returning to London. In quiet, methodical dissections and vivisections of animals, Harvey investigated the mystery of blood circulation. The prevailing Galenic view held that blood was constantly produced by the liver and consumed by the body. Harvey questioned this, noting that the amount of blood passing through the heart was too great to be constantly regenerated. Through careful observation and mathematical calculation, Harvey determined that blood must circulate continuously through the body, pumped by the heart in a one-way system through arteries and returning through veins. Published in 1628, his On the Motion of the Heart and Blood described this circulation in detail, though the tiny capillaries connecting arteries to veins would only be observed decades later when microscopes became more powerful. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, reflect on how these discoveries in human anatomy paralleled the new astronomy. Both revealed circulatory systems, one of celestial bodies in their orbits, and one of blood through the vessels of the body. In both cases, careful observation replaced ancient assumptions, revealing a world more complex and more beautiful than had been imagined. The tools of observation themselves were being revolutionized during this period. We've mentioned Galileo's telescope, which unveiled new celestial wonders. In the Netherlands, another optical instrument, the microscope, was opening a different frontier of discovery, the world of the very small. Anton van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch draper and scientist, built simple but powerful single-lens microscopes that could magnify objects up to 275 times. Using these instruments in the quiet of his home in Delft, Leeuwenhoek became the first to observe and describe single-celled organisms, which he called animalcules. He detailed his observations in letters to the Royal Society of London, describing the teeming microscopic life found in pond water, dental plaque, and other substances. Meanwhile, in England, Robert Hooke used a compound microscope to study plant tissues, including thin slices of cork. In these samples, he observed tiny, empty chambers that reminded him of the small rooms where monks lived. He called these structures cells, a term we still use today. Hooke published his observations in Micrographia 1665, which included detailed illustrations of insects, plant tissues, and other minute structures never before seen by human eyes. As your consciousness drifts peacefully between wakefulness and sleep, imagine these new worlds being revealed, the vastness of space through the telescope and the intricate details of microscopic life through the microscope. Both expanded the boundaries of human perception, showing that reality extended far beyond what our unaided senses could detect. The intellectual currents of the scientific revolution flowed together most powerfully in the work of Isaac Newton, born in Woolsthorpe, England in 1642, the year of Galileo's death. Newton's extraordinary mathematical talent and penetrating physical insight allowed him to synthesize the work of his predecessors into a unified system of natural philosophy. Picture the young Newton at Cambridge University, which closed temporarily in 1665 due to an outbreak of plague. Returning to his family home in Lincolnshire, Newton spent 18 months in relative isolation, during which time he made some of his most important discoveries in mathematics, optics, and gravitation. Imagine him in the orchard at Woolsthorpe Manor, observing an apple fall from a tree. While the famous story may be somewhat embellished, it captures an essential insight. Newton wondered if the force that pulled the apple downward might extend much further, perhaps even to the moon. Could the same force that caused objects to fall on Earth also keep the moon in its orbit? Using mathematics, he had developed himself calculus, a powerful new tool for analyzing change and motion. Newton calculated that indeed, the same inverse square law of gravitational attraction could explain both falling apples and orbiting moons. This universal law of gravitation unified celestial and terrestrial physics, showing that the same principles govern motion throughout the cosmos. As your breathing becomes slower and deeper, your thoughts gently floating like leaves on a tranquil stream, consider the elegance of Newton's vision. A universe governed by simple, mathematical laws that applied everywhere, from the smallest object on Earth to the grandest celestial bodies. The apparent complexity of nature concealed an underlying simplicity and order that human reason could comprehend. Newton's masterwork, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, published in 1687, set forth his three laws of motion and his law of universal gravitation. Together, these principles could explain a vast range of phenomena: the tides, the precession of the equinoxes, the orbits of comets, the paths of projectiles, and much more. The Principia represented the culmination of the scientific revolution, providing a comprehensive mathematical framework for understanding physical reality. As you drift closer to the peaceful realm of sleep, let the harmony of Newton's cosmos surround you. Just as he discovered that diverse phenomena could be understood through unifying principles, feel the various sensations and thoughts of your day gradually resolving into the unified experience of rest. Like the gravitational force that maintains celestial bodies in their graceful orbits, gentle, natural rhythms are guiding you toward rejuvenation and peace. The scientific revolution transformed humanity's understanding of the natural world, replacing a universe of qualitative relationships and divine purposes with one of quantitative laws and mathematical relationships. Yet this new vision did not diminish the wonder of existence, or rather, it revealed deeper patterns and connections than had been previously imagined. As your consciousness ebbs like a retreating tide, know that the story of scientific discovery continues to unfold across the centuries, each generation building upon and sometimes revolutionizing the work of those who came before. The quiet curiosity that drove Copernicus to reimagine the heavens, that led Vesalius to map the human form anew, that inspired Newton to unify the physics of earth and sky, this same spirit of inquiry illuminates the ongoing human quest to understand our place in the cosmos. Rest now, letting your thoughts drift among the stars that Galileo observed, along the circulatory pathways that Harvey traced, through the microscopic realms that Leeuwenhoek revealed. Like all great journeys of discovery, sleep offers its own form of renewal and insight, preparing you for the wonders that tomorrow may bring. As you drift deeper into tranquility, let us complete our journey through the scientific revolution, exploring how the remarkable discoveries we've discussed flowered into new institutions and transformed the broader culture of Europe and eventually the world. With each gentle breath, feel your body becoming heavier, more relaxed, as we wander through these final chapters of our historical narrative. Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, represented a pinnacle of achievement, unifying terrestrial and celestial physics under a single mathematical framework. But even Newton, despite his towering intellect, acknowledged that his insights built upon the work of others. "If I have seen further," he wrote, "it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." This humble recognition speaks to an essential aspect of the scientific revolution. Was not merely the work of isolated geniuses, but a collaborative enterprise spanning generations and crossing national boundaries. As your mind gently releases the concerns of the day, imagine how scientific knowledge began to flow more freely through new channels of communication during this period. In earlier times, natural philosophers often worked in relative isolation, sometimes keeping discoveries secret or sharing them only through private correspondence. The scientific revolution saw the emergence of new ways of sharing knowledge. Picture London in 1660 as a group of natural philosophers gathered at Gresham College to form what would become the Royal Societione of the world's first scientific academies. The air in the meeting room might have been cool and still, the late afternoon light filtering through windows as these men discussed their vision for a community dedicated to the advancement of knowledge through experimental investigation. The Royal Society established regular meetings where members could witness experiments, discuss new ideas, and collectively verify discoveries. They began publishing Philosophical Transactions, the world's first scientific journal, creating a permanent, public record of experiments and observations that could be shared across Europe. Similar academies soon formed in Paris, Berlin, and other European capitals, creating an international network of scientific communication. As your breathing grows deeper and more rhythmic, imagine this network as a constellation of stars, points of light connected by invisible lines of correspondence and published papers. Knowledge that might once have remained isolated now flowed freely across borders, each discovery illuminating pathways for further exploration. In the quiet spaces between wakefulness and sleep, consider how the scientific revolution both reflected and reinforced broader cultural changes in European society. The questioning of ancient authorities in natural philosophy paralleled similar challenges to traditional authority in politics, religion, and social organization. The emphasis on observation and experiment encouraged a more general attitude of empirical inquiry and practical innovation. The new science demonstrated the power of human reason, to uncover nature's secrets, inspiring confidence that similar rational approaches might improve other aspects of human life. This belief in the power of reason to understand and improve the world would later flower into the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on progress, liberty, and human perfectibility. As your limbs grow heavier and your thoughts drift more freely, notice how the scientific revolution gradually transformed everyday life through technological applications. Newton's understanding of optics led to improved telescope and microscope designs. The study of gases and atmospheric pressure resulted in better pumps and eventually steam engines. More accurate astronomical observations enabled more precise navigation, facilitating global exploration and trade. In medicine, the anatomical discoveries of Vesalius and the physiological insights of Harvey gradually, though not immediately, led to more effective treatments. The chemical investigations of pioneers like Robert Boyle, who studied the properties of gases and championed the experimental method, laid foundations for modern chemistry and its many practical applications. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, imagine these changes rippling outward like gentle waves on a still pond, gradually transforming not just what people knew, but how they lived, worked, and understood their place in the cosmos. The scientific revolution represented not just new discoveries, but a fundamental shift in how humans related to the natural world. Medieval and Renaissance thinkers had often approached nature as a book of symbols, filled with moral lessons and divine purposes. The new science viewed nature as a system of matter in motion, governed by mathematical laws that could be discovered through careful observation and experiment. This shift did not necessarily diminish the sense of wonder or spiritual significance that humans found in nature. Newton himself devoted as much time to theological studies as to physics and mathematics, seeing his scientific work as revealing the elegance and rationality of divine creation. For him and many others, understanding the mathematical principles governing the universe only deepened their appreciation of its creator's wisdom. As your consciousness ebbs like a gently receding tide, feel how the rhythms of your breathing mirror the cosmic rhythms that Newton described: regular, predictable, governed by natural laws. The same forces that guide planets in their orbits are holding you in the embrace of gravity, keeping you securely on this spinning Earth as it traces its elliptical path around the sun. The legacy of the scientific revolution extends far beyond the specific discoveries of its pioneering figures. It established a method of inquiry, systematic observation, hypothesis formation, experimental testing, and mathematical analysis that continues to drive scientific advancement today. It fostered institutional structures, universities, research academies, scholarly journals that support collaborative discovery across generations. Most fundamentally, it instilled a belief that the natural world is comprehensible to human reason, that careful investigation can reveal hidden patterns and principles beneath the apparent chaos of phenomena. This confidence in the intelligibility of nature remains the bedrock of scientific inquiry across all disciplines. As you drift now into the deeper waters of relaxation, imagine yourself floating peacefully in the vast ocean of cosmic order that Newton described. The laws of nature that govern the largest galaxies and the smallest particles are holding you in their gentle embrace, supporting you as surely as the bed beneath your body. Feel your breathing becoming slower, deeper, more regular, like the swing of a pendulum demonstrating the principles of motion. Like the predictable rhythm of tides responding to the moon's gravitational pull, like the steady revolution of Earth creating the cycle of day and night that guides our patterns of wakefulness and sleep. The night sky that inspired Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo still spans above you, the same stars wheeling in their ancient patterns. The blood that Harvey traced through its circulatory journey still flows through your veins, bringing oxygen to every cell as you gradually transition towards slumber. The mathematical harmonies that delighted Newton still govern every physical process within and around you, creating order from complexity. As your thoughts become more diffuse, more dreamlike, know that you are part of this grand cosmic drama, this universe of mathematical beauty and physical law. Your consciousness, now gently dimming toward sleep, is itself a remarkable phenomenon, a product of the same natural world that these scientific pioneers sought to understand. The questions that drove the scientific revolution continue to inspire wonder. What is our place in the cosmos? How does the human body function? What forces govern the behavior of matter? What mathematical patterns underlie the apparent complexity of nature? Tonight, you need not solve these mysteries. Like Newton resting beneath his apple tree, simply let these questions float in your awareness as you drift toward the horizon of sleep. Breathe deeply now, feeling the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the quiet rhythm of life flowing through you, the peaceful surrender to natural processes that restore and renew. The same universe that Copernicus reimagined holds you in its embrace. The same principles that Kepler discovered guide your journey toward rest. The same curiosity that inspired Galileo lives on in human hearts, waiting to awaken with tomorrow's dawn. For now, let go of conscious thought. Release the need to analyze or understand. Surrender to the peaceful darkness, like an astronomer completing a night of stargazing. The heavens will continue their movements whether observed or not. The laws of nature operate without our conscious attention. In sleep, as in wakefulness, you remain part of the grand cosmic order, held in the embrace of natural laws as steady and reliable as gravity itself. Feel yourself growing heavier, your breathing deeper, your thoughts more distant. Like the slow movement of celestial bodies across the night sky, you are following your natural course toward restorative sleep. The scientific revolution showed us a universe of pattern and proportion, of mathematical harmony and predictable change. Let these qualities guide you now, the steady rhythm of your breathing, the gradual transition from wakefulness to slumber, the natural cycle of activity and rest that has governed life on Earth since its beginning. The same curiosity that drove Newton's inquiries will be waiting for you when you wake, ready to explore another day of wonder and discovery. But for now, like a telescope being covered at dawn, let your consciousness gently close. The stars will continue their movements, the planets will trace their elliptical paths. The universe will unfold according to its mathematical principles, and you will rest, renewal following the natural laws that govern all living things, preparing for the observations and experiments that tomorrow may bring. Sleep now, held in the gentle gravity of dreams, as constant and reliable as the force that Newton described. Sleep, surrounded by the quiet harmony of natural law. Sleep, part of the cosmic order yet uniquely yourself, a consciousness temporarily surrendering to the peaceful void of slumber. Sleep, and when you wake, the universe in all its mathematical beauty will be waiting to be discovered anew. In the misty dawn of a September morning in 1533, within the grand walls of Greenwich Palace, a child was born who would one day transform the destiny of England. This child, a girl with fiery red hair, was not welcomed with the jubilation that typically greeted a royal birth. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken with Rome and reshaped his kingdom's religious landscape in his desperate quest for a male heir. Instead, Anne Boleyn, his second wife, had given him another daughter. They named her Elizabeth. Little did anyone suspect that this infant, initially deemed a disappointment, would grow to become one of England's most formidable and beloved monarchs. Elizabeth's childhood unfolded like the pages of a tumultuous story, filled with unexpected turns and profound lessons that would later shape her reign. When she was merely 2 years old, her mother, Anne Boleyn, fell from the king's favor and was executed on charges of adultery and treason. Overnight, the young princess was declared illegitimate and removed from the line of succession. The gentle rhythm of Elizabeth's early years was punctuated by the ever-changing landscape of her father's court. King Henry married 4 more times after Anne Boleyn's death, and with each new queen came shifts in Elizabeth's status and fortune. Despite these uncertainties, Elizabeth demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for learning. Under the guidance of skilled tutors like Roger Ascham, she mastered Greek and Latin, studied history and theology, and developed a command of rhetoric that would later serve her well as queen. Imagine her, a young girl with copper hair catching the light as she bent over ancient texts, absorbing knowledge with a hunger that surprised even her most demanding teachers. The palace gardens where she walked during breaks from her studies were filled with the sweet scent of roses and the soft buzzing of bees, a peaceful backdrop to her contemplative nature. These quiet moments of learning and reflection prepared her for the challenges that lay ahead. When Henry VIII died in 1547, Elizabeth's 9-year-old half-brother Edward VI ascended the throne. During Edward's reign, Elizabeth lived quietly, continuing her studies and carefully navigating the increasingly Protestant court. But Edward's rule was brief. Consumptive and frail, he died at the age of 15, leaving a contested succession that would test Elizabeth's resolve and instinct for survival. Lady Jane Grey, Edward's cousin, was placed on the throne by ambitious nobles, but her reign lasted a mere 9 days before Elizabeth's half-sister Mary, a devoted Catholic, claimed her rightful inheritance. With Mary's ascension came dangerous times for Elizabeth. As Mary worked to restore Catholicism to England, Elizabeth was viewed with suspicion as both a potential rival and a Protestant sympathizer. The air in England grew heavy with the smoke of burning heretics as Mary's persecution of Protestants intensified. Elizabeth, ever careful and politically astute, attended Catholic Mass and kept her true religious convictions private. Despite her caution, she was implicated in plots against her sister and spent several months imprisoned in the Tower of London, the same fortress where her mother had awaited execution years before. Picture Elizabeth in her tower cell, the stone walls cool against her fingers as she gazed out narrow windows toward the Thames, its waters flowing steadily onward like time itself. Perhaps she contemplated her uncertain future, drawing strength from adversity as the river drew strength from countless tributaries. The lessons of patience and perseverance she learned during these dark days would become foundational to her future reign. When Elizabeth was released from the Tower, she was kept under house arrest at Woodstock, spending her days in quiet reflection and careful study. She wrote letters filled with protestations of loyalty to her sister, while the weight of watchful eyes followed her every move. The countryside surrounding her temporary prison was lush and green, a patchwork of fields and forests that stretched toward the horizon, reminding her of the England that might one day be hers to rule. Mary's reign was troubled by failed harvests, economic difficulties, and an unpopular marriage to Philip II of Spain. The Queen, desperate for an heir who would secure the Catholic succession, believed herself pregnant several times, only to be disappointed. As Mary's health declined, attention increasingly turned to Elizabeth, the heir presumptive. On a crisp November day in 1558, news reached Elizabeth at her estate in Hatfield. Queen Mary was dead, and she, Elizabeth, was now Queen of England. According to legend, upon hearing the news, the young queen, only 25 years old, fell to her knees and quoted from the Psalms, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." The coronation of Queen Elizabeth I took place on the 15th of January, 1559, at Westminster Abbey. The ancient stones of the abbey had witnessed centuries of royal ceremonies, and now they observed as the crown was placed upon the head of the unlikely queen. Elizabeth processed through London streets lined with cheering subjects, her crimson coronation robes flowing behind her like a river of royal blood, signifying her Tudor heritage and rightful claim to the throne. England, at the time of Elizabeth's accession, was a nation deeply divided by religion, financially exhausted by her predecessors' policies, and vulnerable to the ambitions of more powerful European nations. The young queen inherited a precarious throne, with many doubting a woman's ability to rule effectively. Some courtiers and foreign ambassadors expected her to quickly choose a husband who would assume the burdens of governance. But Elizabeth defied these expectations from the very beginning. In her first speech to her council, she declared her intention to rule in more than name only, asserting that though she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, she had the heart and stomach of a king. These words set the tone for a reign that would consistently confound expectations and ultimately lead England to unprecedented prosperity and influence. The new queen assembled a council of skilled advisors, including William Cecil, later Lord Burghley, who would serve as her principal secretary and closest advisor for 40 years. Together, they began the delicate work of religious settlement, seeking a middle path between Catholic and Protestant extremes that would unite rather than further divide the nation. The Act of Supremacy in 1559 re-established the monarch as the head of the Church of England, while the Act of Uniformity created a compromise that incorporated elements of both Protestant doctrine and traditional ceremony. This Elizabethan settlement was a masterpiece of pragmatic governance, allowing Elizabeth to forge religious peace where her siblings had failed. As the first decade of her reign unfolded, Elizabeth faced pressure from Parliament and her council to marry and secure the succession. Suitors from royal houses across Europe sought her hand, while domestic candidates like Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, caught her personal attention. Yet Elizabeth maneuvered through these matrimonial expectations with remarkable skill, using the prospect of marriage as a diplomatic tool without ever committing herself to any single alliance. "I am already bound unto a husband, which is the kingdom of England," she declared, crafting the powerful image of the Virgin Queen wedded to her nation that would become central to her mystique. This carefully cultivated persona transformed what many saw as her greatest weakness, her unmarried state, into a source of strength and independence. The early years of Elizabeth's reign were characterized by caution and consolidation. She worked to strengthen England's economy by reducing government spending, stabilizing the currency, and encouraging trade. The Queen was frugal in her policies, understanding that financial stability was essential to political power. Under her guidance, England began to recover from the economic difficulties it had experienced under previous rulers. As twilight settles over this first chapter of Elizabeth's reign, we see her standing at a palace window, gazing out at the realm she has begun to transform. Her red gold hair is illuminated by candlelight, her expression thoughtful as she contemplates the challenges and triumphs that lie ahead. The gentle evening breeze carries the scent of England's fields and forests, a reminder of the land and people now entrusted to her care. In the distance, ships sail along the Thames, their movements smooth and unhurried against the darkening sky. Like these vessels navigating by the first emerging stars, Elizabeth has begun to chart a course for her nation, guided by intelligence, determination, and an unwavering belief in her divine right to rule. The waters ahead may hold storms and dangers yet unseen, but for now, England rests in the capable hands of its Virgin Queen. As the first decade of Elizabeth's reign drew to a close, the rhythmic pulse of court life had settled into a pattern that reflected the Queen's own measured approach to governance. Mornings found her rising early, attending to state papers before many of her courtiers had stirred from their beds. The palace halls would gradually fill with the soft rustling of silk gowns and the muted conversations of nobles and officials as the day progressed, the business of the realm unfolding under Elizabeth's watchful gaze. By the 1570s, Elizabeth had established herself as a monarch of remarkable capability, but new challenges were emerging that would test her resolve and diplomatic acumen. Chief among these was the arrival in England of her cousin Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. Mary, a Catholic with a legitimate claim to the English throne, had fled Scotland after being forced to abdicate in favor of her infant son. She sought refuge with her cousin Elizabeth, hoping for support in regaining her throne. Instead, Elizabeth ordered Mary placed under a comfortable but secure house arrest. The Scottish Queen's presence in England created a focal point for Catholic sympathizers and those who questioned Elizabeth's right to rule. The two queens, though related by blood, never met face to face. Their relationship existed through letters and emissaries, a distant dance of courtesy masking the dangerous reality of their situation. Picture the contrast between these two remarkable women. Elizabeth, disciplined and pragmatic, sitting at her writing desk with the morning light illuminating the careful words of her correspondence. Mary, passionate and impulsive, pacing the rooms of her gilded cage, her beauty undimmed by captivity. Their fates were intertwined like threads in a tapestry, creating a pattern neither could fully control. While managing the threat posed by Mary, Elizabeth was simultaneously navigating the complex waters of European politics. The major powers of the continent, Spain, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, were predominantly Catholic and viewed Protestant England with varying degrees of hostility. Elizabeth's policy was one of careful balance, avoiding open conflict when possible, while gradually strengthening England's position through strategic alliances and the development of trade networks. The Queen's approach to international relations was characterized by prudence rather than aggression. She preferred negotiation to warfare, understanding that England's resources were limited compared to those of Spain, the superpower of the age. Yet when necessary, Elizabeth could act with decisive force, as demonstrated by her response to the rebellion of the Northern Earls in 1569, a Catholic uprising that she swiftly and firmly suppressed. In these middle years of her reign, Elizabeth increasingly embraced the symbolism that would define her rule. Court painters portrayed her in elaborate gowns adorned with symbols of virginity, wisdom, and imperial authority. Her carefully constructed image as the Virgin Queen, married only to her country, was disseminated through portraits, medals, and public pageants. These visual representations reinforced her authority in a world that still questioned a woman's right to wield power independently. Elizabeth's court became a center of cultural flourishing, particularly in literature and drama. The Queen herself was well educated and deeply appreciative of poetry, music, and theatrical performances. Shakespeare, Marlowe, and Spenser found patronage and inspiration during her reign, creating works that would become timeless expressions of the English language at its most beautiful and profound. Imagine the great hall of a royal palace on a winter evening, warmed by roaring fires and illuminated by hundreds of candles. The air is filled with the sweet notes of lutes and the resonant tones of madrigal singers as courtiers in jewel-toned velvets and silks move through elaborate dance patterns. At the center of this vibrant scene sits Elizabeth, her presence magnetic, her sharp wit and learning drawing the brightest minds to her side. The Queen was famous for her progress-sessumer journeys through her realm, where she and her court would stay at the great houses of nobles and gentry. These progresses served multiple purposes. They allowed Elizabeth to be seen by her subjects across England, removed the court from London during the unhealthy summer months when disease was rampant, and distributed the considerable expense of housing the royal entourage among her wealthy subjects. As Elizabeth and her courtiers traveled the country roads of England, they passed through landscapes of gentle rolling hills, ancient forests with dappled sunlight filtering through oak and elm leaves, and fields where peasants paused in their labor to glimpse their monarch. The countryside was a patchwork of greens and golds, the rhythms of agricultural life continuing as they had for centuries, while a new era of English power was taking shape under Elizabeth's guidance. By the 1570s and early 1580s, English explorers were venturing further across the world's oceans. Francis Drake circumnavigated the globe between 1577 and 1580, returning with Spanish treasure that helped fill Elizabeth's coffers. The Queen's support for these maritime ventures was often tacit rather than explicit, allowing her to maintain plausible deniability with Spain while still benefiting from the wealth and knowledge her sea captains acquired. Exploration led to dreams of colonization. In 1584, Sir Walter Raleigh received a charter from Elizabeth to establish a colony in North America. The settlement, named Virginia in honor of the Virgin Queen, represented England's first attempt to establish a permanent presence in the New World. Though these early colonization efforts ultimately failed, they laid groundwork for the English colonial empire that would develop in later centuries. The expanding horizons of England's influence reflected Elizabeth's own growing confidence as a ruler. She had survived the early uncertainties of her reign and established a distinctive style of governance that balanced firmness with flexibility. Her council, led by the ever-loyal Cecil, provided stable administration, while Elizabeth herself made the final decisions on matters of state importance. Yet the greatest test of Elizabeth's leadership was approaching. Tensions with Spain had been building for years, fueled by religious differences, commercial competition, and English support for Dutch rebels fighting against Spanish rule in the Netherlands. King Philip II of Spain, once a suitor for Elizabeth's hand, had become her most dangerous adversary. Mary, Queen of Scots, still under house arrest in England, was implicated in the Babington Plot, a conspiracy to assassinate Elizabeth and place Mary on the English throne with Spanish support. The discovery of Mary's written approval of the plot sealed her fate. After years of hesitation, Elizabeth signed her cousin's death warrant, and Mary was executed at Fotheringhay Castle in February 1587. As reports of the Spanish Armada's preparation reached London, Elizabeth's response demonstrated the resolve that had sustained her through nearly 3 decades on the throne. She ordered the strengthening of coastal defenses, the assembly of land forces, and the readying of the English fleet. In a moment that would become legendary, she addressed her troops at Tilbury with stirring words. "I know I have the body of a weak, feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too." The summer of 1588 saw the Spanish Armada approach England's shores, a crescent formation of ships that represented the greatest naval force ever assembled in European waters. The English fleet, commanded by Lord Howard of Effingham with Drake as his vice admiral, was smaller but more maneuverable, with guns that could fire at a greater distance. For days, the English harried the Spanish ships up the channel, preventing them from making a landing to collect the Spanish army waiting in the Netherlands. Finally, the English sent fire ships into the Spanish fleet as it anchored off Calais, breaking their formation. The decisive battle at Gravelines followed, with English guns inflicting heavy damage on the Spanish vessels. The defeat of the Armada was completed by fierce storms that scattered the Spanish ships as they attempted to return to Spain by sailing around Scotland and Ireland. Many vessels were wrecked on the rocky coasts, their crews drowned or captured. When news of the English victory reached Elizabeth, she ordered a medal struck with the words, "God blew, and they were scattered." This triumph marked the pinnacle of Elizabeth's reign. England had faced the might of the world's greatest power and emerged victorious. The Queen, now in her mid-50s, had vindicated her rule and secured her country's independence. The defeat of the Armada did not end hostilities with Spain, which would continue until Elizabeth's death. but it shifted the balance of power and confidence decisively in England's favor. As twilight deepens over this chapter of Elizabeth's story, we see her standing on the battlements of a coastal castle, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where the last sails of the scattered armada are disappearing into the gathering darkness. The sea below is growing calm after the storms that helped deliver England from invasion, its surface reflecting the first stars appearing in the eastern sky. The salty breeze catches wisps of Elizabeth's hair, now showing strands of silver among the red gold. Her face, though marked by the passage of years and the weight of sovereignty, reflects a quiet satisfaction. She has faced the greatest threat of her reign and prevailed through a combination of preparation, courage, and perhaps a touch of divine favor. Below, on the beaches and in coastal villages, bonfires are being lit to celebrate England's deliverance. Their warm glow punctuates the darkening landscape, symbols of light preserved against encroaching shadows. Like these flames, Elizabeth's reign has become a beacon, illuminating a path toward national identity and pride that will endure long after her time has passed. As night fully descends, the Queen turns from the battlements, moving with measured steps back toward the warmth of the castle interior. Around her, courtiers and advisors wait to discuss the aftermath of victory and the new challenges that inevitably lie ahead. Elizabeth's mind is already turning to these matters, her characteristic blend of caution and determination undiminished by success. The quieting rhythm of waves against the shore below seems to whisper of continuity and change, the eternal cycle that governs all lives, even those of queens. In this moment of triumph, Elizabeth understands that she must continue to navigate with care, guiding her ship of state through whatever waters still await in the years to come. The years that followed the defeat of the Spanish Armada brought new challenges to Elizabeth's England, as the golden afternoon of her reign gradually deepened into evening. The Queen, who had once ridden out in magnificent processions, now moved more slowly, though her mind remained as sharp as ever. Time, that most patient of adversaries, had begun to leave its gentle marks upon the Virgin Queen. Yet the wisdom accrued through decades of rule gave her words a weight and resonance that commanded ever greater respect. The 1590s found England still at war with Spain, a prolonged conflict that drained the royal treasury and tested the nation's resources. The campaigns in the Netherlands and naval expeditions against Spanish territories became increasingly costly, leading to growing tension between Elizabeth and Parliament over taxation and royal expenditures. The Queen, who had always been careful with the realm's finances, found herself navigating between military necessity and economic constraints. During these later years, Elizabeth faced the painful loss of many who had been her most trusted companions and advisors. Lord Burghley, who had served her faithfully since the beginning of her reign, died in 1598. His son, Robert Cecil, stepped into his father's role, proving himself worthy of the Queen's confidence. But the passing of those who had shared her early struggles created a sense of isolation that even Elizabeth's formidable will could not entirely dispel. Perhaps the most difficult loss was that of Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, who died in 1588 shortly after the Armada's defeat. Leicester had been Elizabeth's favorite, possibly her truest love, though the nature of their relationship remains one of history's enduring mysteries. His death left a void in her personal life that was never quite filled, despite the presence of new favorites like the Earl of Essex, whose impetuous nature would eventually lead to his downfall. As Elizabeth entered her 60s, the issue of succession, long avoided, became increasingly pressing. The Queen had steadfastly refused to name an heir throughout her reign, understanding that to do so would potentially create a rival power center that might undermine her authority. Yet, as her reign extended into unprecedented length, the question of who would follow her grew more urgent in the minds of her subjects and counselors. The most likely candidate was James VI of Scotland, son of Mary, Queen of Scots. Though Elizabeth never officially acknowledged him as her heir, secret communications between her council and the Scottish king increased in the final years of her reign, paving the way for a smooth transition when the time came. The Queen, ever the pragmatist, must have recognized the irony that the son of her executed cousin would likely inherit her throne, continuing the Tudor legacy through Stuart blood. Even as age began to dim Elizabeth's famous beauty, she maintained the elaborate persona she had cultivated throughout her reign. Her gowns grew ever more magnificent, her wigs more elaborate, and the symbolic imagery in her portraits more complex. These external trappings of majesty served to reinforce her authority as her physical strength gradually diminished, a testament to her understanding of power's theatrical aspects. Imagine Elizabeth seated beneath the canopy of state in the Great Hall at Whitehall Palace. Candlelight gleams on the threads of gold in her gown, creating an almost ethereal glow around her figure. The gentle murmur of courtiers' voices fades as she speaks, her words measured and precise, carrying the weight of decades of experience. Though lines now mark her face and her hands show the delicate translucence of age, there is no mistaking the keen intelligence that has guided England through almost half a century of transformation. The realm over which Elizabeth presided in these twilight years had changed profoundly since her accession. England had evolved from a relatively minor kingdom on the edge of Europe to a significant power with growing commercial interests across the globe. The foundations of what would become the British Empire were being laid through trading companies and colonial ventures. The East India Company, chartered in 1600, would eventually transform Britain's relationship with the wider world, though Elizabeth would not live to see its full impact. Culturally, the England of Elizabeth's later years continued to flourish. The theaters of London drew crowds to performances of works by Shakespeare and his contemporaries. Literature, music, and the visual arts reflected a society increasingly confident in its own distinctive identity. The English Renaissance, centered around Elizabeth's court but spreading far beyond it, produced artistic achievements that still resonate with beauty and insight centuries later. As night falls gently on our narrative, let us envision Elizabeth in a more private moment. The cares of state temporarily set aside, she sits by a window in her private chambers, gazing out at the gardens of Richmond Palace. The Thames flows serenely beyond, its surface catching the silver light of a full moon. The river's steady movement mirrors the passage of time, flowing ceaselessly onward, even as the Queen's own life moves toward its natural conclusion. In these quiet hours, perhaps Elizabeth reflected on the long journey that had brought her from the precarious position of a disinherited princess to become one of England's greatest monarchs. The path had never been easy, requiring constant vigilance, strategic thinking, and the careful balancing of competing forces. Yet, looking back, she might have taken satisfaction in how she had transformed potential weaknesses into sources of strength, redefining the very nature of queenship. The candle on her table casts a warm, golden light that softens the shadows in the room. Its flame stands perfectly still in the windless air, steady and enduring, much like Elizabeth's presence had been for her people through decades of change and challenge. The quiet of the night deepens, broken only by the occasional distant call of an owl or the soft footsteps of a guard on patrol. In such moments of solitude, one imagines the Queen found a peace often denied to her in the busy hours of governance. Take a deep breath now, feeling the rhythm of your own breathing, aligning with the tranquil pace of this story. As Elizabeth's reign draws to its close, allow your thoughts to become as calm and measured as the Queen's own careful deliberations. Feel the gentle weight of history's passage, like a soft blanket settling around your shoulders, comforting and secure. The winter of 1602–1603 was a difficult one for the aging queen, now approaching 70 years old. Elizabeth found her legendary energy beginning to fade. By February, it was clear that her health was declining, though she continued to fulfill her royal duties with characteristic determination. In March, she finally consented to take to her bed, an unprecedented surrender for a woman whose will had seemed indomitable. As Elizabeth lay in her chamber at Richmond Palace, the quiet ticking of a clock might have marked the precious remaining hours of her remarkable life. Outside, the first tentative signs of spring were appearing in the palace gardens, crocuses pushing through the cold earth toward the light, a reminder of renewal, even as the Queen's own season was drawing to a close. Let your breathing deepen now, each exhalation releasing any tension in your body, just as the final days of Elizabeth's reign saw a gradual letting go of the cares she had carried for 45 years. The weight of sovereignty, held with such strength and grace for so long, was about to be set down at last. On the 24th of March, 1603, Queen Elizabeth I died peacefully in her sleep, ending an era that would forever bear her name. Her counselors gathered at her bedside confirmed James I of Scotland as her successor, and messengers rode through the night to bring him news that he was now James I of England, uniting the crowns of the two kingdoms that had so often been at odds. Elizabeth was laid to rest in Westminster Abbey, in the same tomb as her half-sister Mary II Queens, who had represented opposing visions for England, now sharing an eternal resting place. Above Elizabeth's tomb, a life-sized effigy captured her regal bearing, ensuring that generations to come would remember the monarch who had so definitively shaped her nation's destiny. As you continue to relax more deeply, picture the solemn procession that carried Elizabeth to her final rest. The streets of London were lined with mourners, many weeping openly for the only monarch most of them had ever known. Bells tolled across the city, their resonant tones rippling outward like waves on a pond, carrying news of the ending of an era. The legacy of Elizabeth I extended far beyond her lifetime, influencing England's development for centuries to come. The religious settlement she established created a distinctly English form of Protestantism that struck a pragmatic balance between extremes. The naval strength she helped build laid foundations for Britain's future maritime empire. The cultural flowering she encouraged produced artistic treasures that continue to inspire and move us today. Feel your breathing becoming slower and more rhythmic now, matching the eternal cadence of historical memory, where Elizabeth's story continues to flow like a river through time, touching the shores of countless lives with its influence. The steady, reassuring pattern of her reign's triumphs and challenges, its moments of glory and its periods of difficulty, reminds us that all human experience follows similar cycles of effort and rest, striving and reflection. In our modern world, so distant from Tudor England, Elizabeth remains an enduring symbol of leadership, intelligence, and the power of a singular vision. Museums display her portraits and her belongings, libraries preserve her letters and speeches, and scholars continue to analyze her decisions and strategies. Through these remnants, we can still glimpse the brilliant mind and indomitable spirit that guided England through one of its most transformative periods. As the stars move slowly across the night sky above you, imagine them as silent witnesses to Elizabeth's time, the same celestial bodies that looked down upon her world, now casting their gentle light upon yours. This continuity connects us to the past, reminding us that we are part of the same human story that includes queens and common folk alike, all sharing the universal experiences of hope and fear, joy and sorrow, ambition and rest. The tides that washed England's shores during Elizabeth's reign continue their eternal rhythm, advancing and retreating with the same measured patience they have shown since time immemorial. Like these tides, history itself ebbs and flows, bringing new understandings and perspectives with each generation. Through this constant motion, Elizabeth's accomplishments maintain their significance, sometimes receding from view only to re-emerge with renewed relevance and appreciation. Let your mind drift peacefully now, carried on currents of thought as gentle as the Thames flowing past Richmond Palace on the night of Elizabeth's passing. The river, which had witnessed the entirety of her remarkable life from her birth at Greenwich to her final days at Richmond, continues its journey to the sea, a symbol of time's unending progression. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, know that, like Elizabeth, you too are part of the great tapestry of human experience, your own story woven alongside countless others in patterns, too vast for any single perspective to fully comprehend. The comfort of this connection can carry you into restful slumber, secure in the knowledge of our shared humanity across the centuries. Elizabeth's final words are said to have been, "All my possessions for a moment of time." This poignant reflection reminds us of the precious nature of each moment we are given, whether we are monarchs or ordinary individuals. As you drift towards sleep, appreciate the quiet gift of this present moment, free from the urgencies of waking responsibilities. The stars continue their slow dance across the heavens, the same stars that shone over Elizabethan England. The moon casts silver light through your window, just as it illuminated the palace gardens where the Queen once walked in thoughtful solitude. The night air carries the same essential elements that Elizabeth herself once breathed, connecting you physically to her time through the unbroken cycle of nature. With each deep, slow breath, feel yourself becoming heavier and more relaxed. The story of Elizabeth, with all its color and drama, begins to fade gently into the background of your consciousness, leaving behind only a sense of peaceful continuity with the past. Like the Queen herself eventually surrendering to much-needed rest after decades of vigilant rule, allow yourself to yield to sleep's gentle embrace. The legacy of the Virgin Queen, her triumphs and challenges, her strengths and vulnerabilities, all settle into the quiet reservoir of memory as your conscious thoughts begin to still. The golden age she created lives on in history's endless flow, while you drift toward dreams carried on the current of time that connects all human experiences across the centuries. Rest now, as Elizabeth finally rested after her long and glorious reign. Sleep comes to you as naturally as night followed the brilliant day of the Elizabethan era, a necessary and welcome pause in life's ongoing narrative. Tomorrow will bring new chapters, new possibilities, but for now, like England after the Queen's passing, you transition peacefully into a period of quiet renewal. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as rich and meaningful as the enduring legacy of England's greatest queen, Elizabeth I, the monarch who transformed a troubled kingdom into the threshold of an empire, and who continues to inspire with her courage, wisdom, and indomitable spirit through the soft darkness of history's long night. As you settle into a comfortable position, allow your body to relax as we journey back through time to ancient Italy, where one of history's greatest civilizations was born from humble beginnings. Picture rolling green hills dotted with olive trees, the gentle flow of the Tiber River, and 7 modest hills that would one day become the foundation of a magnificent city. Long before emperors and marble monuments, Rome was simply a cluster of small settlements nestled along the banks of the Tiber River. According to legend, twins Romulus and Remus, abandoned as infants and raised by a she-wolf, founded the city in 753 BCE. While historians debate the accuracy of this tale, we know that early Rome began as a collection of villages inhabited by Latin-speaking peoples. These communities gradually united, forming a small city-state on the strategically important 7 hills. The early Romans lived simply, tending to their farms and livestock, gathering in small wooden structures to discuss matters of community importance. Imagine the rustling of leaves in the Mediterranean breeze, the earthy scent of freshly tilled soil, and the quiet conversations of farmers planning their harvests. This pastoral setting would give rise to values that Romans would carry with them for centuries: resilience, practicality, and a deep connection to the land. For its first 200 years, Rome was ruled by kings, 7 in total according to tradition. The last king, Tarquin the Proud, was said to be a cruel ruler whose excesses led the Romans to rise up against him around 509 BCE. This pivotal moment marked the birth of the Roman Republic, establishing a system of government where power would be shared among elected officials rather than concentrated in a single monarch. The newly formed republic was governed by 2 consuls, elected annually, and a senate composed of aristocratic elders who provided guidance and wisdom. This balanced approach to governance would become one of Rome's greatest strengths, creating a flexible system that could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining stability. The gentle rhythm of annual elections became as regular as the seasons, bringing fresh leadership while preserving the accumulated wisdom of experienced senators. Early Republican Rome was not yet the dominant force it would become. It was one city-state among many in central Italy, surrounded by powerful neighbors like the sophisticated Etruscans to the north and the Greek colonies to the south. The Romans faced frequent conflicts with neighboring peoples, gradually expanding their influence through a combination of military prowess and diplomatic skill. The Romans developed a unique approach to conquest. After defeating an enemy, rather than simply subjugating them, they often offered paths to citizenship and integration into the growing Roman state. This inclusive policy allowed Rome to absorb the strengths of the peoples they conquered, incorporating beneficial foreign practices while spreading their own culture and governance systems. Picture the Roman legions of this era. Not yet the professional force they would become, but citizen soldiers marching in formation with simple shields and spears, returning to their farms after campaigns. Their discipline and adaptability made them increasingly effective, gradually extending Roman influence throughout the Italian peninsula. By 290 BCE, after a series of wars with various Italian peoples, Rome had secured control over most of central Italy. The Romans established colonies and built roads connecting these new territories, creating infrastructure that would serve as the foundation for further expansion. These famous Roman roads, straight and durable, carved paths through forests and mountains, their smooth stone surfaces facilitating trade and the movement of armies. As Rome's power grew, it inevitably came into conflict with other Mediterranean powers. The greatest of these challenges would come from Carthage, a wealthy maritime empire based in North Africa. Beginning in 264 BCE, Rome and Carthage engaged in a series of 3 wars known as the Punic Wars, which would test the Republic to its limits. The First Punic War, fought largely at sea between 264 and 241 BCE, saw Rome transform from a land power to a naval force through sheer determination. Imagine Roman shipwrights studying captured Carthaginian vessels, then constructing hundreds of ships to challenge Carthage's naval supremacy. Despite numerous setbacks and shipwrecks, Rome persevered and eventually secured victory, gaining control of Sicily in the process. The Second Punic War brought one of Rome's greatest challenges in the form of the brilliant Carthaginian general Hannibal. In 218 BCE, Hannibal led an army, including his famous war elephants, across the Alps in a daring invasion of Italy. For 16 years, he campaigned throughout the Italian peninsula, winning several devastating victories against Roman forces. Picture the Roman countryside during these trying times. Farms abandoned as men were called to service, anxious families awaiting news of battles, and a sense of existential threat hanging over the Republic. Yet even as Hannibal won battles, he couldn't win the war. The Romans refused to surrender, raising new armies to replace those that were lost. Eventually, the Roman general Scipio Africanus took the fight to Carthage itself, forcing Hannibal to return to defend his homeland. At the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, Rome finally defeated its greatest adversary, establishing itself as the dominant power in the Western Mediterranean. The Third Punic War, ending in 146 BCE with the complete destruction of Carthage, removed Rome's last major rival in the Western Mediterranean. In the same year, Rome also conquered the Greek city-states to the east, establishing unquestioned dominance throughout the Mediterranean basin. The Republic now controlled vast territories across 3 continents: Europe, Africa, and Asia. This period of expansion brought tremendous wealth flowing into Rome. Public buildings of unprecedented grandeur began to rise across the city. Temples with tall columns, forums bustling with activity, and aqueducts carrying fresh water from distant mountains. Imagine standing in the heart of Rome during this golden age of the Republic, the sound of fountain water splashing in marble basins, the calls of merchants in the marketplace, and the dignified processions of senators in their toga-clad finery. Yet with this success came new challenges. The Roman political system, designed for a small city-state, struggled to govern a vast empire. Wealth became increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few powerful families, while many ordinary citizens faced economic hardship. The traditional Roman values of simplicity and civic duty began to give way to luxury and personal ambition. Military victories brought not only wealth, but countless slaves to Italy, transforming the economy and displacing small farmers who could not compete with large slave-worked estates. Many rural Romans drifted to the city, creating an urban population dependent on grain distributions and public works for survival. These social tensions would eventually contribute to the Republic's downfall. As you contemplate these changes in Roman society, notice how your own breathing has found a gentle, steady rhythm. Like the ebb and flow of historical forces, your breath moves in and out with natural ease. The weight of your body seems to sink a little deeper into comfort with each passing moment, just as we sink deeper into the story of Rome. The late Republic was marked by increasing political conflict. Reformers like the brothers Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus attempted to address social problems through land redistribution and other measures, but were violently opposed by conservative senators. These conflicts escalated into periods of civil war as ambitious generals began to use their armies as tools for political power. 2 great generals, Marius and Sulla, set dangerous precedents by marching their legions on Rome itself to seize control of the government. Sulla even instituted proscriptions, lists of political enemies to be killed, creating an atmosphere of fear and instability. The traditional checks and balances of the Republican system were breaking down under the weight of personal ambition and factional conflict. It was in this tumultuous environment that 3 men, Pompey, Crassus, and Julius Caesar, formed the First Triumvirate, an unofficial alliance to dominate Roman politics. Each was a powerful figure in his own right. Pompey, a celebrated general, Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Caesar, an ambitious politician with growing popular support. Caesar's subsequent conquest of Gaul between 58 and 50 BCE not only added vast new territories to Roman control, but also provided him with battle-hardened legions loyal to him personally. When political maneuvers threatened his position, Caesar made the fateful decision to cross the Rubicon River with his army in 49 BCE, igniting a civil war against Pompey and the senatorial forces. After defeating his rivals, Caesar returned to Rome as its undisputed master. Though he maintained the forms of the Republic, he effectively ruled as a monarch, accepting unprecedented honors and powers. His assassination on the Ides of March in 44 BCE by senators, fearful of his growing power, did not restore the Republic as they had hoped, but instead led to another period of civil war. From this conflict emerged Caesar's adopted son Octavian, who would eventually become Rome's first emperor, taking the name Augustus. With skillful political maneuvering and military success, Augustus ended decades of civil war and established the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a period of stability and prosperity that would last for over 2 centuries. As we pause in our historical journey, allow yourself to savor this moment of transition. Like Rome itself, which found a new balance after tumultuous times, your body now has an opportunity to settle into deeper relaxation. Feel the gentle weight of history's lessons, carrying you toward tranquility and rest. Let your thoughts drift gently over the scenes we've explored, the humble beginnings along the Tiber, the steady growth of Republican institutions, the challenges and triumphs of Mediterranean conquest, and the transformation of a city-state into a world power. Each breath draws you deeper into this historical journey, even as it carries you closer to the peaceful shores of sleep. As your thoughts continue to drift through the flow of Roman history, let your body sink a little deeper into comfort. The story of Rome now enters a period of remarkable stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace, beginning with the reign of Emperor Augustus. After decades of civil war and unrest, Augustus brought a welcome calm to the Roman world. Though maintaining the appearance of the old republic, he had transformed Rome into what historians call the Principate, a monarchy disguised as a republic. The Senate still met, consuls were still elected, but real power now rested with the emperor. This delicate balance between innovation and tradition helped the Roman people accept the new order without feeling that their heritage had been abandoned. Imagine walking through Rome during the age of Augustus. The emperor famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. The urban landscape was transformed with magnificent new buildings, temples with gleaming columns, spacious forums, theaters, and baths. The warm Mediterranean sun reflected off polished marble surfaces, while fountains provided cooling refreshment to citizens going about their daily affairs. Augustus established a professional army with standardized training, equipment, and retirement benefits. These disciplined legions guarded the long frontiers of the empire, from the misty forests of Britain to the sun-baked deserts of Syria. Behind these secure borders, trade flourished across a vast unified economic zone stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Euphrates River. The successors of Augustus continued his policies with varying degrees of competence. The 1st century CE saw the reigns of the Julio-Claudian emperors, concluding with Nero, whose excesses led to his downfall in 68 CE. A brief period of civil war followed, known as the Year of the Four Emperors, before stability was restored under the Flavian dynasty. The Roman Empire reached its greatest extent under the Emperor Trajan, 98 to 117 CE. His conquests added Dacia, modern Romania, and parts of Mesopotamia to the empire, bringing Rome to its territorial peak. Imagine the imperial maps in Rome's administrative offices showing provinces spanning 3 continents, connected by over 250 0 miles of well-built roads, enough to circle the earth 10 times over. This vast empire was home to perhaps 70 million people, roughly 1/5 of the world's population at that time. They lived under a common legal system, used common currencies, and increasingly shared in a cosmopolitan culture that blended elements from all corners of the Mediterranean world and beyond. Latin was spoken in the western provinces, Greek in the east, but people of countless linguistic and ethnic backgrounds called themselves Romans. Under the 5 good emperors, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, the empire enjoyed nearly a century of wise governance. These rulers were chosen on merit rather than hereditary succession, each emperor adopting a capable successor. Hadrian consolidated the empire's borders and strengthened its defenses, while also encouraging cultural and architectural achievements throughout the provinces. Imagine the peaceful rhythm of life in a provincial Roman town during this golden age. The day begins with the opening of shops in the forum, artisans at work in their workshops, farmers bringing produce to market. Children attend schools, learning their Latin grammar and rhetoric. In the afternoon, citizens might enjoy the public baths, moving from the warm tepidarium to the hot caldarium, then cooling off in the frigidarium, discussing local affairs with neighbors as they bathe. Later, perhaps a visit to the theater or the circus for entertainment. This predictable, comfortable routine was made possible by the stability of the Pax Romana. Roman engineering transformed landscapes across the empire. Aqueducts carried fresh water over valleys and hills to supply cities with abundant clean water. Public fountains flowed continuously, feeding the baths, public latrines, and private homes of the wealthy. Imagine the gentle, constant sound of flowing water that would have been the background music of Roman urban life. A soothing, peace-inducing sound, not unlike the white noise machines some use for sleep today. The Romans excelled at practical architecture. Their mastery of the arch, vault, and dome allowed them to create spacious, interior spaces that still impress today. The Pantheon in Rome, completed during the reign of Hadrian, features the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome, a marvel of engineering that has stood for nearly 2 millennia. As you picture these grand, harmonious spaces, feel your own breathing finding a calm, steady rhythm. Roman society during this period was highly structured yet offered paths for advancement. Slaves could be freed and their children could become citizens. Talented individuals from the provinces could rise to the highest offices of state. The Emperor Trajan was born in Spain. Hadrian's family also came from Spain, and later emperors would hail from as far away as North Africa and Syria. This inclusivity gave the empire resilience and helped integrate diverse populations into the Roman system. Despite the general prosperity of this era, challenges were never far away. The reign of Marcus Aurelius, 161 to 180 CE, saw increasing pressure on the northern frontiers from Germanic tribes. The emperor spent much of his rule on campaign, defending the Danube border. It was during these lonely nights in military camps that he wrote his Meditations, a work of Stoic philosophy that continues to offer wisdom and comfort to readers today. Marcus Aurelius reflected deeply on the transient nature of human affairs. "Time is a river," he wrote, "and its current is strong. As you consider these words, allow your own thoughts to flow like that gentle river, carrying away tensions and concerns, bringing you deeper into relaxation with each passing moment." The death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE marked a turning point. He was succeeded by his son Commodus, breaking the pattern of adoptive succession that had served the empire so well. Commodus proved to be an erratic ruler more interested in gladiatorial combat than governance. His assassination in 192 CE triggered another brief civil war, signaling the beginning of a more turbulent period in Roman history. The Severan dynasty that followed maintained imperial power through increased reliance on the army. The Emperor Septimius Severus reportedly advised his sons to enrich the soldiers and despise everyone else. This militarization of imperial policy reflected growing insecurity as the once invincible empire began facing more serious threats both externally and internally. The 3rd century CE brought what historians call the Crisis of the 3rd Century, a 50-year period of military anarchy, economic depression, and external invasion. Between 235 and 284 CE, at least 26 men claimed the title of emperor, most ruling only briefly before being overthrown. Germanic tribes broke through the Rhine and Danube frontiers, while in the east, a resurgent Persian empire under the Sassanid dynasty challenged Roman control of Mesopotamia and Syria. Economic troubles compounded these political and military crises. The government debased the currency to pay for endless wars, leading to severe inflation. Trade networks were disrupted by insecurity, cities declined, and many regions reverted to more localized, self-sufficient economies. The cosmopolitan urban culture that had characterized the early empire began to give way to a more rural, militarized society. Yet even in this troubled time, the fundamental strength of Roman institutions allowed the empire to survive. By the late 3rd century, a series of soldier emperors from the Illyrian provinces in the Balkans managed to restore order. The most successful of these was Diocletian, who came to power in 284 CE and implemented sweeping reforms to stabilize the empire. Diocletian reorganized imperial administration, dividing the empire into a tetrarchy, ruled by 4, with 2 senior emperors, Augusti, and 2 junior emperors, Caesars. He also separated civil and military authority in the provinces, reformed taxation, and attempted to control prices through an empire-wide edict. These changes helped restore function to imperial governance, though at the cost of increased autocracy and bureaucratization. The Roman world Diocletian helped rebuild was markedly different from that of the early empire. Gone was the pretense of republican forms. The emperor now openly styled himself as Dominus, Lord, rather than Princeps, first citizen. Court ceremonial became more elaborate and access to the emperor more restricted. The government grew larger and more intrusive as it struggled to extract sufficient resources from a weakened economic base. As you contemplate these transformations, notice how historical periods, like the rhythms of sleep, move through natural cycles. Periods of growth and vitality are followed by challenges and adaptation. Your body, too, moves through such natural rhythms as it prepares for restorative sleep. Each breath draws you deeper into relaxation, just as each moment in history flows inevitably into the next. Diocletian's most lasting impact may have been his decision to retire voluntarily in 305 CE, an almost unprecedented act for a Roman emperor. His carefully designed succession plan quickly unraveled, however, leading to renewed civil wars. From this conflict emerged Constantine, who reunited the empire under his sole rule by 324 CE. Constantine's reign, 306 to 337 CE, marked another pivotal moment in Roman history with his support for Christianity. In 313 CE, the Edict of Milan granted religious tolerance throughout the empire, ending the persecution of Christians. Constantine himself became a patron of the church, beginning the transformation of the Roman Empire from a pagan to a Christian state. This religious shift would profoundly influence the culture and values of late Roman society and the Byzantine Empire that followed. Constantine also established a new capital at Byzantium, renamed Constantinople, modern Istanbul. This Eastern orientation reflected economic and strategic realities. The wealthy, urbanized eastern provinces had weathered the 3rd century crisis better than the West, and the primary military threats now came from the east. Constantinople would serve as the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire for over 1,000 years, long after Rome itself had fallen to Germanic invaders. As we conclude the second part of our journey through Roman history, allow your mind to drift gently with these historical currents. Feel the weight of your body becoming heavier, more relaxed with each breath. Like the empire itself, which adapted to changing circumstances while maintaining its essential character, your consciousness now begins a natural transition toward the deeper restoration of sleep. The soft ebb and flow of your breathing mirrors the rhythms of history, constant yet ever-changing. As the Roman world transformed from republic to empire to late antiquity, it reminds us that change is the only constant. This understanding can bring a profound peace, releasing us from the need to hold tightly to any moment, allowing us instead to flow with life's natural transitions. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let's continue our historical journey through the final chapters of the Western Roman Empire. Your breathing has likely found its natural rhythm now, steady and deep, carrying you gently toward the peaceful shores of sleep, much like the Mediterranean tides that once carried Roman ships to distant harbors. After Constantine's death in 337 CE, the empire was divided among his sons, beginning a pattern that would continue throughout the 4th century. The Roman world increasingly functioned as two separate administrative units. The Western Empire centered on Rome, Milan, and later Ravenna, and the Eastern Empire governed from Constantinople. Though nominally a single state, the two halves faced different challenges and developed different solutions. The eastern provinces enjoyed greater wealth, more populous cities, and more defensible borders than their western counterparts. Constantinople itself was protected by impregnable walls and the strategic advantage of its location between two bodies of water. Imagine standing on these massive walls at sunset, watching the golden light playing across the waters of the Bosporus. As fishing boats return to harbor and the evening lamps begin to glow across the city's 7 hills, a scene of timeless tranquility amidst the flow of history. The Western Empire faced mounting challenges from Germanic peoples being pushed westward by nomadic pressures from the Eurasian steppes. These migrations were not simple invasions, but complex movements of entire peoples, men, women, children, and livestock, seeking new lands. The Romans alternated between military resistance and attempts to settle these newcomers as allies, foederati, within imperial borders. A crucial turning point came in 376 CE, when a large group of Goths, fleeing from the advancing Huns, sought refuge within the empire. Mismanagement of this refugee crisis by Roman officials led to a Gothic uprising. At the Battle of Adrianople in 378 CE, the Eastern Emperor Valens was killed and his army destroyed. This defeat demonstrated Rome's growing vulnerability and accelerated the settlement of armed Germanic groups within imperial territories. The Emperor Theodosius I, 379 to 395 CE, temporarily restored unity to the empire, but upon his death, it was permanently divided between his sons, Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west. The Western Empire, weaker from the start, would last only another 80 years. As your body grows heavier and more comfortable, imagine yourself as a traveler in the late Roman world, moving at the unhurried pace of ancient transportation. The countryside passes slowly by. Olive groves and vineyards, Roman villas with their red-tiled roofs, walled towns nestled on hilltops for protection. The rhythmic clip-clop of horses' hooves on stone-paved roads creates a soothing background to your journey. This measured pace of life reminds us to slow down, to breathe deeply, to let go of the hurry that often characterizes our modern existence. The Western Empire's final century was marked by a succession of increasingly powerless emperors, many of them children or puppets controlled by military commanders of Germanic origin. Real authority often rested with generals like Stilicho, of Vandal descent, and Ricimer, of Suevic and Visigothic ancestry, who commanded the empire's armies while maintaining nominal loyalty to the imperial system. Despite its weakening political position, late Roman culture maintained its vitality. Christianity had become the state religion, transforming the cultural landscape. Magnificent churches rose in cities across the empire, their interiors gleaming with mosaics and lit by countless oil lamps. Monasteries began to appear in countryside settings, becoming centers of learning and spiritual contemplation. The peaceful rhythm of monastic life, with its regular hours for prayer, work, and rest, created islands of tranquility amid increasing worldly turmoil. As you breathe slowly and deeply, picture an ancient monastery garden in the fading evening light. Herbs and vegetables grow in neat rows, tended by monks moving quietly among them. The sweet scent of lavender mingles with rosemary and thyme in the cool air. From nearby, the soft sound of chanted prayers creates a gentle backdrop of human harmony. This scene of peace and order represents the continuity of civilization, even as political structures changed around it. The Western Empire faced repeated invasions in its final decades. In 410 CE, Rome itself was sacked by Visigoths under their leader Alaric, the first time the Eternal City had fallen to a foreign enemy in 800 years. Though this event shocked the Roman world, the city was treated relatively gently, and imperial administration continued afterward. More devastating was the Vandal capture of North Africa, Rome's breadbasket, between 429 and 439 CE. This loss deprived the Western Empire of vital tax revenue and grain supplies for the city of Rome. The empire's economic foundation, already weakened by decades of civil war and external pressure, began to crumble more rapidly. As these historical events drift through your mind, allow them to pass without creating tension. History's greatest empires have risen and fallen, yet the stars continue their eternal dance across the night sky. Your breathing continues its gentle rhythm, in and out, like the tides that once carried Roman ships, rising and falling in perfect natural harmony. With each exhalation, feel yourself releasing any remaining tension, sinking deeper into comfortable rest. The traditional date for the fall of the Western Roman Empire is 476 CE, when the Germanic general Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus. Odoacer did not claim the imperial title for himself, but ruled as King of Italy, nominally acknowledging the Eastern emperor as his superior. This political change, though symbolically significant, was less dramatic in practice than later historical accounts would suggest. For the average inhabitant of the former Western provinces, life continued under new rulers who largely maintained existing administrative structures. Germanic kings issued laws based on Roman models, employed Roman officials, and even minted coins bearing imperial imagery. They recognized the value of the sophisticated civilization they had inherited and sought to preserve its essential features. Meanwhile, the Eastern Roman Empire, which historians call the Byzantine Empire, continued for nearly 1,000 years more. Under the Emperor Justinian, 527 to 565 CE, it briefly reconquered parts of the Western Mediterranean, including Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain. Though these gains proved temporary, they demonstrated the enduring strength of the Eastern Roman state. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully, picture the enduring legacy of Rome that survived its political collapse. Imagine standing in a medieval cathedral where Roman architectural principles of the arch and dome reach skyward in Gothic magnificence. Or picture a monastery scriptorium where monks carefully preserve ancient Roman texts, works of history, philosophy, and literature that would otherwise have been lost to time. The soft scratching of quill pens on parchment creates a gentle soundtrack to this work of cultural preservation, a soothing rhythm that might easily lull one towards sleep. The Roman legal tradition continued to influence European jurisprudence for centuries. Roman administrative divisions evolved into ecclesiastical boundaries. Latin remained the language of scholarship, diplomacy, and religious ceremony throughout the medieval period. The very concept of empire, with its universal claims and centralized authority, inspired political visions from Charlemagne to Napoleon and beyond. As your consciousness gently drifts towards sleep, consider how Rome's greatest legacy may be this continuity, the preservation and transformation of classical civilization into new forms that shaped the medieval and modern worlds. Like a river flowing from ancient springs, cultural influences pass from one era to the next, adapting to new landscapes while maintaining connection to their source. Your breathing has likely become slower now, deeper and more rhythmic. With each breath, imagine traveling farther down the river of time, moving away from the noise and bustle of the waking world. The weight of your body feels heavier, more settled, as if gradually becoming one with the earth that has supported countless civilizations through the ages. The stars that shone over ancient Rome continue to shine above us tonight. The same moon that lit the marble forums of the Eternal City now casts its gentle glow through your window. This timeless connection reminds us that we are part of something larger than ourselves, a continuing human story that stretches from distant past to far future. As sleep approaches, let the rise and fall of Rome teach us about the natural cycles of all things. Empires, like days, have their dawn, their noon, their twilight, and their night. This understanding brings not sadness, but peace. The recognition that change is not to be feared, but accepted as the very essence of existence. Just as night brings necessary rest before a new dawn, historical transitions make way for new beginnings. Your eyelids may feel heavier now, your thoughts becoming less distinct. This is the natural boundary between wakefulness and sleep, a gentle threshold you are now approaching. Like the gradual transition from Roman Republic to empire to medieval kingdoms, one state of being gently gives way to another. The sound of your breathing becomes the only history that matters now, each inhale bringing peace, each exhale releasing any remaining tension. The rise and fall of your chest mirrors the eternal rhythms of creation. Oceans rising and falling, civilizations growing and changing, stars being born and returning to stardust. As you stand at the doorway to sleep, imagine one last scene from our historical journey. A quiet evening in a late Roman villa. Oil lamps cast a warm glow on painted walls. Through open windows comes the scent of cypress trees and night-blooming flowers. Someone plays a soft melody on a lyre, notes drifting like leaves on a gentle breeze. Conversation has faded into comfortable silence. It is the hour of transition, of letting go, of trusting in the coming night. And now, like a Roman citizen of old seeking the blessings of Somnus, god of sleep, you may release all thoughts of history and empire. A story of Rome has served its purpose, carrying you to this threshold of rest. Let your consciousness now drift freely among the stars that have witnessed the entire human story, from our earliest beginnings to this very moment. Sleep approaches like a gentle tide, ready to carry you to shores of deep restoration. Your breath becomes the only rhythm, your comfort the only sensation. The weight of your body surrenders completely to the supporting surface beneath you. Time slows, thoughts scatter like autumn leaves, and peace embraces you completely. Rest now in the timeless present, beyond the rise and fall of empires, in the perfect tranquility that has existed before Rome and will exist beyond our own time. Sleep deeply, sleep peacefully, connecting to the eternal cycles of nature that have guided human existence through all our history. Good night. In the gentle hills of Tuscany, where olive groves sway in the warm Italian breeze and vineyards stretch across sun-drenched valleys, a child was born who would one day change how we see the world. On the 15th of April, 1452, in the small village of Vinci, Leonardo was welcomed into a world ready to be discovered through his curious eyes. The son of a notary and a peasant woman, his beginnings were humble, but his mind would prove to be extraordinary beyond measure. As a young boy, Leonardo would wander through the countryside, observing the flight of birds with wonder, studying how water flowed around obstacles in streams, and sketching the delicate structures of wildflowers. His fascination with nature became the foundation upon which he would build a lifetime of discovery and creation. These quiet moments of observation in his youth would later inform his revolutionary understanding of anatomy, engineering, and art. Leonardo's formal education was limited, yet his thirst for knowledge knew no bounds. He taught himself Latin, mathematics, and the principles of perspective by reading voraciously and through careful observation. Unlike the scholars of his time who relied heavily on ancient texts, Leonardo believed that experience and observation were the true teachers. Learning acquired through the senses, he would later write in his notebooks, is never wasted. At the age of 14, Leonardo began his apprenticeship in Florence under Andrea del Verrocchio, one of the most versatile and talented artists of the time. Verrocchio's workshop was a bustling center of creativity, where painting, sculpture, metalwork, and engineering projects were undertaken simultaneously. This environment perfectly suited Leonardo's wide-ranging interests and provided him with the technical foundation to explore his multifaceted talents. In Verrocchio's workshop, surrounded by pigments, chisels, and the constant exchange of ideas, Leonardo's skills flourished. He learned to grind minerals for pigments, prepare wooden panels with gesso, and master the techniques of tempera and the emerging medium of oil paint. His hand grew steady, his eye discerning, and his mind ever questioning the why and how of everything around him. There is a story, passed down through generations, that when Leonardo was still an apprentice, Verrocchio asked him to paint an angel in his work, The Baptism of Christ. Leonardo's angel was rendered with such beauty and skill that Verrocchio, recognizing he had been surpassed by his student, vowed never to paint again. While perhaps embellished over time, this tale speaks to the extraordinary talent that was evident even in Leonardo's earliest work. By his early 20s, Leonardo had completed his apprenticeship and was registered in the Red Book of the Guild of St. Luke, the Guild of Artists and Doctors of Medicine. This marked his official recognition as a master artist, though his journey of exploration and innovation was only beginning. In 1472, as a young artist in Florence, Leonardo lived during what we now call the Renaissance, a time of remarkable cultural and intellectual rebirth across Europe. Florence was the perfect setting for a mind like Leonardo's to flourish. Under the patronage of the powerful Medici family, the city had become a center of artistic and intellectual achievement. The streets were alive with discussions of philosophy, science, and art. Scholars debated the works of ancient philosophers, artists competed for commissions, and a spirit of inquiry and innovation permeated the air like the scent of fresh paint in an artist's studio. In this vibrant atmosphere, Leonardo established his own workshop and began to receive commissions. His earliest independent works revealed not only technical mastery, but also his unique approach to art. While other artists of his time excelled in depicting religious scenes with conventional symbolism, Leonardo sought to infuse his subjects with psychological depth and naturalistic detail. One of his early commissions was The Adoration of the Magi, a large altarpiece for the monastery of San Donato a Scopeto. Though left unfinished when Leonardo departed from Milan, this work demonstrates his revolutionary approach to composition and his ability to capture human emotion with unprecedented subtlety. The painting places the Madonna and Child at the center of a swirling vortex of activity, with figures expressing various states of wonder, devotion, and curiosity emotions Leonardo had carefully studied in the faces of people he encountered. Leonardo's attention to detail extended beyond his artwork. His notebooks from this period reveal a mind constantly at work, observing, and questioning. Page after page filled with sketches of plants, animals, mechanical devices, and anatomical studies. Often accompanied by mirror-written notes, Leonardo was left-handed and frequently wrote from right to left. These notebooks, not intended for publication but rather as personal records of his thoughts and observations, provide a window into the workings of one of history's most remarkable minds. Around 1482, at the age of 30, Leonardo wrote a letter to Ludovico Sforza, the ruler of Milan, offering his services. What makes this letter extraordinary is that Leonardo primarily promoted himself not as an artist, but as a military engineer. He described his ability to build portable bridges, divert water from moats, construct bombardment-resistant vehicles, and design weapons of various kinds. Only at the end did he mention, almost as an afterthought, that he could also paint. Ludovico was impressed and invited Leonardo to Milan, beginning a period of nearly 17 years during which Leonardo would serve the Sforza court. In Milan, Leonardo's role was multifaceted. He organized court festivals, designed architectural projects, worked on engineering problems, and created some of his most significant paintings. It was during this time in Milan that Leonardo began what would become one of his most famous works, The Last Supper. Painted on the wall of the dining hall in the monastery of Santa Maria delle Grazie, this masterpiece depicts the moment when Jesus announces to his disciples that one of them will betray him. Rather than presenting a static scene, Leonardo captured the psychological drama of the moment, with each disciple reacting in ways that reveal their individual personalities. Leonardo's approach to The Last Supper exemplified his belief that painting should be a mental discourse. He spent hours observing people in the streets and marketplaces of Milan, studying their gestures and expressions in moments of shock, disbelief, and anger, precisely the emotions he needed to portray in his painting. For the face of Judas, legend has it that Leonardo searched the prisons of Milan to find a man whose features embodied treachery. The technical innovations in The Last Supper were as remarkable as its psychological insight. Leonardo abandoned the traditional fresco technique, which required working quickly on wet plaster, in favor of an experimental method that would allow him to revise and refine his work over time. Unfortunately, this experimental technique proved unstable, and the painting began to deteriorate within Leonardo's lifetime. Despite extensive restoration efforts over the centuries, what we see today is but a shadow of the original brilliance. While in Milan, Leonardo's curiosity about the natural world and human anatomy intensified. He began conducting systematic dissections, first of animals and later, when he could obtain permission, of human cadavers. His anatomical drawings from this period reveal a level of accuracy and detail unprecedented in his time. He was among the first to correctly depict the human spine, the muscles of the shoulder and neck, and the complicated structure of the heart. Leonardo's studies extended beyond anatomy to include geology, botany, optics, and hydrodynamics. He filled notebook after notebook with observations and speculations about the workings of the natural world. He studied the flow of water in rivers and designed canals and irrigation systems. He observed birds in flight and designed flying machines based on his understanding of aerodynamics. He examined fossils found in the mountains and correctly deduced that they were the remains of ancient sea creatures, challenging the prevailing belief that they had been deposited by the biblical flood. In his quiet moments, often by candlelight in his chamber, Leonardo would return to these notebooks, adding observations, sketches, and questions. His mind seemed incapable of rest, always reaching, always seeking to understand the mysteries that surrounded him. Yet there was a peacefulness in this pursuit, a harmony he found in connecting the dots between seemingly disparate phenomena. For Leonardo, the boundaries between art and science did not exist. They were simply different expressions of the same quest to understand the patterns and principles that govern the world. As the years in Milan passed, Leonardo's reputation grew. He was not only a court artist, but also a trusted advisor on matters of architecture, engineering, and even urban planning. He designed systems to improve Milan's canals and proposed solutions for the city's sanitation problems. His vision extended beyond the immediate needs of his patrons to consider how innovations might benefit society as a whole. Yet, despite his success and the respect he commanded, Leonardo remained somewhat apart from the society in which he lived. He was known to be private, even secretive about his work and personal life. He dressed simply but elegantly, favoring rose-colored tunics that set him apart from the more ostentatious fashion of the time. His vegetarianism was unusual for the period, stemming from his compassion for animals and perhaps also from his scientific observations about health and diet. Leonardo kept a menagerie of animals, including birds that he would sometimes purchase at the market simply to release them from their cages. He found joy in observing their flight, which informed both his artistic representations of winged creatures and his designs for flying machines. This compassion extended to his interactions with people as well. Accounts from contemporaries describe him as gentle in manner, eloquent in speech, and possessing a kind of magnetic charm that drew people to him despite his sometimes reclusive nature. In 1499, political turmoil swept through Milan as French forces led by King Louis XII invaded the city, forcing Ludovico Sforza to flee. With his patron gone, Leonardo's position at the court came to an end, and he too departed from the city that had been his home for nearly 2 decades. This period of transition marked the beginning of several years of travel and exploration for Leonardo as he moved between Florence, Venice, and smaller Italian cities, carrying with him his notebooks filled with ideas and sketches. Upon returning to Florence at the dawn of the new century, Leonardo found a city transformed by the religious fervor of Girolamo Savonarola, though the fiery preacher himself had been executed 2 years earlier. Yet Florence remained a center of artistic innovation, now home to talented young artists like Michelangelo and Raphael. Leonardo, now in his late 40s, was no longer the promising apprentice but a master whose reputation preceded him. It was during this second Florentine period that Leonardo created one of his most enduring works, the portrait known as the Mona Lisa. The painting depicts Lisa Gherardini, the wife of Francesco del Giocondo, a Florentine silk merchant. What might have been a conventional portrait commission became, in Leonardo's hands, a revolutionary work of art that continues to captivate viewers more than 5 centuries later. The Mona Lisa embodies many of Leonardo's artistic innovations. The sitter is positioned in what is known as a 3/4 view, rather than the strict profile that had dominated portrait painting. She is placed in front of a dreamlike landscape that seems to echo her enigmatic expression. Most famously, her subtle smile, known as the sfumato smile for the smoky, soft-edged technique Leonardo perfected, creates an impression of psychological complexity that was unprecedented in portraiture. Leonardo worked on the Mona Lisa for years, carrying it with him in his travels and continuously refining it. He never considered it finished and never delivered it to the Giocondo family. Instead, he kept it with him until the end of his life, a testament to his perfectionism and his deep personal connection to the work. During these years, Leonardo's scientific investigations became increasingly sophisticated. His anatomical studies, conducted through dissections performed in hospitals, led to insights that would not be rediscovered for centuries. He correctly illustrated the heart's 4 chambers and recognized its role as a muscle pumping blood through the body, coming remarkably close to understanding circulation a century before William Harvey's official discovery. Leonardo's engineering designs from this period were equally forward-thinking. He sketched plans for flying machines based on his observations of birds and bats, envisioning both ornithopter designs with flapping wings and more stable fixed-wing gliders. While none of these designs were built in his lifetime, modern analyses have shown that many of them incorporated sound aerodynamic principles. His sketches of parachutes, diving equipment, and even a primitive helicopter reveal a mind constantly pushing beyond the boundaries of contemporary knowledge. In 1502, Leonardo entered the service of Cesare Borgia, the ambitious son of Pope Alexander VI, who was attempting to carve out a state for himself in central Italy. Leonardo was hired primarily as a military engineer and cartographer, traveling with Borgia's armies and creating detailed maps of the conquered territories. These maps combined artistic beauty with mathematical precision, incorporating innovative techniques for representing three-dimensional terrain on a two-dimensional surface. Leonardo's time with Borgia was brief but influential for his later work. The experience of mapping cities and landscapes from above contributed to his understanding of perspective and spatial relationships. It also exposed him to the political machinations and violence of the era, perhaps deepening his appreciation for the harmonious patterns he found in nature and his desire to understand the underlying order of the world. By 1503, Leonardo had returned to Florence, where he was commissioned to paint a mural for the Great Council Hall of the Palazzo Vecchio, depicting the Battle of Anghiari. At the same time, Michelangelo was commissioned to paint the Battle of Cassina on the opposite wall, setting up a direct competition between the two greatest artists of the age. Leonardo's battle scene was known for its dynamic composition and emotional intensity, particularly a central group of figures engaged in a desperate struggle for a standard. Unfortunately, Leonardo's experimental technique for this mural, as with The Last Supper, resulted in technical problems. The paint began to run, and Leonardo abandoned the project. The work survived only through copies made by other artists before it was eventually covered by later renovations to the hall. This pattern of leaving works unfinished would follow Leonardo throughout his career, not because of laziness or lack of commitment, but because his perfectionism and wide-ranging interests constantly pulled him toward new challenges. Around 1506, Leonardo returned to Milan, now under French control, where he found new patrons in the French authorities. During this second Milanese period, he focused more on his scientific studies than on painting, though he did train a number of pupils who would carry forward elements of his style. His notebooks from this time reveal an intense focus on problems of hydraulics, optics, and geometry. Leonardo's approach to science was unique for his time. While his contemporaries often relied on established authorities like Aristotle or Galen, Leonardo insisted on direct observation and experimentation. Those who fall in love with practice without science, he wrote, are like a sailor who enters a ship without a helm or compass, and who never can be certain whither he is going. This empirical approach led him to insights that were often centuries ahead of his time. He recognized the principle of superposition in geology, noting that rock layers were deposited sequentially over time. He correctly attributed the presence of fossil shells in mountains to the ancient movement of seas. He conducted experiments on friction and understood aspects of momentum and force that anticipated Newtonian physics. Leonardo's mind found connections across disciplines that others treated as separate domains. His study of how light strikes the curved surface of the eye informed both his artistic rendering of light and shadow and his designs for optical instruments. His observations of how water flows around obstacles influenced his painting of hair and drapery, as well as his engineering designs for canals and water wheels. For Leonardo, art and science were simply different expressions of the same fundamental quest to understand the patterns of nature. In 1513, following political changes in Milan, Leonardo accepted an invitation from Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, to move to Rome. The Eternal City was then at the height of the High Renaissance, with Raphael decorating the papal apartments and Michelangelo painting the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Leonardo was provided with apartments in the Vatican and given the freedom to pursue his own studies, though he received few major commissions. In Rome, Leonardo's scientific interests continued to expand. He conducted experiments with mirrors and light, studied botany in the Vatican gardens, and explored the ancient ruins that were being excavated throughout the city. These ruins provided new insights into classical architecture and engineering, which Leonardo incorporated into his own designs. However, Leonardo found himself somewhat marginalized in Rome. Pope Leo X reportedly grew impatient with Leonardo's theoretical approach and tendency to leave projects unfinished. When the Pope remarked that Leonardo would never finish anything, as he started thinking about the end before the beginning, it reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of Leonardo's process. For Leonardo, the journey of discovery was often more important than the completion of a specific project. Despite these challenges, Leonardo continued his studies with undiminished enthusiasm. His notebooks from this period show investigations into mathematics, astronomy, and anatomy. He dissected the bodies of deceased patients at the Hospital of Santo Spirito, producing some of his most detailed anatomical drawings. These studies went far beyond the needs of an artist seeking to accurately depict the human form. They represented a systematic attempt to understand the inner workings of the body. Throughout his time in Rome, Leonardo maintained his distinctive appearance and habits. Now in his 60s, with a long beard that had grown white, he continued to dress simply but elegantly. His vegetarianism, uncommon in that carnivorous age, remained a personal conviction. He lived with his pupils and assistants, including Francesco Melzi, who had become not just a student but a devoted friend and companion. In 1516, at the age of 64, Leonardo received an invitation that would lead to the final chapter of his remarkable life. King Francis I of France, a great admirer of Leonardo's work, offered him the position of premier painter, engineer, and architect to the king. The position came with a generous stipend in a manor house near the royal chateau at Amboise in the Loire Valley. Leonardo accepted the invitation, crossing the Alps on a journey that must have been arduous for a man of his age. He brought with him his most cherished possessions, his notebooks, his few remaining paintings including the Mona Lisa, and several trusted companions including Melzi and his servant Battista de Villanis. In France, Leonardo was treated with the utmost respect. King Francis visited him frequently, engaging in long conversations about art, science, and philosophy. According to Vasari, the king would listen to him with great admiration, so sweetly did Leonardo reason about the arts. The young monarch, who was only 23 when Leonardo arrived in France, seems to have recognized in the aging polymath a mind of extraordinary breadth and depth. Leonardo's role at the French court was largely honorary. His health was declining, and he produced little new artwork during these final years. However, he continued to work on his notebooks, organizing and revising his lifetime of observations and ideas. He also advised on various architectural and engineering projects, including designs for a new royal palace at Romorantin that was never built. The manor house where Leonardo lived, Clos Lucé, was connected to the royal chateau by an underground passage, allowing the king to visit his honored guest privately. The house was spacious and comfortable, with gardens where Leonardo could continue his botanical observations. Here, surrounded by the gentle beauty of the Loire Valley, Leonardo found a peaceful setting for the final phase of his life. As his physical strength waned, Leonardo's mind remained active. He organized his vast collection of papers, perhaps with thoughts of how they might be preserved for future generations. He entrusted these papers to Melzi, who would indeed protect them carefully after Leonardo's death, though they would eventually be scattered across various collections in Europe. During these tranquil days at Clos Lucé, Leonardo might have reflected on the extraordinary journey of his life from the small village of Vinci to the courts of Italy's most powerful rulers, and finally to the honor of being a personal friend to the King of France. He had lived through tumultuous times, witnessing the height of the Renaissance, the French invasions of Italy, the rise and fall of the Borgia family, and the beginning of the Reformation that would soon divide Europe. Throughout these changing times, Leonardo had remained true to his essential nature, constantly curious, endlessly inventive, and always seeking to understand the patterns and principles that connected the diverse phenomena of the world. His life had been shaped not by the political events that so often dominate historical narratives, but by an internal quest for knowledge that transcended the boundaries of his time. On May 2, 1519, at the age of 67, Leonardo da Vinci drew his final breath in his chamber at Clos-Lucé. According to tradition, King Francis I was at his bedside, cradling the head of the great master as he passed from this world. While this may be a romantic embellishment, it speaks to the deep respect the young king held for the aging genius. Leonardo was laid to rest in the chapel of Saint-Hubert at the Château d'Amboise, his grave marked with simplicity that belied the extraordinary nature of the man it commemorated. Though Leonardo's physical form returned to the earth, his legacy continued to flow outward like ripples on a still pond, touching shores far distant in both space and time. Francesco Melzi, his devoted student and companion, carefully preserved his master's notebooks and drawings, eventually returning to Italy with this precious intellectual treasure. Though these materials would later be scattered across collections throughout Europe, enough survived to give us a window into one of history's most remarkable minds. Leonardo's influence on art was profound and enduring. His innovations in perspective, light, and human expression transformed Western painting. The soft shadows of his sfumato technique gave his figures a lifelike quality that seemed to breathe with gentle rhythm. Artists who followed him studied his works with reverence, attempting to capture something of his ability to infuse paint with life and emotion. Even today, as you slowly close your eyes and conjure an image of the Mona Lisa, you can almost feel the centuries melt away, bringing you face to face with that enigmatic smile that has captivated generations. His scientific investigations, though largely unpublished during his lifetime, contained insights that anticipated discoveries not made until centuries later. His anatomical drawings revealed structures and relationships within the human body that would not be officially documented until modern medical science. His engineering designs, from flying machines to hydraulic systems, embodied principles that would eventually be rediscovered and implemented long after his death. Leonardo's true genius lay not in individual accomplishments, but in his integrated vision, his ability to see connections between phenomena that others perceived as separate. He understood that the same mathematical principles governed the branching of trees, the flow of water in rivers, and the vessels that carry blood through the human body. This holistic vision, this recognition of patterns that unite seemingly disparate elements of the world, was perhaps his greatest gift to humanity. As you rest now, breathing deeply and evenly, imagine yourself walking through a misty Tuscan landscape at dawn. The soft golden light filters through the morning haze, illuminating droplets of dew that cling to blades of grass like tiny perfect lenses, each reflecting the world in miniature. This is how Leonardo saw the world, with wonder at its interconnected beauty, with curiosity about its underlying patterns, with appreciation for both its grandeur and its smallest details. Leonardo understood the harmony of nature, the way each element plays its part in a greater whole. Just as your breath now moves in rhythm with your heartbeat, just as your muscles gradually release their tension and settle into the supporting surface beneath you, so too did Leonardo perceive the rhythms and relationships that bind the universe together. In his notebooks, Among detailed diagrams and precise observations, Leonardo sometimes wrote more philosophical reflections. "Learn how to see," he advised. "Realize that everything connects to everything else. As you lie here, becoming increasingly aware of the peaceful weight of your body, you might sense these connections within yourself, the flow of breath, the circulation of blood, the intricate network of nerves carrying gentle signals of comfort and relaxation." The stars that Leonardo studied so carefully continue their measured dance across the night sky, unchanging yet ever moving, just as they did 5 centuries ago when he lifted his gaze upward. Imagine those same stars now, their light traveling through the vast darkness of space, each one a sun to distant worlds we can only imagine. Their light falls gently upon the earth, upon the landscapes Leonardo loved, upon the cities where he lived and worked, upon the quiet place where you now rest. In Florence, where Leonardo apprenticed and later returned as a master, the Arno River still flows beneath ancient bridges, its waters reflecting the city lights as evening descends. The river has changed its course slightly over the centuries, as rivers do, finding new paths while maintaining its essential nature, much as human knowledge has flowed and shifted while carrying forward essential truths. As you listen to these words, you might imagine the soothing sound of water moving over smooth stones, a gentle background to your deepening relaxation. In Milan, the faded images of the Last Supper still grace the wall of Santa Maria della Grazia, a testament to Leonardo's vision and a reminder of the impermanence of all things. Conservators work with patient dedication to preserve what remains, using technologies Leonardo would have found fascinating. The reverent hush in that space, as visitors gaze upon this masterwork, is not unlike the quieting of your thoughts as you drift towards sleep. The workshops where Leonardo labored, the palaces where he demonstrated his inventions, the gardens where he observed plants with scientific precision. Many of these places still exist, transformed by time yet carrying echoes of his presence. In some quiet corridor of the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, a visitor might stand before a Leonardo drawing, breathing slowly, perhaps unaware that their rhythm of respiration is being studied and understood across a gap of 5 centuries through Leonardo's work on human anatomy. Leonardo's curiosity never ceased. Even when his right hand became partially paralyzed in later life, he trained himself to draw and write with his left, refusing to let physical limitations constrain his mind's explorations. This quiet persistence, this gentle determination, carries a lesson for all of us as we navigate life's challenges. As your body grows heavier and more comfortable, as your thoughts become more diffuse and dreamy, you might carry forward something of Leonardo's patient dedication to understanding. The peaceful hills of Vinci, where Leonardo spent his childhood, remain much as they were, olive trees silvering in the breeze, vineyards tracing the contours of the land. The quality of light that first awakened his artistic sensibility still illuminating the landscape. There is a timelessness in such places, a continuity that transcends the boundaries of centuries. As you breathe deeply now, feeling the gentle rise and fall of your chest, you participate in this timelessness, this universal rhythm of life that Leonardo studied with such care. In France, at Clos Lucé, where Leonardo spent his final years, visitors can walk through rooms where he lived and worked, can stroll in gardens similar to those he tended, can feel something of the tranquility that surrounded his last days. The Loire Valley stretches beyond, its gentle landscapes and elegant chateau embodying a harmony between human creation and natural beauty that Leonardo would have appreciated. As your awareness of the outside world gradually diminishes, as you turn inward toward the landscape of dreams, imagine the peacefulness of those final days, the satisfaction of a life richly lived. Leonardo understood better than most the relationship between light and shadow, using this knowledge to create depth and dimension in his paintings. Just as the shadows in a Leonardo painting are not simply absences of light, but subtle gradations that reveal form, so too is sleep not merely an absence of wakefulness, but a different state of being, rich with its own qualities and purposes. As your eyelids grow heavier, as the space behind them fills with soft darkness, you enter this realm of necessary restoration. The night sky that Leonardo studied with such interest now extends above you, stars appearing one by one as daylight fades. Leonardo made detailed observations of the moon, noting how earthshine illuminated its shadowed portions. This delicate interplay of reflected light fascinated him, the sun's rays bouncing from earth to moon and back again, creating a subtle glow. Your consciousness now reflects this gentle illumination, thoughts becoming softer, less defined, merging into the approaching horizon of sleep. In his studies of water, Leonardo noted how it seeks its own level, how it moves around obstacles with fluid grace, how it can be still on the surface while currents move below. Your mind now emulates this quality. Thoughts flowing around any remaining tensions, finding paths of least resistance, settling into deeper layers of awareness. Each breath brings you closer to that still center where rest awaits. Leonardo observed that birds, finding their evening roosts, settle with a characteristic paterna, gradual cessation of movement, a tucking in of wings, a positioning for optimal rest. Your body now follows a similar instinct, adjusting subtly for comfort, preparing for the renewal that sleep provides. Each muscle loosens its hold on wakefulness, each limb finds its place of support. The notebooks that contain Leonardo's thoughts include observations about sleep itself, how it restores the body, how it seems to clear the pathways of thought, how it participates in the cyclical nature of all living things. He understood, as we now know through science, that sleep is not a passive state but an active process of renewal and integration. As you drift now toward this essential experience, you participate in a rhythm as old as life itself. Leonardo's appreciation for mathematics included study of the Fibonacci sequence, in which each number is the sum of the two preceding ones, a pattern found throughout nature in the arrangement of leaves, the spirals of shells, the branching of trees. This pattern represents a perfect balance between growth and stability, between change and continuity. Your breathing now follows its own natural sequence, becoming slower, deeper, more regular, providing the stable foundation for your journey into sleep. The quiet chambers where Leonardo worked by candlelight, making notes and sketches in the hours when others slept, held a special quality of solitude and focus. In such moments, he might have felt a particular clarity, a connection to the underlying patterns of creation. As external stimulations fade for you now, as your awareness turns inward, you might experience something of this same clarity, thoughts distilling to their essence before dissolving into the approaching horizon of dreams. Leonardo wrote of water as the driving force of all nature, recognizing its essential role in sustaining life. Your own body, composed largely of water, now settles into stillness, cell by cell, system by system. The fluid nature of consciousness begins to shift state, like water transforming to mist, boundaries softening, definition giving way to diffusion. In the gentle hills of Tuscany, where Leonardo first observed the flight of birds and the flow of streams, night has fallen countless times since his birth, nearly 6 centuries ago. Stars have traced their paths across the sky, seasons have cycled through their eternal patterns, generations have come and gone, yet something of his vision remains, a perception of beauty and order that transcends time. Leonardo understood proportion, the golden ratio that appears throughout nature and creates harmony in art. Your body now finds its own perfect proportion of tension and release, the exact balance needed for the transition to sleep. Each breath measures this proportion, each heartbeat marks its rhythm. The paintings that Leonardo created with such care continue to speak across centuries, their subjects seeming to exist in a moment suspended between breaths. The Mona Lisa gazes out with that enigmatic expression that has fascinated generations, her form emerging from shadows with a presence that seems almost to breathe. As your own breathing becomes slower and deeper, you might imagine yourself entering that same timeless space, that moment of perfect equilibrium. Leonardo believed in the unity of knowledge, in the connections between art and science, observation and imagination, the particular and the universal. As you rest now, these dualities begin to dissolve, the boundaries between thoughts becoming less distinct, consciousness preparing to cross the threshold into sleep's domain where such divisions matter less. The gentle landscapes that Leonardo included as backgrounds in his portraits, misty mountains, winding paths, distant horizons invite the eye to travel beyond the immediate subject, to journey into a world of possibility and mystery. Your mind now begins a similar journey, moving beyond the immediate concerns of waking life toward the unexplored territories of dreams. In his studies of light, Leonardo observed how it wraps around objects, how it reflects and refracts, how it reveals form through infinitely subtle gradations. The awareness that has illuminated your waking hours now softens, its focus widening, its intensity diminishing, preparing for the different kind of knowing that sleep will bring. Leonardo wrote of the importance of rest, recognizing it as essential to creativity and understanding. Every now and then, he advised, go away, have a little relaxation, for when you come back to your work, your judgment will be surer. The rest you now approach is part of this necessary rhythm, this alternation between activity and renewal that sustains all creative endeavor. As stars continue their measured course across the night sky, as the earth turns in its ancient dance with the sun, as rivers flow to the sea and return again, as rainal the cycles and patterns that Leonardo observed with such care continue their eternal movement. Your consciousness now participates in its own natural cycle, the necessary alternation of wakefulness and sleep, each state informing and enriching the other. Leonardo's life, spanning the latter half of the 15th century and the early years of the 16th, coincided with a period of extraordinary cultural flowering. Yet the Renaissance was not merely a historical period, but a way of seeing the world with curiosity, with appreciation for both classical wisdom and new discovery, with recognition of the dignity and potential of the human mind. As you drift now towards sleep, you carry forward something of this Renaissance spirit, this openness to wonder and discovery that transcends time. The breath that sustained Leonardo through his 67 years of exploration and creation is not unlike the breath that moves now through your body, the same elements, the same life-giving exchange, the same fundamental rhythm. As this rhythm slows and deepens, it carries you closer to the threshold of sleep, to the renewal that awaits beyond. Leonardo understood that rest is not separate from creativity, but an essential part of it, that the mind continues its work even in repose, integrating experiences, making connections, preparing insights that will emerge when wakefulness returns. The sleep you now approach is a productive state in its own right, a necessary complement to conscious thought. The gentle hills of Vinci have witnessed countless sunsets since Leonardo's time, each one unique yet participating in the eternal pattern of day and night. As your awareness of the external world diminishes, as you turn inward toward sleep's landscape, you become part of this same ageless rhythm, this necessary alternation of activity and rest that sustains all life. Leonardo's curiosity about the world remained with him until his final days. Even as his physical strength waned, his mind continued to explore, to question, to observe with childlike wonder the phenomena around him. As you release the concerns of the day, as you surrender to sleep's approach, May you carry forward something of this enduring wonder, this appreciation for the mystery and beauty of existence. Rest now, as the stars that Leonardo studied continue their measured movement across the night sky, as the principles of proportion and harmony that he explored in his art and science continue to govern the universe, as the cycles of renewal that he observed in nature manifest in your own necessary sleep. Rest and be restored. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let me take you on a journey along one of history's most remarkable networks of connection, the Silk Road. These ancient pathways that once stretched across mountains, deserts, and steppes tell a story of human ingenuity, cultural exchange, and the timeless desire to discover what lies beyond the horizon. The tale of the Silk Road begins over 2,000 years ago, during the Han Dynasty of China. It was the year 138 BCE when a Chinese imperial envoy named Zhang Qian set out on a diplomatic mission to the western regions. Emperor Wu of Han had dispatched him to seek allies against the nomadic Xiongnu tribes that threatened China's northern borders. Though Zhang Qian was captured and held by the Xiongnu for a decade, he eventually escaped and completed his mission, returning to China with valuable knowledge of the lands beyond. Zhang Qian's reports fascinated Emperor Wu. He spoke of powerful kingdoms, strange customs, and magnificent horses in the western regions. Most importantly, he revealed potential routes for trade and diplomacy. This marked the beginning of China's official engagement with Central Asia and lands further west, laying the groundwork for what would become the Silk Road. The name Silk Road itself was coined much later, in 1877, by the German geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen. Yet the concept it describes a vast network of interconnected trade routes spanning from China to the Mediterranean flourished for nearly 2 millennia before receiving this evocative title. And while silk was indeed a precious commodity that traveled these routes, the Silk Road carried far more than just fine fabrics. Picture yourself standing in the bustling markets of Chang'an, modern-day Xi'an, the eastern terminus of the Silk Road and capital of Tang Dynasty China. The air is filled with the mingling scents of exotic spiced cinnamon, pepper, and saffron brought from distant lands. Merchants haggle over prices in a dozen different languages. Caravans arrive after months of travel, their camels laden with treasures. Jade from Khotan, silver from Persia, gold from Byzantium, and of course, rolls of lustrous silk bound for eager buyers in the west. The journey westward from Chang'an was arduous and fraught with danger. Travelers first had to navigate the narrow Hexi Corridor, a strip of fertile land squeezed between the Gobi Desert to the north and the high Tibetan Plateau to the south. This natural passage was guarded by massive fortifications that would eventually become part of the Great Wall. Beyond lay the fearsome Taklamakan Desert, whose name in the local Uyghur language is said to mean place of no return. Caravans skirted its edges, moving from oasis to oasis where towns had sprung up to service the trade. These oasis cities Dunhuang, Turpan, Kashgar became vibrant crossroads of culture and commerce. In Dunhuang, Buddhist monks carved magnificent cave temples into the cliffs, their walls adorned with colorful murals depicting scenes of paradise. In the underground irrigation channels of Turpan, ingenious systems brought mountain meltwater to vineyards, producing sweet grapes in the midst of one of Earth's hottest places. In Kashgar, Sunday markets drew thousands of traders from across Central Asia, creating a kaleidoscope of humanity where Sogdian merchants might converse with Tibetan monks or Arab traders. The Sogdians deserve special mention in our story. This Iranian people, whose homeland centered around Samarkand in modern-day Uzbekistan, became the master merchants of the Silk Road. Their language served as a lingua franca for trade, and their commercial networks stretched from China to Constantinople. Sogdian merchants established colonies in Chinese cities, married into local families, and helped transmit goods, technologies, and ideas across vast distances. Beyond the mountains of Central Asia, the roots of the Silk Road spread like a delta. Northern routes passed through the steppes where nomadic peoples facilitated trade. Southern paths crossed through Persia and Mesopotamia before reaching the Mediterranean. Maritime routes connected ports along the Indian Ocean, allowing goods to travel by sea rather than overland. The scale of this network was truly remarkable. Consider that a single item, perhaps a bolt of silk, a piece of fine porcelain, or a packet of rare spices might change hands dozens of times on its journey. Few merchants traveled the entire route. Instead, goods passed from trader to trader, each adding their margin and carrying items a portion of the way. This chain of exchanges connected people who would never meet, creating an early form of globalization that linked disparate civilizations. What traveled along these routes? Silk, certainly the fine fabric produced in China, was so valued in Rome that it sold for its weight in gold. But there was much more. Paper, invented in China around the 1st century CE, gradually made its way westward, transforming how knowledge was recorded and shared. Gunpowder, another Chinese innovation, eventually revolutionized warfare across Eurasia. Spices from Southeast Asia, glass from Roman workshops, ivory from Africa, and countless other goods moved along these pathways. Yet, perhaps the most valuable cargo carried on the Silk Road was not material at all, but rather ideas and beliefs. Buddhism traveled from India to China along these routes, with merchants and monks following the same paths. The teachings of Nestorian Christianity reached China in the 7th century. Islam spread eastward following the Arab conquests. Artistic styles, mathematical concepts, astronomical knowledge, and musical traditions all diffused along these connected pathways. The flourishing of the Silk Road reached its height during the 7th and 8th centuries CE, in the early Tang dynasty of China and the early Islamic Caliphate in the West. This was a remarkable period of cosmopolitanism and exchange. In Chang'an, foreign religions were practiced openly. Central Asian musicians performed at court, and fashions from the Western regions were adopted by Chinese elites. Similarly, in Baghdad and other centers of the Islamic world, Chinese technologies and artistic influences were eagerly absorbed. The journey along the Silk Road was measured not just in miles but in the rhythm of seasons. Merchants planned their travels to avoid the harshest weather, the scorching summers of the deserts, the bitter winters of the mountain passes. They traveled in caravans for safety, sometimes numbering hundreds of camels and horses. The pace was deliberate, averaging perhaps 10 to 15 miles per day. Time moved differently then, flowing like the rivers that sustained the oasis towns, or like the shifting sands that threatened to swallow unwary travelers. As night falls on our first chapter of this ancient tale, imagine those merchant caravans setting up camp beneath a vast desert sky. The camels kneel on the cool sand, relieved of their burdens for the night. Fires are lit, casting warm light on the faces of travelers from a dozen lands. Stories are shared in multiple languages, tales of distant homes and strange adventures, of dangers overcome and wonders witnessed. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that have guided travelers along these routes for centuries. In our next chapter, we will continue to follow these ancient pathways, exploring how the Silk Road fostered not just the exchange of goods, but the blending of cultures, the growth of cities, and the spread of religions across the vast Eurasian continent. As we continue our journey along the ancient Silk Road, let your mind wander through the shifting sands of time, following the footsteps of countless travelers who came before. The gentle rhythm of camel bells echoes across the centuries, a soothing reminder of the steady pace at which these transformative exchanges occurred. The Silk Road was never a single path, but rather a complex network that adapted to changing political landscapes. When one route became dangerous due to banditry or warfare, merchants would find alternatives. This resilience ensured that the flow of goods and ideas continued despite political upheavals and natural disasters. Like a river finding its way to the sea, trade always discovered new channels. Let us now turn our attention to the remarkable cities that blossomed along these routes. Perhaps none was more splendid than Samarkand, the jewel of Central Asia. Positioned at a crucial crossroads where routes from China, India, and Persia converged, Samarkand grew into a metropolis of unparalleled beauty and diversity. Its markets overflowed with goods from every corner of the known world. Chinese silks and porcelain, Indian spices and gems, Russian furs and honey, and Mediterranean glassware and coral. In the 14th century, Samarkand would become the capital of Timur's vast empire, adorned with magnificent blue-domed mosques and madrasas that still stand today. But long before this, it was already a center of learning and culture where scholars gathered to share knowledge. Astronomers observed the stars from observatories. Mathematicians developed new theories, and physicians exchanged medical practices drawn from Chinese, Indian, Persian, and Greek traditions. Further west lay Bukhara, another oasis city whose name has become synonymous with learning. Here, the teachings of Avicenna, Ibn Sina, and Al-Biruni helped preserve and expand upon Greek scientific and philosophical works during Europe's Middle Ages. The Great Silk Road functioned not just as a commercial artery, but as a lifeline of knowledge, preserving and transmitting the intellectual heritage of multiple civilizations. The caravanserais that dotted these routes deserve special mention. These were more than simple inns. They were fortified complexes providing safety for travelers and their valuable cargo. Typically square or rectangular in design, with a single entrance leading to an open courtyard, caravanserais offered rooms for merchants, stables for animals, storage for goods, and sometimes bathhouses and prayer rooms. Many were funded by rulers or wealthy patrons who saw the construction of such facilities as both a commercial investment and a pious act benefiting travelers. Imagine the scene as a caravan arrives at a caravanserai after days of travel through desert heat. The massive gates swing open, allowing weary merchants and their animals to enter the cool, shaded courtyard. Servants rush to assist with unloading goods. The babble of different languages fills the air as travelers exchange news and information about conditions ahead. In the evening, storytellers entertain with tales of distant lands, some true, others embellished with fantastic elements that blur the line between reality and imagination. These way stations were typically spaced a day's journey apart, approximately 20 to 30 miles. This rhythm of travel created a predictable cadence to life on the Silk Road, a gentle oscillation between movement and rest that we might find soothing to contemplate in our fast-paced modern world. Beyond the exchange of goods and knowledge, the Silk Road facilitated profound cultural and artistic cross-fertilization. Consider the Buddhist cave art at sites like Dunhuang in western China and Bamiyan in Afghanistan. These magnificent works show a fascinating blend of Indian, Persian, and Chinese artistic elements of visual testimony to the mixing of traditions that occurred along these routes. The transmission of Buddhism itself illustrates the power of the Silk Road as a conduit for ideas. Originally from India, Buddhist teachings traveled with merchants into Central Asia and eventually China, where they mixed with indigenous philosophies like Confucianism and Taoism. Similarly, Zoroastrianism from Persia, Nestorian Christianity from the Byzantine Empire, and later Islam all spread along these same routes, creating a rich tapestry of religious diversity in the cities of the Silk Road. Music, too, flowed freely along these pathways. Instruments like the lute originated in Mesopotamia before traveling east to China, where they evolved into new forms. Melodies and rhythms from various traditions merged to create new styles. In the courts of Tang Dynasty China, Central Asian music was highly fashionable, with foreign musicians bringing exotic sounds and instruments that influenced Chinese musical development. The culinary legacy of the Silk Road remains with us today. The movement of ingredients transformed diets across Eurasia. Citrus fruits, originally from Southeast Asia, spread westward. Grapes and winemaking techniques moved eastward from the Mediterranean. Peaches journeyed from China to Europe. Pistachios traveled from Persia in multiple directions. Even today, you can trace the Silk Road by following the variations of certain dishes like dumplings that appear in different forms from East Asia to Eastern Europe, united by a common culinary ancestry. This exchange of foods wasn't merely a matter of taste, but sometimes of survival. New crops allowed for agricultural diversification, helping regions withstand famines when traditional staples failed. The humble noodle, whether it originated in China or elsewhere, became a staple food across much of Eurasia, providing a versatile and filling basis for countless regional cuisines. The Silk Road also facilitated the exchange of technological innovations. Paper, first invented in China around the 1st century CE, gradually made its way westward, reaching Samarkand by the 8th century. There, the technology was refined before continuing to the Islamic world and eventually Europe. This seemingly simple invention revolutionized record-keeping, governance, literature, and religion wherever it spread. Similarly, printing techniques moved from east to west. The magnetic compass, critical for navigation, followed the same pattern. Gunpowder, another Chinese invention, transformed warfare across Eurasia as it spread along trade routes. These technologies changed societies in profound and often unexpected ways, demonstrating how commercial connections could lead to transformative cultural and political developments. For all its wonders, travel on the Silk Road was never without peril. Merchants faced the constant threat of bandits in remote mountain passes. Sudden sandstorms could bury an entire caravan. Political instability might close borders or make certain regions impassable. These dangers made reliable information perhaps the most valuable commodity of all. Merchants would pay handsomely for accurate reports about conditions ahead, forming networks of intelligence that preceded them along their route. To mitigate these risks, merchants rarely traveled alone. Caravans provided safety in numbers, with armed guards often accompanying particularly valuable shipments. Merchants also relied on local guides who knew the terrain, could communicate with regional authorities, and understood where to find water in arid landscapes. These guides, like the Sogdian merchants mentioned earlier, often became cultural intermediaries, fluent in multiple languages and familiar with diverse customs. Even with these precautions, the mortality rate among Silk Road travelers was high. Many set out never to return, claimed by disease, violence, or the harsh elements. Yet the potential profits were so substantial that there was never a shortage of willing participants in this grand commercial enterprise. A merchant who successfully completed even one round-trip journey might amass enough wealth to support his family for generations. As day transitions to evening in our historical journey, picture a caravan winding its way through the rugged passes of the Pamir Mountains. The air grows thin at these high elevations, and travelers move more slowly, their breath forming small clouds in the cool air. The landscape is stark and dramatic, towering peaks, deep valleys, and skies of such intense blue they seem almost supernatural. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the mountain path, the caravan leaders look for a suitable place to make camp. They find a small plateau sheltered from the wind by an outcropping of rock. Tents are erected, animals unburdened and fed, and fires lit against the coming chill of night. Under a canopy of stars that seem close enough to touch, the travelers share a simple meal, perhaps flatbread, dried fruits, and tea heated with aromatic spices. Conversation flows as freely as the nearby mountain stream, tales of home mingling with accounts of strange sights witnessed along the way. A Persian merchant describes the majestic lions he once saw in India, while a Chinese traveler speaks of the giant horses bred in Fergana. A Buddhist monk quietly maintains his evening meditation, while nearby a Nestorian Christian whispers prayers in Syriac. This moment, this peaceful gathering of diverse humanity beneath the eternal stars, captures the essence of what made the Silk Road so much more than just a commercial network. In our next chapter, we will explore how the Silk Road responded to the rise of new powers and how these ancient routes began to transform as maritime trade developed, initiating a gradual shift in the patterns of global commerce. As our journey along the ancient Silk Road continues, you might find yourself drifting deeper into relaxation, your breathing becoming slower and more rhythmic, like the steady pace of camel caravans crossing vast distances. The weight of history settles gently around you, a comforting presence that connects us to countless generations who traveled these same paths before. The Silk Road witnessed the rise and fall of great empires, each leaving their mark on these ancient routes. The Mongol Empire, which emerged in the 13th century under Genghis Khan, created what historians call the Pax Mongolica, a period of relative stability across much of Eurasia. Though the Mongol conquests were initially devastating, their rule ultimately facilitated trade by unifying vast territories under a single authority. The Mongols maintained way stations called yams that served as post houses and rest stops, creating an efficient communication network across their domains. During this period, the journey from Europe to China became safer than ever before. This newfound security allowed for unprecedented cultural exchange, exemplified by travelers like Marco Polo. Though scholars debate the accuracy of his famous account, Polo's description of his travels captured the European imagination and highlighted the wonders to be found in the East. He described the magnificent court of Kublai Khan, the use of paper money, the burning of coal for heat, and countless other marvels previously unknown to Europeans. Imagine yourself in the grand city of Kambalik, modern-day Beijing, during this golden age of exchange. The city bustles with activity as merchants from across Eurasia gather in its markets. Persian astronomers work alongside Chinese scholars in the Imperial Observatory. Nestorian Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, and followers of traditional Chinese religions practice their faiths side by side. This cosmopolitan atmosphere, replicated in varying degrees across major cities of the Silk Road, represented perhaps the most extensive multicultural exchange the world had seen until that point. Yet change was coming to these ancient routes. By the 14th century, maritime trade began to challenge the primacy of overland connections. Ships could carry larger volumes of goods at lower cost, and advances in navigation made sea travel increasingly reliable. As European powers like Portugal, and later the Netherlands and England, developed their maritime capabilities, they gradually bypassed the complex network of middlemen that had characterized Silk Road trade for millennia. The fragmentation of the Mongol Empire and the rise of the Ottoman Turks in the West further complicated traditional trade patterns. The Black Death, which devastated populations across Eurasia in the mid-14th century, temporarily disrupted commerce and may have traveled along these very trade routes. By the time Vasco da Gama rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1498, establishing a direct sea route from Europe to India, the golden age of the Silk Road was already waning. Yet it would be a mistake to think that these ancient pathways simply disappeared. Local and regional trade continued along many segments of the Silk Road well into the modern era. The cultural connections established over millennia endured in languages, cuisines, artwork, and architecture. The legacy of the Silk Road lives on in the diverse populations of Central Asian cities, where faces may reflect ancestry from across Eurasia, testament to centuries of movement and mixing along these routes. As evening deepens into night in our journey, the rhythm of your breathing might begin to synchronize with the gentle desert winds that have shaped landscapes along the Silk Road for eons. These winds, like time itself, have a smoothing effect, softening edges, revealing new patterns, and occasionally uncovering treasures long buried beneath the sands. The night sky above the Silk Road offers its own kind of wonder. Far from modern light pollution, stars appear in overwhelming abundance, creating a celestial canopy that guided travelers for thousands of years. Ancient caravans used these stars for navigation, following the same patterns that sailors would later use to cross vast oceans. As your eyes grow heavier, imagine those countless stars reflecting in still desert pools, or the quiet surface of oasis lakes that provided precious water to weary travelers. The legacy of the Silk Road extends beyond trade and cultural exchange into the realm of ideas and knowledge. The transmission of mathematical concepts provides a telling example. The numeral system we use today, including the concept of zero, originated in India, traveled through the Islamic world where scholars like al-Khwarizmi developed algebra, and eventually reached Europe. This mathematical knowledge formed the foundation for countless scientific and technological advances that followed. Each culture added its contributions, refining and expanding upon what came before. Similarly, medical knowledge flowed along these routes. Chinese practices like acupuncture spread westward, while Greco-Roman medical theories moved east. Persian physicians like Ibn Sina, Avicenna, synthesized knowledge from multiple traditions, creating medical texts that would be studied for centuries. These intellectual exchanges demonstrate how the Silk Road functioned as a vast network for collective human advancement, allowing insights and innovations to transcend cultural boundaries. The rhythms of life along the Silk Road followed patterns established by geography and climate. In the high mountain passes, travel was possible only during warmer months when snow had melted. In desert regions, caravans preferred to move during cooler seasons, sometimes traveling at night to avoid the scorching daytime heat. These natural cycles imposed a certain patience on all who journeyed these routes, a reminder that human endeavors must ultimately accommodate themselves to the greater rhythms of the natural world. As your consciousness begins to drift, like a leaf carried on gentle currents, consider how the Silk Road teaches us about the interconnectedness of human experience. No culture developed in isolation. Ideas, beliefs, and technologies that we might associate with a particular civilization often have complex histories of transmission and transformation. The pure silk woven in Chinese workshops might eventually be dyed with pigments from India, embroidered with patterns inspired by Persian designs, and ultimately worn by nobility in Constantinople or Rome. The languages spoken along the Silk Road created a fascinating tapestry of sound and meaning. In major trading hubs, a visitor might hear dozens of tongues in a single day. Some merchants became polyglots out of necessity, while others relied on professional translators. Certain languages, like Sogdian, served as lingua francas for trade before gradually being replaced by others. This linguistic diversity reflected the cultural wealth of the regions connected by these ancient pathways, each language carrying its own poetry, wisdom, and way of understanding the world. Your breathing deepens now as sleep begins to approach, gentle and welcoming like the sight of a caravanserai appearing on the horizon after a long day's journey. There is comfort in arriving, in finding sanctuary after facing the unknown. The travelers of the Silk Road knew this feeling well. The profound relief of reaching an oasis, a mountain pass, or a bustling city after days or weeks in challenging terrain. The sounds of the Silk Road might come to you now as you drift closer to sleep. The soft tinkling of camel bells, the whisper of sand shifting in the desert wind, the melodic call to prayer echoing across ancient cities, the multilingual murmur of marketplace negotiations, and perhaps the haunting strains of a musician playing an instrument whose design had traveled thousands of miles from its origin. The legacy of the Silk Road endures in our modern world in countless ways. The foods we eat, the clothes we wear, The languages we speak, the technologies we use, many can trace their lineage to exchanges that occurred along these ancient routes. Even the concept of globalization itself, so central to our contemporary experience, had its early expression in the Silk Road networks that connected distant civilizations. In recent decades, there has been renewed interest in the historic Silk Road, with countries along its former routes developing new trade partnerships and cultural exchanges. China's Belt and Road Initiative explicitly invokes the legacy of these ancient pathways, while building modern infrastructure to connect Asia, Europe, and Africa. Whatever form these new connections take, they build upon foundations laid by countless merchants, travelers, and adventurers who crossed these lands before. As sleep draws ever closer, let your mind rest in the peaceful knowledge that you are part of this vast human story of connection and exchange. The same stars that guided Silk Road travelers still shine above. The same human desires for discovery, understanding, and connection still motivate us. The same capacity for wonder at encountering new ideas and experiences still enriches our lives. Your journey tonight along the Silk Road has been one of imagination, following ancient footsteps across deserts, mountains, and grasslands. As you prepare for sleep, picture yourself resting in a peaceful caravanserai, the day's travels complete. The stone walls around you have sheltered travelers for centuries, absorbing their stories, their hopes, their dreams. The soft blankets beneath you offer comfort after the rigors of the road. Outside, the stars wheel slowly overhead, marking the passage of time as they have for eons. The gentle rhythm of your breathing now matches the quiet breathing of fellow travelers, all finding rest before continuing their journeys tomorrow. There is a profound peace in this moment, a connection to all those who have traveled before and all who will come after. Your eyelids grow heavy, each blink lasting a little longer as the soothing weight of sleep begins to settle upon you. The boundaries between past and present, between history and dreams, grow softer and less distinct. The ancient Silk Road and your own journey towards sleep intertwine, both following natural pathways toward their destination. As you finally surrender to sleep, know that the connections forged along the Silk Road, between East and West, between different cultures and traditions, between past generations and our own, remain unbroken. These invisible threads of human exchange and understanding continue to weave through our world, creating patterns of remarkable beauty and resilience across the vast tapestry of time. Sleep now, traveler, and may your dreams be as rich and wonderful as the myriad treasures that once journeyed along the ancient Silk Road, carried carefully across mountains and deserts by those who came before us, connecting worlds that once seemed impossibly distant. In the gentle quiet of this moment, as you prepare to drift into slumber, let us journey back to a time of remarkable discovery and unwavering dedication. Tonight, we explore the extraordinary life of Marie Curie, a woman whose brilliant mind illuminated not only the scientific world, but also the very nature of matter itself. As you settle more comfortably, allow your thoughts to travel across time and space to Warsaw, Poland, in the late 19th century. On a crisp autumn day, the 7th of November, 1867, Maria Skłodowska was born into a world that would soon be transformed by her discoveries. She came from a family that valued knowledge above all else. Her father, Władysław Skłodowska, was a mathematics and physics teacher, and her mother, Bronisława, was a pianist and the headmistress of a prestigious girls' school. In their modest apartment, bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes of poetry, literature, and scientific texts that would spark young Maria's curiosity about the natural world. Warsaw in those days was under Russian control, a time of political oppression for the Polish people. The Russians had forbidden the teaching of Polish language and culture, yet in the Skłodowska household, national identity was nurtured in secret. Maria and her 4 siblings, Zofia, Joseph, Bronisława, and Helena, would gather around their father as he read Polish poetry and history by lamplight, instilling in them a love for their heritage and a resilience that would serve Maria well in her future endeavors. Maria was a child of remarkable intellect and determination. By the age of 4, she had taught herself to read, often sitting quietly in a corner with a book while her older siblings studied. Her prodigious memory and keen powers of concentration were evident even then. Her father, recognizing her exceptional abilities, encouraged her interest in science, sometimes bringing home laboratory equipment from his school to demonstrate simple experiments that delighted his youngest daughter. However, tragedy struck the family when Maria was only 10 years old. Her mother, after a 5-year battle with tuberculosis, passed away. The loss affected young Maria deeply, and she turned to her studies for solace, immersing herself in books and learning. It was perhaps during this difficult time that she developed the intense focus and dedication that would characterize her scientific work in later years. In the Russian-controlled educational system of Warsaw, opportunities for girls were severely limited. Despite being at the top of her class, Maria faced a future with few prospects for higher education. Girls were not permitted to attend the University of Warsaw, and the family's financial circumstances were strained. Nevertheless, Maria and her sister Bronisława dreamed of continuing their education at the Sorbonne in Paris, one of the few European universities that accepted women at that time. To make this dream a reality, the sisters formed a pact. Bronisława would go to Paris first, supported financially by Maria, who would work as a governess. Then, once Bronisława had established herself as a physician, she would help Maria to come to Paris to study. It was a plan that required immense patience and sacrifice, but Marie was undeterred. At the age of 18, Maria took a position as a governess with a wealthy Polish family, the Żurowskis, who lived in the countryside about 100 kilometers from Warsaw. There, she not only taught the children but also conducted a clandestine school for peasant children, teaching them to read and write in Polish, an act of defiance against Russian authorities. In her spare hours, she voraciously read books on physics, chemistry, and mathematics, preparing herself for the education she hoped to pursue. During this time, Maria also experienced her first love with Kazimierz Żurowski, the eldest son of her employers. The young mathematician returned her affections, but his family disapproved of the match, considering a mere governess beneath their son's station. The relationship eventually ended, leaving Maria heartbroken but perhaps even more determined to forge her own path in the world of science. After several years of working and saving, Maria's opportunity finally arrived. In the autumn of 1891, at the age of 24, she boarded a train bound for Paris, her heart full of anticipation and her mind brimming with scientific questions. The journey was long, the wooden seats of the third-class carriage uncomfortable, yet Maria hardly noticed the discomfort. So consumed was she by thoughts of the education that awaited her. Paris in the late 19th century was a city of light and learning, the epicenter of European culture and science. The cobblestone streets, grand boulevards, and magnificent architecture were a far cry from the familiar surroundings of Warsaw. Upon arrival, Maria changed her name to its French equivalent, Marie. It was a small change, yet symbolic of the transformation that had begun within her. From a Polish governess to a student of science at one of the world's most prestigious universities. Life in Paris was not easy for Marie. She rented a small, unheated attic room in the Latin Quarter, the traditional student district of Paris. To save money for books and laboratory fees, she often subsisted on little more than bread, butter, and tea. During the harsh winter months, she would sleep fully clothed, piling her spare clothes on top of her thin blanket for warmth. Yet, despite these hardships, Marie was happier than she had ever been, immersed in the world of scientific inquiry that she had so long dreamed of entering. At the Sorbonne, Marie was one of only 23 women among the 2,000 students enrolled in the Faculty of Sciences. Her dedication was unmatched. She studied day and night, often forgetting to eat as she lost herself in her work. Her exceptional abilities quickly became apparent to her professors, who were impressed by her analytical mind and her capacity for sustained, focused work. Marie completed her master's degree in physics in 1893, ranking first in her class. A year later, she earned a second degree in mathematics. These achievements were extraordinary for any student, but particularly remarkable for a woman in a field dominated by men. Yet, Marie's greatest scientific contributions still lay ahead, awaiting a fortuitous meeting that would change the course of her life and the history of science. It was in the spring of 1894 that Marie was introduced to Pierre Curie, a physicist who was already known for his groundbreaking work on magnetism and crystals. Their meeting was arranged by a mutual friend who thought Pierre might be able to provide laboratory space for Marie's work. What began as a professional relationship quickly blossomed into something deeper. In Pierre, Marie found not only an intellectual equal, but also a soul who shared her passion for scientific discovery and her belief in the importance of pure research. Pierre was struck by Marie's intelligence and dedication. He later wrote in his journal, "She is a genius." Their conversations ranged from the properties of magnetism to the latest discoveries in radioactivity, each finding in the other a mind that could follow and contribute to their most complex thoughts. Gradually, their scientific collaboration evolved into a deep and abiding love. Pierre proposed marriage to Marie, but initially she hesitated. She had planned to return to Poland after completing her studies, to contribute to the education of her countrymen. Yet the pull of love and the promise of a scientific partnership proved too strong to resist. On the 26th of July, 1895, Marie and Pierre were married in a simple civil ceremony in Sceaux, a suburb of Paris. Pierre's gift to his bride was not a traditional piece of jewelry, but a bicycle, symbolizing the freedom and independence that they both cherished. Their honeymoon was a bicycle tour of the French countryside, the newlyweds stopping occasionally to jot down scientific ideas or discuss the research they were eager to begin. It was an unconventional start to a marriage that would be defined by its remarkable scientific collaboration and deep mutual respect. As you imagine this scene, two brilliant minds cycling through the picturesque landscape of rural France, sharing dreams of scientific discovery, let yourself be carried along with them, feeling the gentle rhythm of their journey. The Curies established a modest household in Paris, dividing their time between domestic life and their scientific pursuits. They lived simply, investing what money they had in their laboratory equipment rather than in comfort or luxury. Their small apartment became a haven of intellectual exchange and quiet companionship, the two scientists often working side by side late into the night, illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. In 1897, their family expanded with the birth of their first daughter, Irene. Marie balanced the demands of motherhood with her scientific work, sometimes bringing baby Irene to the laboratory, where she slept in a drawer lined with blankets while her parents conducted experiments. It was an unusual arrangement for the time, yet it reflected Marie's determination to fulfill both her maternal and scientific roles without sacrificing either. As the 19th century drew to a close, Marie began to search for a subject for her doctoral thesis. She was drawn to the recent discovery by Henri Becquerel of mysterious rays emitted by uranium compounds, rays that seemed to contradict the fundamental laws of energy conservation. Where did this energy come from? What was its nature? These questions fascinated Marie, and she decided to make them the focus of her research. With remarkable ingenuity, Marie developed methods to measure the faint electrical effects produced by uranium rays using an electrometer designed by Pierre and his brother. Working in a converted shed with poor ventilation and leaky windows, Marie meticulously tested numerous substances to see if they too emitted these mysterious rays. She discovered that thorium, like uranium, was radioactive, a term she herself coined to describe this property. But Marie's most significant finding came when she tested various uranium ores. She observed that pitchblende, a uranium-rich ore, was more radioactive than could be accounted for by its uranium content alone. This led her to a bold conclusion. Pitchblende must contain traces of an unknown element that was highly radioactive. With this insight, Marie embarked on a quest to isolate this new element, a journey that would require years of painstaking work and incredible persistence. Pierre, recognizing the importance of Marie's discovery, set aside his own research on crystals to join her in this endeavor. Together, they began the laborious process of chemical separation, working with hundreds of pounds of pitchblende in their search for the elusive new element. The work was physically demanding and potentially hazardous, though the dangers of radiation exposure were not yet understood. The Curies processed ton after ton of pitchblende in their rudimentary laboratory, gradually concentrating the radioactive components. In July 1898, they announced the discovery of a new element, which they named polonium in honor of Marie's native Poland. A few months later, in December of the same year, they discovered a second new element, which they named radium for its intense radioactivity. These announcements sent ripples through the scientific community, yet the Curies were not satisfied with merely detecting the presence of these elements. They wanted to isolate them in their pure form, particularly radium, to study its properties. The process of isolating radium would take another 4 years of relentless work. The Curies had to process enormous quantities of pitchblende to extract minute amounts of radium chloride. They worked in difficult conditions, their laboratory little more than a shed with a leaky roof and uneven floor. During winter, they endured freezing temperatures. In summer, they suffered from stifling heat. Yet they persevered, driven by their shared vision and passion for discovery. As you contemplate the dedication of these two scientists, working tirelessly in their humble laboratory, feel a sense of calm admiration washing over you. Their story reminds us that great achievements often come not from flashy facilities or abundant resources, but from patience, persistence, and a deep belief in the value of one's work. Allow this thought to settle gently in your mind as we pause in our narrative. The image of Marie and Pierre Curie bent over their experiments, their faces illuminated by the faint blue glow of radium, guiding us toward the realm of dreams. In 1903, Marie Curie's dedication to science culminated in a monumental achievement. She became the first woman to be awarded a Nobel Prize. The Nobel Committee honored Marie, along with Pierre Curie and Henri Becquerel, with the Nobel Prize in Physics for their extraordinary research on radiation. As you settle more deeply into comfort, imagine the Grand Hall in Stockholm, illuminated by crystal chandeliers, where Marie stood with quiet dignity to receive this prestigious recognition, breaking barriers that had long confined women to the periphery of scientific achievement. Despite this newfound recognition, the Curies remained humble and devoted to their work. They chose not to patent their processes or otherwise profit from the discovery of radium, believing that scientific knowledge should belong to all humanity. This decision, though it kept them from financial prosperity, reflected their pure dedication to the advancement of science. Their laboratory continued to be a simple place of experimentation and discovery, rather than a center of commercial enterprise. The glow of success was briefly dimmed on the 19th of April, 1906, when tragedy struck without warning. Pierre Curie, crossing a busy Paris street in heavy rain, was fatally struck by a horse-drawn carriage. In an instant, Marie lost not only her beloved husband, but also her scientific partner and closest confidant. The weight of grief settled upon her like a heavy mantle. Yet even in her profound sorrow, Marie's commitment to their shared scientific vision remained unshaken. With remarkable resilience, Marie assumed Pierre's teaching position at the Sorbonne, becoming the institution's first female professor. Standing before a packed lecture hall, she began exactly where Pierre had left off, her voice steady despite her grief. This moment marked another significant milestone. It was the first time a woman had taught at the prestigious institution in its 650-year history. In the years that followed, Marie threw herself into her work with renewed intensity, perhaps finding in the familiar rhythms of scientific inquiry a refuge from her grief. She continued to study the properties of radioactive elements, refining measurement techniques and exploring potential applications. Her dedication was rewarded in 1911 when she received an unprecedented second Nobel Prize, this time in chemistry, for her discovery of polonium and radium. With this achievement, Marie Curie became not only the first person to receive Nobel Prizes in two different scientific fields, but also the only woman to be recognized twice. The same year brought unwelcome scandal when news of a relationship between Marie and physicist Paul Langevin, a former student of Pierre's who was married though separated from his wife, became public. The French press attacked her viciously, focusing on her gender and foreign birth rather than her scientific accomplishments. Despite the painful public scrutiny, Marie maintained her dignity and refused to let the controversy deter her from her work. When World War I erupted across Europe in 1914, Marie Curie found a new purpose for her scientific knowledge. Recognizing that X-ray technology could help doctors locate shrapnel and bullets in wounded soldiers, she established mobile radiography units. Marie personally drove these little Curies, as they came to be known, to the front lines, often with her 17-year-old daughter Irene by her side. Together, they trained nurses and doctors in the use of the equipment, saving countless lives and limbs through their efforts. As the gentle current of our story continues to flow, imagine Marie in those wartime years, her resolute figure silhouetted against the twilight as she navigates her vehicle along rough country roads. The soft purring of the engine and the gentle sway of the car over uneven terrain create a rhythm much like the steady beat of waves against a shore. Feel yourself rocking slightly with this soothing motion, allowing tension to gradually release from your shoulders and neck. After the war, Marie returned to her scientific work with renewed vigor. In 1921, she traveled to the United States, where she was welcomed with great enthusiasm. American women had raised funds to purchase a gram of radium for her research, presenting it to her as a gift during a White House ceremony with President Warren G. Harding. This journey across the Atlantic Ocean, with its gentle rocking motion and the soft, continuous sound of waves breaking against the ship's hull, brought Marie a rare opportunity for rest and reflection. Throughout these busy years, Marie found joy and pride in her daughters. Irene followed in her mother's footsteps, pursuing a career in science, while Eve developed talents in music and writing. The Curie home, though modest, was filled with stimulating conversation, music, and the shared love of learning. In the evenings, after long hours in the laboratory, Marie would often sit with her daughters, sometimes reading aloud from beloved books or simply enjoying quiet moments together by the warm glow of the fireplace. In 1925, Marie's scientific legacy was honored with the establishment of the Curie Foundation in Paris, dedicated to medical research and the treatment of cancer using radiation. The foundation grew to include a research laboratory and a hospital, continuing the practical application of Marie's discoveries for the benefit of humanity. This institution stands today as a living monument to her vision and compassion. As the years passed, Marie's health began to deteriorate, affected by her long exposure to radiation. The harmful effects of radiation were not fully understood during much of her career, and she had handled radioactive materials without protective equipment for decades. Her laboratory notebooks from this period are still so contaminated with radioactive material that they remain stored in lead-lined boxes, too dangerous to handle without protection. On the 4th of July, 1934, at the sanatorium of Saint-Salamos in the French Alps, Marie Curie's remarkable journey came to an end. She passed away from a plastic anemia, likely caused by her prolonged exposure to radiation. She was laid to rest beside her husband in the cemetery of Sceaux, united once more with her scientific partner and the love of her life. In 1995, in recognition of their immense contributions to science and humanity, the remains of Marie and Pierre Curie were transferred to the Panthéon in Paris, a mausoleum reserved for France's most distinguished citizens. Marie became the first and only woman to be honored in this way based on her own achievements, a final acknowledgement of her exceptional place in history. As our story of Marie Curie draws toward its close, allow yourself to drift more deeply into relaxation. Feel your breathing becoming slower and more regular, like the gentle ebb and flow of tides. Imagine the soft blue glow of radium that so fascinated Marie, a calming luminescence that seems to pulse with the rhythm of your own heartbeat. The legacy of Marie Curie shines as brightly as the elements she discovered, illuminating not just the history of science, but also the potential that lies within the human spirit. Her life reminds us that boundaries, whether of gender, nationality, or scientific knowledge, are meant to be transcended by those with the courage and persistence to challenge them. Like Marie, we all have within us the capacity for discovery, for pushing beyond the known into realms of new possibility. As your thoughts become more peaceful, consider how Marie's work continues to touch lives today. The radiation therapy that helps cancer patients, the nuclear medicine that diagnoses illnesses, the smoke detectors that protect homes all trace their lineage back to the pioneering work done in that humble shed laboratory in Paris. Marie's discoveries flow through time like a river, branching into countless streams of scientific and medical advancement. With each breath you take now, imagine drawing in the same air that once filled Marie's lungs as she contemplated the mysteries of radioactivity. Feel a connection across time to this remarkable woman who changed our understanding of the physical world. The atoms in your body, like those Marie studied so carefully, are in a state of perfect balance, each one exactly where it should be. The night sky that now stretches above you is the same canvas of stars that Marie gazed upon during late evenings in her laboratory, or while walking home through the streets of Paris. Those stars continue their slow dance across the heavens, steady and unchanging, a reminder of the constancy that underlies all change. Allow your mind to drift upward toward those stars, feeling lighter with each passing moment. The quiet persistence that characterized Marie's work invites us to find that same quality within ourselves, not the frantic energy of hurried achievement, but the deep, patient dedication to what truly matters. In the stillness of this moment, recognize your own capacity for that kind of steady, meaningful effort. Like the gradual process of scientific discovery, true rest comes not in sudden leaps, but in gentle, incremental releases of tension. Marie Curie once wrote, "One never notices what has been done. One can only see what remains to be done. Yet now, as sleep begins to envelop you, there is nothing that remains to be done. No experiments to conduct, no papers to write, no barriers to break. There is only the present moment, perfect in its simplicity, complete in itself." The rhythm of your breathing has now become like the slow, methodical pace of Marie's experimental work, measured, deliberate, and ultimately transformative. Each exhalation releases any remaining tension, while each inhalation brings a deeper sense of peace. Your body grows heavier against the surface supporting you, as if gently pulled by the same gravitational forces that Marie studied in her physics classes. Marie's story teaches us that even the most brilliant light must eventually find rest, that periods of activity must be balanced by periods of recuperation. She worked tirelessly in her laboratory, yet understood the renewal that comes from quiet moments in nature, from time spent with loved ones, from the deep restoration of sleep. As consciousness begins to dissolve into the welcoming embrace of slumber, imagine Marie Curie's discoveries as tiny points of light, like the phosphorescent materials she studied, glowing softly in the darkness. These gentle illuminations guide you towards sleep, each one a reminder of human ingenuity and wonder, each one a testament to what can be accomplished through dedication and vision. Your journey into the realm of dreams has been prepared by the inspiring story of Marie Curie, a woman who dared to explore the invisible world of atoms and energy. As you drift deeper into that mysterious landscape of sleep, know that like Marie, you are venturing into a realm of transformation and renewal, a place where new insights await and where the mind finds its perfect equilibrium. Sleep now comes easily and naturally, flowing over you like the invisible waves of energy that Marie measured in her laboratory. Your thoughts grow quiet, your breathing deep and even. The boundaries between wakefulness and sleep become less distinct, just as Marie blurred the boundaries between the possible and impossible. Rest in the knowledge that, like the elements Marie discovered, your essence remains unchanged, even as consciousness transforms into the peaceful state of slumber. In this perfect stillness, with the story of Marie Curie settled gently in your mind, allow yourself to surrender completely to sleep. The remarkable journey of this pioneering scientist has guided you to this moment of tranquility, where her legacy of persistence, courage, and discovery continues to radiate quietly through time, touching your dreams with its gentle, luminous glow. In the gentle embrace of history, there lies a remarkable period of human endeavor, the age of exploration. As you settle comfortably and allow your mind to drift back through the centuries, imagine a world where the edges of maps were adorned with mysterious creatures and vast expanses of unknown waters. A world where the phrase, "beyond the horizon," carried both tremendous fear and irresistible allure. This was the world of the 15th and 16th centuries, when brave souls set sail on wooden vessels, guided by stars and rudimentary instruments, their hearts filled with curiosity about what lay beyond the known world. The story of exploration begins not with a sudden departure, but with centuries of gradual curiosity. Long before European ships ventured into uncharted waters, humans had always wondered what existed beyond the familiar. The ancient Polynesians navigated vast stretches of the Pacific Ocean using only the stars and currents as their guides. Chinese explorers of the early 15th century, led by Admiral Zheng He, sailed impressive treasure fleets across the Indian Ocean, reaching distant shores of Africa. The Vikings, with their legendary seamanship, reached North America centuries before Columbus would make his famous journey. But it was in Portugal, a small kingdom perched on the western edge of Europe, where the age of exploration as we know it truly began to take shape. Picture the Portuguese coast, where the land meets the Atlantic Ocean in dramatic cliffs and quiet harbors. Here, in the early 15th century, a curious and determined prince named Henry, later known as Henry the Navigator, established a school of navigation at Sagres. Though he rarely sailed himself, Prince Henry sponsored voyages of discovery, gathered navigational knowledge, and improved ship design, particularly the development of the caravel, a nimble vessel with triangular lateen sails that could sail more effectively against the wind. As you breathe deeply and allow your mind to wander along these coastal paths, Imagine the workshops where mapmakers carefully updated their charts with each new discovery, the observatories where astronomers studied the stars to aid navigation, and the docks where sailors shared stories of distant shores. The air is filled with the scent of salt, wood, and possibility. Under Prince Henry's guidance, Portuguese captains began to venture southward along the African coast. Each expedition sailed a little further than the last, gradually mapping the western shoreline of a continent that had previously been little known to Europeans. These voyages were not merely adventures, but calculated endeavors with specific goals: to find a sea route to the rich spice markets of Asia, to discover sources of gold and other precious resources, and to spread Christianity to new lands. One of these Portuguese explorers was Bartolomeu Dias, who in 1488 became the first European to sail around the southern tip of Africa, which he named the Cape of Storms. Later, it would be renamed the Cape of Good Hope, reflecting the optimism that this discovery brought, for it meant that a sea route to India might indeed be possible. Imagine Dias standing on the deck of his ship, the wind tousling his hair as he gazed upon the meeting point of two great oceans, the Atlantic and the Indian, knowing that he had accomplished something remarkable. The culmination of Portugal's African explorations came when Vasco da Gama finally reached India in 1498, establishing the long-sought sea route to the spice markets of Asia. As he dropped anchor in the harbor of Calicut on India's southwestern coast, after an arduous journey of nearly a year, he opened a new chapter in global trade and connection. The sense of exotic spices, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg would have filled his senses as he stepped ashore, a tangible reward for the risks undertaken. While Portugal focused its efforts eastward, neighboring Spain looked west. In the court of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, an Italian navigator named Christopher Columbus proposed a bold plan. He believed he could reach Asia by sailing westward across the Atlantic Ocean. Though his geographical calculations were flawed, he severely underestimated the Earth's circumference. His conviction was unwavering. Imagine the scene in August 1492 as Columbus's three small ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, departed from the port of Palos de la Frontera. The morning sun glints on the water as friends and family gather to bid farewell to the cruise. Some are hopeful, others skeptical, but all understand the magnitude of what these men are attempting. Columbus stands on the deck, feeling the familiar motion of a ship under his feet, his mind fixed on the wealth and recognition that success would bring. After a stop in the Canary Islands, Columbus and his crew sailed westward into unknown waters. Day after day passed with nothing but the vast expanse of the Atlantic surrounding them. The steady rhythm of the waves against the hull, the creaking of the wooden ships, and the flapping of sails became the soundtrack of their existence. As weeks passed with no sight of land, tension grew among the crew. They watched the sun set each evening, wondering if they were sailing toward glory or doom. Then on the 12th of October, 1492, a lookout spotted land. Columbus had reached what we now know as the Bahamas, believing he had found a route to Asia. He would make 3 more voyages to the Caribbean and the mainland of Central and South America, never fully realizing that he had encountered continents previously unknown to Europeans. He had not found a new route to Asia, but instead had initiated contact between 2 worlds that had developed separately for thousands of years. The implications of Columbus's voyages were immense and far-reaching. News of lands rich in gold, silver, and other resources spread quickly throughout Europe. Soon, other nations joined the race for exploration and conquest. The Spanish conquistadors, Hernán Cortés and Francisco Pizarro, led expeditions that resulted in the fall of the Aztec and Inca empires, respectively. The wealth that flowed back to Spain from these conquests funded further expeditions and established Spain as a dominant global power. Meanwhile, John Cabot, sailing for England, explored the coastline of North America in 1497. The following year, Vasco da Gama completed his historic voyage to India. In 1500, Pedro Alvarez Cabral, intending to follow da Gama's route to India, veered westward and accidentally discovered Brazil. The world was being revealed, piece by piece, through the courage and determination of these explorers. Perhaps one of the most remarkable voyages of this era was that of Ferdinand Magellan. In 1519, he set out with 5 ships and approximately 270 men to find a western route to the Spice Islands. After crossing the Atlantic, Magellan searched for a passage through the American continent. He found it at the southern tip of South America, the strait that now bears his name, a treacherous journey through narrow, wind-whipped channels. Imagine being aboard one of Magellan's ships as they navigated these unknown waters. The towering cliffs on either side, the unpredictable currents, the constant anxiety of running aground, all while supplies dwindled and the crew grew increasingly restless. Yet Magellan pressed on, driven by the vision of completing his mission. After 38 days in the strait, Magellan's fleet emerged into a vast, calm ocean, which he named the Pacific, meaning peaceful. Little did he know that this ocean covered nearly 1/3 of the Earth's surface, and the crossing would take far longer than anticipated. For 3 months, the ship sailed across the Pacific, their crews suffering from starvation and scurvy. Many died during this crossing, but finally, in March 1521, they reached the Philippines. Though Magellan himself was killed in a conflict with local inhabitants, one of his ships, the Victoria, continued the journey. Under the command of Juan Sebastián Elcano, it crossed the Indian Ocean, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and returned to Spain in September 1522, completing the first circumnavigation of the globe. Of the original 270 men, only 18 returned, their faces weathered by sun and salt, their bodies thin from hardship, but their achievement monumental. They had proven beyond doubt that the Earth was indeed round and that the oceans were all connected. As these explorers sailed and mapped and claimed territories, they were not merely traveling across physical space, but were also traversing cultural boundaries. The Age of Exploration initiated an unprecedented exchange of plants, animals, cultures, technologies, and ideas between different parts of the world, what historians later termed the Columbian Exchange. European crops such as wheat were introduced to the Americas, while American crops like potatoes, tomatoes, and corn transformed European agriculture and diets. Unfortunately, diseases also traveled with the explorers, decimating indigenous populations who had no immunity to them. As the Age of Exploration continued to unfold across the vast canvas of the oceans, new figures emerged to write their names in the annals of maritime history. With each voyage, the world seemed to grow both larger in its discovered expanse and smaller in its newfound connectedness. The steady rhythm of discovery continued, like the gentle, persistent waves that carried these brave souls across unknown waters. In the wake of Magellan's momentous circumnavigation, other explorers set forth with renewed vigor. The Spanish continued to extend their influence throughout the Americas, while Portugal strengthened its presence in Brazil, Africa, and the spice-rich islands of Southeast Asia. Imagine these trading posts and colonies dotting coastlines around the world, like stars in a constellation of human connection, each illuminating a point of contact between different cultures and ways of life. France, not to be left behind, sent Jacques Cartier to explore the northern reaches of the Americas. Between 1534 and 1542, Cartier mapped the Gulf of St. Lawrence and traveled up the great river that would become a central artery of French Canada. Picture him sailing through the mist-shrouded waters, the dense forests of pine and spruce lining the shores, the crisp northern air filling his lungs as he claimed these lands for France. The English, too, joined the quest for new territories and trade routes. Sir Francis Drake, a skilled mariner and privateer, became the first Englishman to circumnavigate the globe between 1577 and 1580. His ship, the Golden Hind, returned laden with Spanish treasure, much to the delight of Queen Elizabeth I. Envision Drake standing on the weathered deck of his ship, the salt spray clinging to his beard, his eyes scanning the horizon for opportunities and dangers alike as he navigated through uncharted waters. In the far north, explorers searched for another coveted route, the Northwest Passage. This hypothetical sea route through the Arctic would provide a shorter path between Europe and Asia. Pioneers like Martin Frobisher, John Davis, and Henry Hudson braved the icy waters and treacherous conditions of the Arctic in search of this elusive passage. Imagine the silence of those frozen landscapes, broken only by the cracking of ice against wooden hulls and the calls of seabirds, as these men charted the northern coastlines of North America. As each journey added new details to maps that had once been mostly blank, a more complete picture of the world began to emerge. No longer could map makers fill unknown spaces with fantastical creatures and warnings of doom. Instead, they carefully recorded coastlines, harbors, islands, and navigational hazards. The world was becoming known, measured, and documented with increasing precision. These voyages of discovery were not just scientific endeavors, but also commercial and political ventures. European powers competed fiercely for control of trade routes and territories. The spice trade, in particular, drove much of the exploration eastward. Cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, and pepper commanded extraordinary prices in European markets, making the journey to the Spice Islands, the Moluccas in present-day Indonesia, worth the considerable risks involved. Feel your breath becoming slower and deeper as you envision these trading ships, their holds filled with exotic treasures, not just spices, but also silk, porcelain, and precious metals. The scents of these valuable cargoes would have mingled with the ever-present smell of the sea, creating an aromatic symphony that signaled the increasing interconnectedness of distant lands. The establishment of trading companies, such as the Dutch East India Company founded in 1602, marked a new phase in exploration and commerce. These powerful organizations operated with the authority to establish colonies, maintain armies, and conduct diplomacy with foreign powers. They were commercial entities with the reach and influence of nations, shaping the political and economic landscape of regions far from their European headquarters. As you relax more deeply, picture the bustling ports that grew from these trade networks. Lisbon, Seville, Amsterdam, and London became gateways to the wider world, their harbors crowded with ships from distant shores, their markets filled with goods and people from across the globe. The air would have been thick with the sounds of dozens of languages, the shouts of sailors and merchants, the creaking of ships at anchor, and the constant motion of a world being reshaped by exploration and exchange. The age of exploration was not without its darker aspects. The European powers' quest for wealth and dominance led to colonization, exploitation, and the tragic displacement and decimation of indigenous populations. Diseases introduced by European explorers and settlers had devastating effects on native peoples who had no immunity to them. The transatlantic slave trade, which began in this era, would cause immeasurable suffering and leave a painful legacy that continues to resonate today. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts drift more freely, consider how this period of history, despite its complexities and contradictions, fundamentally altered the course of human civilization. The world before and after the age of exploration was profoundly different, connected in ways that would have been unimaginable to previous generations. By the early 17th century, The initial phase of global exploration was drawing to a close. Most of the world's major land masses had been mapped, at least in outline, and the great oceans had been crossed multiple times. The search for new knowledge shifted to more detailed exploration of continental interiors and scientific understanding of the lands already discovered. Take another deep breath and feel the gentle weight of history surrounding you like a comfortable blanket. The steady pulse of ocean waves that carried these explorers across vast distances now carries you toward deeper relaxation. The rhythmic motion of ships on ancient seas becomes the rhythm of your own breathing, steady, consistent, peaceful. As night falls on our historical journey, imagine the explorers of old gazing up at the same stars that now shine above you. These celestial guides, so crucial for navigation, connected generations of voyagers to one another and to you. The North Star, the Southern Cross, Orion's Belt. These constellations provided direction and comfort to sailors far from home, just as they now watch over your own journey toward restful sleep. The legacy of these intrepid explorers lives on in the world we inhabit today. The global connections they established, for better and for worse, shaped the modern era of international trade, cultural exchange, and geopolitical relations. Their courage in facing the unknown reminds us of humanity's enduring desire to push beyond known boundaries and discover what lies beyond the horizon. As your mind drifts like a ship on tranquil waters, consider the quiet determination that drove these explorers forward day after day. Despite uncertainty, despite fear, despite hardship, they continued their journeys, 1 nautical mile at a time, 1 star sighting at a time, 1 coastline at a time. There is wisdom in this patient persistence, this willingness to continue moving forward even when the destination remains unclear. The night sky above the ocean is a canvas of infinite peace, scattered with stars that seem to breathe with ancient light. Imagine lying on the deck of a sailing ship, gently rocking with the motion of calm seas, with nothing but the vast expanse of stars above and the soft sounds of water against the hull below. Feel the cool night air against your skin, carrying the clean scent of salt and possibility. Like the explorers who found safe harbors after long journeys, you too are finding a place of rest and renewal. The waters of consciousness grow calmer with each breath, each heartbeat. The distant shores of sleep draw nearer with each passing moment. There is no need to chart this course or navigate these waters consciously. Your body and mind know the way to peaceful slumber. The maps created during the Age of Exploration were works in progress, continually refined and improved with new information. Similarly, each night's journey to sleep is unique, following familiar paths but always containing new discoveries. There is no need to rush this journey or to worry about its exact course. Like the sea itself, sleep has its own natural rhythm, its own tides and currents that will carry you gently to where you need to go. Feel the tension in your body melting away like morning mist over tropical waters. Your limbs grow heavier, more distant, as if floating on a calm sea. Your breathing deepens and slows, like the measured cadence of ocean waves meeting a sandy shore. Your thoughts become less distinct, merging and flowing into one another like watercolors on damp paper. In those quiet moments just before sleep, there is a peacefulness reminiscent of a ship with sails furled, anchored in a protected bay after a long voyage. The day's discoveries have been made, the charts have been updated, and now there is time for rest and integration. Nothing more needs to be accomplished. No further distances need to be traveled tonight. As the explorers of old trusted the stars to guide them home, you can trust your body's natural wisdom to guide you into restorative sleep. The same universal forces that govern the tides and the turning of the earth are at work within you, creating cycles of wakefulness and rest, activity and renewal. There is profound comfort, in surrendering to these natural rhythms, in allowing yourself to be carried along by forces greater and more ancient than conscious thought. The true legacy of the age of exploration was not just in maps drawn or territories claimed, but in humanity's expanded understanding of its place in a vast and interconnected world. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you this sense of belonging to something larger than yourself, a continuous human story that stretches back through centuries of curiosity, courage, and connection. Let each breath now become a gentle current, carrying you deeper into tranquility. Let each heartbeat be like the steady rhythm of waves against the shore of consciousness. The distant horizon of wakefulness grows dimmer as the peaceful waters of sleep rise to meet you, to embrace you, to carry you into dreams as vast and wondrous as the oceans themselves. Sleep now approaches like a friendly shore after a long voyage, offering rest and restoration. Your exploration of wakefulness comes to its natural conclusion as the stars of consciousness slowly fade into the gentle darkness of slumber. Like countless explorers before you, you have journeyed through your day and now find safe harbor in the quiet waters of night. Rest now, as the quiet stars wheel overhead and the gentle ocean of sleep carries you to distant peaceful shores. Tomorrow will bring new horizons, new discoveries, new wonders. But for now, there is only the peaceful rocking of the waves, the soft whisper of the breeze, and the eternal comfort of coming home to rest after a day's explorations. Like a ship's log recording the day's journey, your mind has stored the experiences and lessons of today. Now the ink dries, the book closes, and the quiet night embraces ship and sailor alike in peaceful stillness. Sleep well, dream deeply, and awaken renewed, ready to explore whatever new shores tomorrow may bring. In the quiet woodland clearings of Kentucky, where morning mist clung to the trees and birdsong filled the air, a remarkable American story began on the 12th of February, 1809. In a humble log cabin with a dirt floor, Nancy Hanks Lincoln gave birth to a son named Abraham, a child whose journey would one day reshape a nation divided. The cabin stood in Hardin County, now known as LaRue County, a simple structure of rough-hewn timber that offered little protection from the elements, yet sheltered the beginnings of greatness. Young Abraham entered a world of frontier simplicity, where survival demanded constant work and resilience. His father, Thomas Lincoln, a carpenter and farmer of modest means, taught the boy early lessons in perseverance and self-reliance. His mother, Nancy, a gentle woman who could neither read nor write, nonetheless instilled in her son a curiosity about the world beyond their woodland home. In the flickering light of the hearth, she would share folk tales and biblical stories that awakened young Abraham's imagination and planted seeds of wisdom that would flower in later years. The Lincoln family lived close to the rhythms of nature, rising with the sun and retiring as darkness fell. Their days followed the changing seasons, planting in spring, tending crops through summer's heat, harvesting in autumn's golden light, and surviving winter's chill through careful preparation. Young Abraham learned to shoulder his share of responsibilities early, his tall, lanky frame becoming strong through the daily tasks of frontier life. He split rails for fences, a skill that would later earn him the nickname the Rail Splitter during his presidential campaign, and he helped clear land for planting, his hands growing calloused beyond his years. When Abraham was just 7 years old, the family moved to the wilderness of southern Indiana, seeking better opportunities and more stable land ownership. The journey was arduous, with the family's possessions loaded onto a wagon as they made their way through forests and across streams to their new homestead. There, they established another modest cabin, this one in the forests of Little Pigeon Creek. The move marked the beginning of both hardship and growth for young Abraham. In Indiana, tragedy visited the Lincoln family. When Abraham was 9 years old, his mother Nancy fell ill with the milk sickness, a disease contracted from drinking milk from cows that had grazed on poisonous white snakeroot. As autumn painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Nancy Hanks Lincoln slipped away from this world, leaving young Abraham and his sister Sarah bereft. The loss of his mother cast a shadow of melancholy over Abraham that many who knew him would later recognize as a recurring aspect of his temperament, a certain thoughtful sadness that seemed to deepen his capacity for compassion. For nearly a year, the Lincoln children lived with only their father's inconsistent care, but then came a change that would profoundly influence Abraham's development. Thomas Lincoln returned to Kentucky and married Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow with 3 children of her own. When she arrived at the Indiana cabin, she found 2 neglected children and a household in disarray. With energy and determination, she transformed their lives, bringing order, warmth, and encouragement to the home. Sarah Bush Lincoln quickly recognized something special in her gangly, thoughtful stepson. Though herself illiterate, she encouraged Abraham's growing passion for learning. She brought books into the household and, most importantly, created space in his daily life for the pursuit of knowledge. Under her nurturing influence, Abraham's natural intelligence flourished. By the gentle glow of firelight, after long days of physical labor, the boy would stretch out on the cabin floor, reading and rereading the few precious books available to him: the Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, and Pilgrim's Progress. These volumes, along with later editions like a biography of George Washington and a history of the United States, formed the foundation of Lincoln's education. Though he would later remark that his formal schooling amounted to less than a year in total, by littles as he described it, his self-education was remarkable in its depth and breadth. He would walk miles to borrow books and developed a practice of copying passages that struck him as particularly meaningful, using charcoal to write on wooden boards when paper was scarce. He committed poems and speeches to memory, reciting them as he worked in the fields, his voice blending with the rustle of corn leaves and the songs of meadowlarks. As he grew into adolescence, Abraham's height became remarkable, eventually reaching 6 feet 4 inches. His physical strength matched his stature, and stories spread of his prowess in wrestling and rail-splitting competitions. Yet it was his character and intellect that truly set him apart. Neighbors noted his honesty, a trait so pronounced that it would later earn him the enduring nickname, Honest Abe. They also recognized his gift for storytelling and his quick, often self-deprecating wit. Around evening fires and at community gatherings, young Lincoln could hold listeners spellbound with his tales and jokes, developing the communication skills that would later serve him so well in courtrooms and on political platforms. When Abraham was 17, another significant shift occurred in his life. His sister Sarah, his closest companion through childhood's joys and sorrows, married Aaron Grigsby. Within a year, she died in childbirth, adding another layer to the sense of loss that seemed to follow Lincoln throughout his life. The depth of his grief spoke to his capacity for attachment and the sensitivity of his heart, qualities that would later enable him to carry the nation's suffering during its darkest hours. As Abraham approached adulthood, his relationship with his father grew increasingly strained. Thomas Lincoln, while not unkind, had little patience for his son's intellectual pursuits, viewing them as distractions from the practical work of survival. He would sometimes take Abraham's books away or interrupt his reading to assign chores. The gulf between father and son widened as it became clear that Abraham aspired to a life beyond the limitations of the frontier. In 1830, when Abraham was 21, Thomas Lincoln decided to move the family once again, this time to Illinois. After helping his father establish a new homestead in Macon County, Abraham made the momentous decision to strike out on his own. With little more than the clothes on his back and the knowledge in his head, he left his family behind and set off toward New Salem, Illinois, where opportunity beckoned. New Salem represented a new chapter in Lincoln's life, one where his unusual combination of physical strength, intellectual curiosity, and character would begin to find its purpose. The settlement along the Sangamon River was small but vibrant, a place where the ambitious young man could test his abilities in various roles. He clerked in a store, where his scrupulous honesty in even the smallest transactions reinforced his reputation for integrity. He enlisted briefly in the Black Hawk War, where his natural leadership led to his election as captain of his volunteer company, providing his first taste of public trust. Most significantly, New Salem was where Lincoln's political consciousness began to take shape. He started to develop the principles that would guide him throughout his career, a belief in opportunity for all, in the dignity of labor, and in the promise of American democracy. He read law books borrowed from local attorneys, stretching his mind around complex legal concepts and laying the groundwork for his future career. It was also in New Salem that Lincoln experienced his first heartbreak. His courtship of Anne Rutledge, a young woman of gentle spirit and intelligence, ended tragically when she died of typhoid fever in 1835. Though historians debate the depth of their relationship, Lincoln fell into a period of profound depression after her death, revealing the tender heart that beat beneath his increasingly composed exterior. As evening settled over New Salem, with lamps being lit in cabin windows and the sound of the Sangamon River's waters creating a gentle backdrop, Abraham Lincoln stood at the threshold of his future. The self-educated frontier boy had become a man of growing substance, his mind filled with ideas and ambitions, his character tempered by loss and hardship, his resolve strengthened by the challenges he had already overcome. The road ahead would lead him to Springfield, to the practice of law, to marriage, to politics, and eventually to Washington. But in these formative years, in the quiet moments of reading by firelight, and in the community of a small Illinois settlement, the essential Lincoln, thoughtful, determined, and deeply humane, was already emerging. As we pause in our story, imagine the young Lincoln standing by the Sangamon River at dusk, the water reflecting the first stars appearing in the evening sky. His tall figure is silhouetted against the fading light, his thoughts turning to the possibilities that await in the wider world. The day's work is done, and a momentary peace settles over the landscape, much as it now settles over you as you listen to this tale of an extraordinary American journey just beginning to unfold. As we continue our journey through the life of Abraham Lincoln, we find him in Springfield, Illinois, where the self-educated frontier lawyer had established himself in the community. The air in Springfield carried the scent of possibility, of growth and change, much like the Illinois prairie that stretched around the growing town. Here, Lincoln's legal practice flourished, his long frame becoming a familiar sight as he traveled the 8th Judicial Circuit, riding from courthouse to courthouse across central Illinois. It was in Springfield that Lincoln met and married Mary Todd, a well-educated woman from a prominent Kentucky family. Their union brought both joy and challenges, as Mary's vivacity and ambition complemented Lincoln's thoughtful nature, yet sometimes clashed with his simpler ways. Together they built a life in a modest home on 8th Street, where they raised their sons Robert, Edward, William, and Thomas. The sound of children's laughter filled their home, bringing warmth to Lincoln's sometimes melancholy spirit. Lincoln's political career began to take root during these Springfield years. After serving in the Illinois state legislature, he was elected to a single term in the United States Congress from 1847 to 1849. Though his opposition to the Mexican-American War proved unpopular, Lincoln's principled stance reflected the moral courage that would define his later leadership. After his congressional term, he returned to his law practice, his tall figure often seen walking the streets of Springfield, greeting neighbors with a gentle nod or stopping to share a humorous story. As the nation's divisions over slavery deepened, Lincoln found his political voice once more. The prairie winds carried whispers of conflict as the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 reopened the question of slavery's expansion into new territories. Lincoln's response to this crisis revealed the depth of his thinking on the moral and constitutional questions that were tearing at the fabric of the Union. In a series of speeches and debates, most notably his contest with Stephen Douglas for a Senate seat in 1858, Lincoln articulated a vision of America that could not remain permanently half slave and half free. Though Lincoln lost that Senate race, his eloquent reasoning and moral clarity elevated him to national prominence. As you relax and breathe deeply, imagine the steady cadence of Lincoln's voice echoing across crowded town squares and hushed meeting halls, his words measured and thoughtful, his tall form standing like an oak against the horizon of a troubled time. In 1860, as autumn painted the Illinois landscape in gold and amber hues, Abraham Lincoln was elected the 16th President of the United States. The former rail splitter, the self-educated frontier boy, had reached the nation's highest office, yet his election came at a moment of profound national crisis. Before he could even take the oath of office, 7 southern states had seceded from the Union, unwilling to remain in a country with a president they viewed as hostile to their interests and way of life. Lincoln's journey from his Springfield home to Washington was made under the shadow of assassination threats. The peaceful transfer of power, that hallmark of American democracy, was already in jeopardy. As he said farewell to his neighbors and friends in Springfield, there was a quality of gentle resignation in his voice, as if he sensed that he might never return to the place that had become his true home. As you continue to relax, letting your breathing become deeper and more rhythmic, envision Lincoln standing on the rear platform of a train on a cold February morning in 1861, addressing his longtime neighbors for the final time. "My friends, no one, not in my situation, can appreciate my feeling of sadness at this parting. To this place and the kindness of these people, I owe everything." His words drifted into the winter air like quiet snowflakes, settling gently on the hearts of those who had come to bid him farewell. The Civil War erupted in April 1861, just weeks after Lincoln's inauguration. The conflict that would define his presidency began with the bombardment of Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, the sound of artillery fire shattering the hope for a peaceful resolution to the national crisis. Over the next 4 years, Lincoln would guide the nation through its darkest and most divisive chapter, his leadership marked by a rare combination of resolve and compassion, of determination and mercy. As the war progressed, its toll weighed heavily on Lincoln. The burden of command decisions that sent young men to battle, the telegrams bearing news of casualties, the visits to field hospitals where wounded soldiers lay in rows, all these experiences etched lines of sorrow on his already careworn face. Yet even in the midst of conflict, Lincoln maintained his fundamental humanity. He often pardoned soldiers sentenced to death for desertion, understanding the fear that could overwhelm even brave hearts. "I don't believe it will make a man any better to shoot him," he once remarked, his voice soft with the knowledge of human frailty. In your mind's eye, picture Lincoln in the quiet of the White House evening, his tall frame bent over documents by lamplight, signing pardons while outside the windows. Stars gleamed over Washington like distant beacons of peace. Feel the gentle rhythm of your own heartbeat, steady and calm, as you continue this journey through history and toward restful sleep. Lincoln's greatest legacy emerged in the midst of the war, the Emancipation Proclamation, issued on the 1st of January, 1863. With this historic document, Lincoln transformed the war for the Union into a war for human freedom as well. Though initially limited in its direct effects, the proclamation represented a moral turning point, aligning the Union cause with the abolition of slavery and opening the way for African Americans to join the Union Army and fight for their own liberation. The weight of the war years would have crushed a lesser spirit, but Lincoln found strength in moments of quiet reflection. He often quoted Shakespeare and the Bible, finding wisdom and solace in their timeless words. His humor, too, served as a balm for his troubled spirit and those around him. Even in the darkest hours, Lincoln could find a story or joke to momentarily lighten the burden of national tragedy, like stars appearing briefly through storm clouds before the night grows peaceful again. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the steady rhythm of Lincoln's footsteps as he paced the White House corridors late at night, his thoughts turning to the conflict that divided his beloved country. The soft sound of his movement, like the gentle pulse of your own breathing now, carried him through countless hours of worry and decision-making. In those quiet moments of solitude, his compassionate wisdom continued to guide the nation through its trial of fire and sorrow. In November 1863, Lincoln traveled to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, to dedicate a cemetery for soldiers who had fallen in the brutal battle there 4 months earlier. The autumn landscape, once ravaged by conflict, was now peaceful, with leaves turning to gold and crimson as if nature herself was bringing beauty to a place of previous suffering. Lincoln's speech at Gettysburg, just 272 words long, distilled the meaning of the war and the promise of American democracy with a poet's economy and a prophet's vision. Now, as you feel the comfort of your resting place, let Lincoln's immortal words from that speech settle around you like a soft blanket, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. The cadence of these words, like the gentle rhythm of your breath, carries an enduring hope that transcends the specific crisis of Lincoln's time. As the war moved toward its conclusion in 1864 and early 1865, Lincoln's vision turned increasingly toward healing and reconciliation. His second inaugural address, delivered on the 4th of March, 1865, as rain gave way to sunshine in Washington, called for malice toward none, with charity for all, a plea for compassion and understanding that would be needed to bind the nation's wounds. Like the emerging stars after a stormy day, Lincoln's words offered guidance for the nation's path forward. Just 6 weeks later, as spring brought new life to a nation emerging from war, Abraham Lincoln's life journey came to its end. On the evening of the 14th of April, 1865, while attending a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, he was shot by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, unable to accept the South's defeat. Lincoln passed away the following morning in a small house across the street from the theater, surrounded by his cabinet and his grieving wife. The nation that had been so divided in life united in mourning Lincoln's death. His funeral train traveled 1,700 miles from Washington back to Springfield, allowing millions of Americans to pay their respects as the fallen president made his final journey home. In cities and towns, along country roads and at railway crossings, people gathered in silence, many holding lanterns in the darkness, creating rivers of light to honor the man who had preserved the Union and expanded the promise of freedom. As your body grows heavier and more relaxed, imagine the funeral train moving slowly through the spring landscape, the rhythm of its wheels on the tracks like a gentle lullaby. Fields of new green growth stretched to the horizon, symbolizing the renewal that Lincoln had fought to ensure for the nation. The same stars that had guided travelers on the Underground Railroad to freedom now watched over Lincoln's return to the prairie soil from which he had risen. Abraham Lincoln was laid to rest in Oak Ridge Cemetery in Springfield, not far from the modest home where he had lived before ascending to the presidency. The neighborhood streets he had once walked now led to a place of national pilgrimage, as Americans sought to honor the man whose wisdom and compassion had guided the country through its greatest trial. Lincoln's legacy lives on not just in monuments of marble and stone, but in the ongoing American journey toward the ideals he articulated so eloquently. His vision of a nation dedicated to the proposition that all are created equal continues to challenge and inspire, like distant stars guiding travelers through the night toward a brighter dawn. As sleep begins to embrace you more fully now, let the story of Abraham Lincoln, his rise from humble beginnings, his self-education by candlelight, his compassion in the midst of conflict, his vision of a more perfect union, settle into your mind, like evening settling over a peaceful landscape. The same moon that shone over Lincoln's Kentucky cabin, that illuminated the White House windows as he worked late into the night, now casts its gentle light over your resting place. Your breathing deepens, becoming as steady and calming as the rhythm of Lincoln's words. Your thoughts begin to drift, like leaves floating gently on the Sangamon River where young Lincoln once piloted a flatboat, learning the skills of navigation that would later help him steer the ship of state through troubled waters. The weight of history, like the comfortable weight of rest, surrounds you now. Each breath carries you deeper into relaxation, just as each chapter of Lincoln's story carried America deeper into its promise. The tension in your body releases muscle by muscle, like a nation gradually healing from division and finding its way back to wholeness. Sleep approaches now like a friend, offering the respite that Lincoln himself so often sought but rarely found during the turbulent years of war. Your eyelids grow heavier, like the doors of history slowly closing on one chapter while preparing to open on another. The boundary between wakefulness and dreams becomes as soft and indistinct as the horizon at twilight, when day gently yields to night. Rest now, and know that like Lincoln's enduring legacy, the stars continue their vigilant watch overhead, constant and reassuring. The story of Abraham Lincoln, the rail splitter, the self-taught lawyer, the president who preserved the Union and proclaimed freedom, remains a testament to the power of resilience, compassion, and hope. As you drift into sleep, carry with you the quiet strength of his example, the gentle wisdom of his words, and the peaceful assurance that morning will come again, bringing with it new possibilities for healing and renewal. Sleep well, beneath the same stars that watched over Lincoln's journey from a log cabin to the White House, and that continue to shine their light on the unfinished work of justice and peace that he so nobly advanced. Long ago, in the northern reaches of ancient China, where the fertile plains meet the vast expanses of the steppelands, a magnificent structure began to rise from the earth, stretching across mountains, valleys, and deserts like a great stone. Dragon, the Great Wall of China, one of humanity's most remarkable achievements, and a testament to the ingenuity, determination, and sacrifice of countless generations. This monumental barrier, standing as a silent witness to the ebb and flow of dynasties, the clash of civilizations, and the enduring spirit of the Chinese people. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, let us journey back through time to explore how this wonder of the world came to be. Imagine yourself standing in the Warring States period around the 7th century BCE, a time when China was not the unified nation we know today, but rather a collection of rival states engaged in constant conflict and competition for power and territory. These states, including Qichu, Yanwei, Hanzhou, and Qin, each sought to protect their northern borders from the nomadic peoples who roamed the steppes beyond the scattered walls, and fortifications arose as each state built defensive structures along their boundaries. The nomadic tribes, particularly the Xiongnu, were skilled horsemen and fearsome warriors who would sweep down from the northern grasslands in swift raids, taking whatever they could carry before disappearing back into the vast open plains beyond the reach of the settled Chinese armies. It was during this turbulent time that the concept of wall building became ingrained in Chinese military strategy. The earliest walls were simple affairs constructed from whatever materials were locally available in the mountains they used. Stone, while in the plains, they built with packed earth, and in some regions they used reeds and brushwood bound together with layers of mud. These primitive barriers served their purpose, but they were just the beginning of what would become a much grander vision. The pivotal moment in the wall's history came with the rise of the Qin dynasty and its extraordinary emperor, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor to unify all of China under a single rule in 221 BCE Qin Shi. Huang was a man of unprecedented ambition and vision. Having conquered the warring states, he set about implementing massive reforms, standardizing weights, measures, written language, and currency, while embarking on infrastructure projects on a scale never before seen in China, or perhaps anywhere in the ancient world. Among his most ambitious projects was the connection and extension of the existing border walls to create a unified defensive system that would protect his newly formed empire from the northern tribes. The emperor dispatched his trusted General Meng Tian with a force of 300,000 men to secure the northern frontier and oversee the wall construction, pushing back the Xiongnu and establishing a continuous barrier that would span from the eastern seaside to the western deserts. The construction of this first unified Great Wall was an undertaking of staggering proportions. Hundreds of thousands of workers were conscripted for the project. Soldiers, peasants, and prisoners toiled endlessly in the harsh conditions of the frontier. The methods of construction varied depending on the terrain and available materials in mountain regions. Workers quarried massive stones that were transported using ropes, pulleys, and human strength alone where suitable stone was not available. They made use of compressed earth, tamped between wooden frames to create solid walls in the more remote western regions. They used layers of reeds, gravel, and tamarisk branches with earth to form a surprisingly durable composite. The human cost of building the wall during the Qin dynasty was enormous. Historical records speak of the countless workers who perished during its construction, their bodies sometimes incorporated into the very structure they were building. Grim practice that gave rise to the legend of Meng Jiangnu, a woman whose husband died building the wall. It is said that her weeping was so bitter and prolonged that a section of the wall collapsed, revealing her husband's remains, allowing her to give him a proper burial. This poignant tale speaks to the immense sacrifice that the wall demanded from the Chinese people. Despite the tremendous effort and loss of life, the wall built during the Qin dynasty would not last. Forever after the fall of the Qin, the Han dynasty that followed initially abandoned wall building as a strategy, preferring instead diplomatic solutions to manage relations with the northern peoples. However, as tensions with the Xiongnu increased, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty would eventually return to wall building, extending and reinforcing sections of the barrier. Under the Han, the wall reached its greatest historical extent, stretching over 6,000 miles from Lintao in the west to Liaodong in the east. The Han dynasty walls pushed further into the Gobi Desert, establishing a line of beacon towers that could transmit messages across vast distances using smoke signals during the day and fire at night. These towers were ingeniously designed with systems that could generate different signal patterns, communicating specific messages about enemy movements, troop, strength, and required reinforcements. The beacon tower system was a remarkable feat of ancient communication technology, allowing messages to travel hundreds of miles in just a few hours. The Han dynasty also established military colonies along the wall known as Tuntian, where soldiers would settle with their families, cultivating the land during peacetime and defending the frontier. When threats arose, these self-sustaining military agricultural colonies represented an innovative approach to border defense that would influence Chinese frontier policy for centuries to come. As the evening continues to unfold and you relax more deeply into this historical journey, imagine yourself walking along the ancient wall during the Han Dynasty, feeling the rough-hewn stones beneath your feet, the wall stretching endlessly before you, following the natural contours of the mountains and valleys. The wind whispers through the watchtowers, carrying the scent of distant deserts and mountain forests. In the distance, you might spot a small garrison of soldiers, their red and black lacquered armor glinting in the sunlight as they patrol the ramparts, and their footsteps creating a gentle rhythm against the stone path. The world beyond the wall appears vast and limitless, a sea of grass swaying in the wind, while inside the wall farmers tend their crops in the sheltered valleys below. The wall stands as a physical boundary between two ways of life, the agricultural civilization of China and the nomadic cultures of the steppe, each with their own distinct traditions, values, and ways of seeing the world as the sun begins to set. Painting the wall in hues of gold and amber, signal fires are lit in the beacon towers, their flames reaching toward the darkening sky, a reminder of the wall's purpose and the vigilance required to maintain it. After the collapse of the Han Dynasty, China entered a period of disunity known as the Three Kingdoms, and the subsequent northern and southern dynasties. During this fractious time, maintenance of the Great Wall fell into decline, with sections crumbling back into the earth from which they had risen. But the wall, like China itself, would experience cycles of renewal and decay, rising again during periods of unity and strength. The next significant period of wall construction came during the Northern Wei Dynasty, when the nomadic Xianbei people, who had conquered northern China, built substantial fortifications to protect against other nomadic groups from whom they themselves had originated. This illustrates one of the fascinating aspects of the wall's history, that it was not simply a barrier between Chinese and non-Chinese peoples, but rather a complex symbol of changing identities and shifting boundaries between various groups who ruled parts of what we now call China. The Sui dynasty, which reunified China in 581 CE, once again turned its attention to the northern frontier, rebuilding and connecting sections of the wall. However, it was during the subsequent Tang dynasty that China reached a period of such power and expansion that the wall temporarily lost much of its strategic importance. As Chinese influence extended far beyond the traditional boundaries, the Tang established a system of military governorships that pushed Chinese control deep into Central Asia, making the wall redundant. For a time, a reminder that the wall's importance waxed and waned with the shifting tides of Chinese power and influence. As Tang power eventually declined, the wall would once again become a crucial line of defense, but it was during the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644 CE, that the Great Wall as we know it today truly took shape. After the overthrow of the Yuan Dynasty established by the Mongols, the Ming emperors were determined to prevent another nomadic conquest of China. They embarked on the most ambitious wall-building project in history, constructing a new, stronger, more impressive barrier. The Ming Wall was a sophisticated military structure, built primarily of stone and brick, featuring innovations in design and construction that made it far more formidable than its predecessors. The Ming builders created a wide road along the top of the wall, allowing for the rapid movement of troops and supplies they constructed. Over 25,000 watchtowers placed roughly 2 bowshots apart, ensuring that no section of the wall would be left undefended. The wall incorporated strategic features like crenellated parapets for protection, narrow windows for archers, and wider apertures for early cannons. As gunpowder weapons began to play a role in Chinese warfare, the construction techniques reached new parapets and the bronze-aro blend. Levels of sophistication as well. Ming engineers developed a remarkable composite mortar using a mixture of lime, sticky rice, and other materials, creating a binding agent so strong that in many places grass cannot grow between the bricks. Even after centuries of exposure to the elements, many of the most impressive and well-preserved sections of the wall that tourists visit today, including Badaling, Mutianyu, and Jinshanling, were built during this period. As you continue to relax, feeling your breathing becoming deeper and more peaceful, imagine yourself standing on the Ming Dynasty wall at dawn, a thin mist clinging to the stone as the first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient battlements. The wall follows the ridgelines of mountains like a silent guardian, its watchtowers standing sentinel against the soft pink and gold of the morning sky. The stone beneath your feet, smooth from centuries of footsteps, connects you to the countless individuals who have stood in this same spot over generations. The cool morning air carries the scent of pine trees from the forests below, and the distant fragrance of wildflowers that grow in the sheltered valleys. The wall stretches before you, seeming to touch the horizon itself, rising and falling with the natural contours of the land, like a great stone river flowing across the landscape. In the quiet of this moment, you can almost hear the whispers of history. The echoes of soldiers, messengers, merchants, and travelers who passed this way in centuries past. Despite its grandeur, the Ming Wall could not ultimately prevent the fall of the dynasty in 1644, when Manchu forces from the northeast conquered China, establishing the Qing dynasty once again. China came under the rule of people who had originated beyond the wall, illustrating the complex and sometimes ironic nature of history. During the Qing period, the wall gradually lost its military significance as the empire's boundaries expanded far beyond it. Maintenance declined, and for the first time in centuries, no major new wall construction was undertaken. The once mighty barrier began its long transition from military fortification to cultural monument, a process that would continue into the modern era. As you breathe deeply, feeling a sense of peaceful connection to this ancient wonder, consider how the Great Wall stands as a testament to human persistence, vision, and the desire for security and stability across generations it represents. Both the remarkable achievements and the immense sacrifices of the Chinese people throughout their long history. The wall story is one of cycles of building abandonment and renewal, reflecting the rhythm of China's own historical journey, the gradual shifting of the seasons, the alternation of day and night, the ebb and flow of the tides. As your body relaxes more deeply with each breath, allow yourself to be carried along this historical river, flowing gently through time. Just as the wall flows across the landscape, the steady pulse of history is like the steady rhythm of your breathing each breath, connecting you more deeply to a sense of timelessness and peace. The wall has witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets, the passing of emperors and dynasties, the changing of seasons year after year, century after century. It has endured, standing as a reminder of permanence amidst change, stability amidst turbulence. Much like the steady rhythm of your breath remains constant even as thoughts come and go. In the modern era, the Great Wall has taken on new meaning, becoming a powerful symbol of Chinese civilization and national identity. Where once it served to keep people out, it now draws people in, welcoming millions of visitors from around the world who come to walk its ancient path and connect with its profound historical significance. The wall has been recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, ensuring its protection and preservation for future generations to experience and appreciate. As night falls over the Great Wall, imagine the stone cooling in the evening air, the last visitors departing, leaving the ancient structure in peaceful solitude. Stars appear one by one in the darkening sky, their eternal light shining down on the wall. Just as they have for over 2,000 years, the mountains around the wall stand in silent companionship, their presence solid and reassuring, just as they have stood since time immemorial. The gentle night breeze passes over the battlements, carrying the sweet scent of sleeping flowers and distant pine forests. It whispers through the watchtowers with a soothing, rhythmic sound, almost like a lullaby sung by the earth itself to one of its most remarkable children. This ancient barrier created by human hands, yet seeming almost a natural extension of the landscape itself. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine yourself finding a peaceful spot along the wall to rest. Perhaps in the shelter of an ancient watchtower where countless guards once watched through the night, listen to the profound silence that envelops the wall. After dark, a silence filled with the gentle sounds of nature, the soft rustling of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the whisper of grass swaying in the breeze. Feel the solid stone beneath you, providing support and stability. A foundation that has endured for centuries and will continue to endure long after this. Night has passed. The Great Wall has witnessed the passage of countless nights, each one giving way to a new day in an endless cycle of renewal and rebirth. Just as your mind now begins to transition toward the peaceful realm of sleep, the wall stands as a bridge between past and present, between earth and sky, between wakefulness and dreams. As your breathing becomes deeper and more rhythmic, feel yourself becoming one with the timeless presence of the wall, the weight of your body sinking into comfortable support, much as the foundations of the wall sink deep into the earth, anchoring it firmly against the passage of time. With each breath, imagine the tensions of the day flowing out of you like mist dissipating in the morning sun, leaving behind only a sense of peaceful connection to something larger than yourself, something that spans not just distance but time itself. As sleep begins to embrace you like a gentle mist rising from the valleys below the wall, let your thoughts become like clouds passing across the mountain peaks where the wall stands, guard appearing and then dissolving without effort or attachment. The Great Wall has stood through countless storms and peaceful days alike, accepting each moment as it comes. Just as you now accept the natural transition into restful sleep, the wall does not resist the changing seasons, the passage of time, or the natural cycles of day and night, and neither do you. As you drift deeper into relaxation, the builders of the Great Wall understood that even the mightiest structure must work in harmony with the natural landscape, following the contours of mountains and valleys rather than fighting against them. In the same way, you now work in harmony with your body's natural rhythm, allowing sleep to come in its own time without struggle or resistance. The enduring legacy of the Great Wall reminds us that what we create with intention, care, and persistence can outlast us, becoming a gift to future generations, just as you now gift yourself. This time of rest and renewal, the wall connects distant places and distant times, bridging gaps and creating continuity amid change. As you continue to breathe deeply and regularly, feel yourself connected to this ancient wonder across time and space, joined in the universal human experience of finding peace in the quiet moments between activity. The guardians who once watched over the wall through countless nights understood the importance of vigilance followed by rest, the natural rhythm that sustains all life. As your consciousness drifts like a leaf on a gentle stream flowing toward the ocean of dreams, know that like the Great Wall, you are supported, held, and connected to something timeless, something that endures through all the changes and chances of our world. Sleep now beneath the same stars that have watched over the Great Wall for centuries. Rest in the embrace of history and time as your journey continues into peaceful slumber in the warm, golden light of ancient Alexandria, where the Mediterranean's azure waters gently lapped against the shores of North Africa, began the remarkable story of a woman whose name would echo through the corridors of time. Cleopatra VII. Philopator, the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt, emerged into a world of political intrigue, cultural richness, and looming imperial shadows. Born in 69 BCE into the Ptolemaic dynasty, Cleopatra was not Egyptian by blood, but Greek, descended from one of Alexander the Great's most trusted generals, Ptolemy I Soter. This dynasty had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries by the time Cleopatra entered the world, establishing Alexandria as a beacon of learning, commerce, and multicultural splendor. The Great Library of Alexandria housed countless scrolls of wisdom from across the known world, while the towering lighthouse of Pharos guided ships safely to harbor, a symbol of Egypt's enduring importance in Mediterranean trade. Unlike her predecessors, young Cleopatra showed an exceptional dedication to understanding the land she was destined to rule. While her ancestors had largely maintained their Greek identity, rarely bothering to learn the language of their subjects, Cleopatra mastered the Egyptian language, becoming the first and only Ptolemaic ruler to speak directly to her native Egyptian subjects without translators. She studied the ancient religious traditions, history, and customs of Egypt, developing a profound connection to the land and its people that transcended her Greek heritage. The Alexandria of Cleopatra's youth was a city of contrasts and splendor. Imagine the bustling marketplace where traders from across 3 continents exchanged exotic goods and whispered political secrets. Picture the royal quarter with its marble palaces and lush gardens where fountains played and rare flowers bloomed in carefully tended beds. Envision the temples where ancient rituals continued unbroken from pharaonic times, the smoke of incense rising toward the heavens as priests chanted prayers that had echoed through the Nile Valley for thousands of years. In this vibrant but precarious world, Cleopatra received an education befitting a future ruler. She studied philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine with the finest scholars of the day. Her quick mind absorbed languages with remarkable ease. By adulthood, she would be fluent in at least 9 tongues, including Greek, Egyptian, Ethiopian, Hebrew, Arabic, Syrian, Median, Parthian, and Latin. This linguistic prowess would later become one of her greatest diplomatic assets. But the Egypt that Cleopatra was being prepared to rule was no longer the independent power it had once been. The looming shadow of Rome stretched across the Mediterranean world, and Egypt's wealth made it a tempting prize for ambitious Roman generals. The Ptolemaic dynasty had maintained its independence partly through careful diplomacy and partly through financial support of various Roman factions, a delicate balancing act that required both subtlety and strength. When Cleopatra was just a child, her father, Ptolemy XII, Auletes, faced political turmoil that would foreshadow the challenges of her own reign. Forced to flee to Rome and seek support from powerful Roman patrons, he left his kingdom in disarray. These early experiences likely impressed upon young Cleopatra the precarious nature of royal power and the growing importance of Rome in Egypt's affairs. When her father returned to power with Roman assistance, Cleopatra witnessed firsthand how Egyptian sovereignty now depended on maintaining favorable relationships with Rome's elite. Upon her father's death in 51 BCE, the 18-year-old Cleopatra ascended to the throne alongside her 10-year-old brother, Ptolemy XIII, to whom she was married in keeping with Ptolemaic tradition. This co-regency, meant to ensure stability, instead became the stage for a power struggle that would draw in the might of Rome and alter the course of history. The young queen quickly demonstrated that she was not content to be a mere figurehead. Portraits on coins from the early years of her reign show a determined young woman with the characteristic Ptolemaic hooked nose, firm chin, and intense gaze. But it was not her physical appearance that set Cleopatra apart. It was her commanding presence, quick intelligence, and political acumen. Contemporary accounts speak of Cleopatra's charisma rather than conventional beauty. The Greek biographer Plutarch, writing a century after her death, noted that her actual beauty was not in itself so remarkable, but the impact of her presence was irresistible. The contact of her presence, he wrote, if you lived with her, was irresistible. The attraction of her person, joining with the charm of her conversation, and the character that attended all she said or did, was something bewitching. This charisma would become one of Cleopatra's most powerful weapons in her diplomatic arsenal. In a world dominated by men, she learned to use her intelligence, education, and personal magnetism to influence those around her and pursue her primary goal, preserving Egypt's independence and her own power. The early years of Cleopatra's reign were marked by domestic challenges. Egypt suffered from several years of low Nile floods, leading to crop failures and economic distress. The young queen was forced to reduce food rations in the capital, a necessary but unpopular decision. Meanwhile, her brother's advisors, particularly the eunuch Pothinus, resented her independence and strong will, preferring a more malleable ruler they could control. By 48 BCE, the power struggle had reached a breaking point. Ptolemy XIII's faction forced Cleopatra to flee Alexandria. At 21 years old, she found herself exiled from her own capital, gathering an army at the eastern borders of Egypt while her brother's forces controlled the palace. But even in this moment of apparent defeat, Cleopatra was planning her return. The wider Mediterranean world was then engulfed in a Roman civil war between Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great. When Pompey fled to Egypt following his defeat at the Battle of Pharsalus, seeking sanctuary from the country that had once been his client state, Ptolemy XIII's advisors made a fateful decision. Believing it would curry favor with Caesar, they assassinated Pompey upon his arrival, presenting the general's severed head to Caesar when he arrived in pursuit. Caesar, however, was disgusted by this dishonorable treatment of a Roman consul, albeit his enemy. This miscalculation by Ptolemy's advisors created an opening that Cleopatra would brilliantly exploit. Recognizing that her path back to power now ran through Caesar, she devised a bold plan to meet him directly, bypassing the forces that surrounded the palace. In what would become one of history's most famous introductions, Cleopatra had herself smuggled into Caesar's quarters wrapped in a carpet or bedroll, carried by a loyal servant. When unrolled before the Roman general, she emerged, a young queen taking an enormous gamble on her ability to win over one of the most powerful men in the world. That evening marked the beginning of both a political alliance and a personal relationship that would restore Cleopatra to her throne and produce a son, Caesarion. Caesar was 27 years her senior, a seasoned general and statesman at the height of his power. Yet in Cleopatra, he found not just a beautiful young woman, but an intellectual equal with a keen understanding of politics and governance. The ensuing Alexandrian War pitted Caesar and Cleopatra's forces against those of Ptolemy XIII. The conflict was bitter and destructive, with parts of Alexandria, including sections of the famous library, damaged by fire. During the fighting, the Great Library was caught in the conflagration, and though accounts differ on the extent of the damage, thousands of irreplaceable scrolls were lost to the flames, a tragic casualty of the power struggle. The war ended with Ptolemy XIII's death. He reportedly drowned in the Nile while attempting to flee after his defeat in battle. Caesar then restored Cleopatra to the throne, this time with her younger brother Ptolemy XIV as co-ruler. The triumphant queen had navigated her first major political crisis by aligning herself with Rome's ascendant leader, though this alignment came with its own complexities and costs. In the spring of 47 BCE, Caesar and Cleopatra sailed up the Nile together, a voyage that combined pleasure with politics. Aboard a lavishly decorated royal barge, they traveled through the heart of Egypt, allowing Caesar to witness the ancient wonders of the land while Cleopatra demonstrated her connection to her subjects. For the Egyptian population, seeing their queen alongside the powerful Roman would have reinforced her authority and legitimacy. Imagine the royal barge gliding along the timeless Nile, its gilded prow cutting through waters that reflected the endless blue of the Egyptian sky. Picture the riverbanks lined with curious onlookers, farmers pausing in their fields, and local officials presenting offerings to their queen and her Roman ally. Envision evenings spent under star-filled skies, with the gentle lapping of the river against the hull providing a soothing backdrop as Cleopatra shared tales of Egypt's ancient glory with Caesar. This journey likely took them past temples with massive stone columns carved with hieroglyphs telling stories of gods and pharaohs, past fields where agricultural methods had remained unchanged for millennia, and through villages where daily life continued much as it had since time immemorial. For Caesar, it was an introduction to a civilization far older than Rome. For Cleopatra, it was an opportunity to demonstrate that she ruled not just any kingdom, but a land of profound history and cultural wealth. When Caesar returned to Rome, Cleopatra remained in Egypt, giving birth to Caesarion, officially named Ptolemy XV Caesar, in the 4th of June 7 BCE. As a single mother and ruling queen, she faced the challenge of establishing her son's legitimacy while maintaining her own authority in a region increasingly dominated by Roman interests. Later, Cleopatra and Caesarion traveled to Rome at Caesar's invitation, residing in a villa across the Tiber. Her presence in Rome caused considerable scandal. Caesar was already married to Calpurnia, and Roman society looked askance at the foreign queen who openly claimed to have borne the dictator's child. Yet Cleopatra navigated this hostile environment with characteristic poise, establishing her presence in the very heart of the power that threatened to engulf her kingdom. The assassination of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BCE sent shockwaves throughout the Roman world and left Cleopatra in a precarious position. She had lost her most powerful ally and the father of her son Caesarion. Soon after Caesar's death, Cleopatra returned to Egypt, where the political landscape had once again shifted. Her co-ruler and younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, died shortly after their return, possibly by her command, and Cleopatra named her son Caesarion as co-regent, declaring him Ptolemy XV. As Rome descended into another period of civil war following Caesar's death, three men emerged to claim his legacy: Octavian, his adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, his trusted general; and Lepidus, who would soon fade from prominence. This triumvirate divided the Roman territories among themselves, with Mark Antony taking responsibility for the eastern provinces, including Egypt. In 41 BCE, Mark Antony summoned Cleopatra to Tarsus in Cilicia to answer questions about her loyalty during the recent civil conflict. It was here that Cleopatra orchestrated one of history's most memorable entrances. Plutarch describes how she sailed up the Cydnus River in a gilded barge with purple sails, its oars moving in rhythm with the music of flutes, harps, and lyres. The queen herself reclined beneath a canopy of gold cloth, dressed as Venus, the goddess of love, while her attendants were costumed as Cupids and Nereids. As sleep begins to embrace you like a gentle mist rising from the valleys below the wall, let your thoughts become like clouds passing across the mountain, peaks where the wall stands, guard appearing and then dissolving without effort or attachment. The Great Wall has stood through countless storms and peaceful days alike, accepting each moment as it comes. Just as you now accept the natural transition into restful sleep, the wall does not resist the changing seasons, the passage of time, or the natural cycles of day and night. And neither do you. As you drift deeper into relaxation, the builders of the Great Wall understood that even the mightiest structure must work in harmony with the natural. The citizens of Tarsus abandoned Antony's forum to witness this extraordinary spectacle, leaving the Roman general seated alone. Rather than coming to him immediately, Cleopatra invited Antony to dinner aboard her magnificent vessel. This calculated display of wealth, beauty, and theatrical drama was more than mere vanity, was a demonstration of Egypt's continued prosperity and Cleopatra's personal power. Antony, a man known for his appreciation of luxury and pleasure, was captivated. Like Caesar before him, he found in Cleopatra not just beauty but wit, charm, and political acumen. Their relationship would bloom into both a passionate romance and a powerful political alliance that would challenge Rome itself. After their meeting in Tarsus, Antony followed Cleopatra back to Alexandria, where he spent the winter of 41 to 40 BCE. In Alexandria, Antony experienced the legendary luxury of the Ptolemaic court. They formed a drinking club called the Inimitable Livers, dedicated to feasting and revelry. Yet, amid the celebrations, serious political bonds were being forged. Imagine the palace at Alexandria, its marble halls illuminated by countless oil lamps, their gentle light reflecting off gold and silver vessels. Picture the banquet tables laden with exotic delicacies, peacock tongues, flamingo brains, rare fruits from distant lands, while musicians played softly in the background. Envision Cleopatra and Antony reclining on couches of purple and gold, engaged in spirited conversation about philosophy, poetry, and politics late into the velvet night. When Antony was called back to Rome in the spring of 40 BCE, Cleopatra was pregnant with twins. She gave birth to Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene while Antony was away, managing the affairs of her kingdom and raising 3 children, including Caesarion, on her own. Political necessity forced Antony to marry Octavian's sister Octavia in an attempt to mend the fragile alliance between the two powerful Romans. For several years, Antony divided his time between his Roman wife and his duties in the east, not returning to Alexandria or Cleopatra. The separation ended in 37 BCE, when Antony, preparing for a military campaign against Parthia, sent for Cleopatra to meet him in Antioch. Their reunion rekindled both their personal relationship and their political alliance. Cleopatra provided financial support for Antony's Parthian campaign in exchange for the return of much of Egypt's Eastern Empire, territories that had once belonged to the Ptolemies but had fallen under Roman control. Antony also formally acknowledged his twins with Cleopatra, and later, after the birth of another son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, he performed what came to be known as the Donations of Alexandria. In a public ceremony in the Gymnasium of Alexandria in 34 BCE, Antony distributed lands and titles to Cleopatra and her children. Caesarion was proclaimed the King of Kings and true son of Caesar, while the twins and their younger brother received various territories to rule. These donations were seen in Rome as Antony giving away Roman territories to foreign children, and Octavian skillfully used this perception to turn public opinion against Antony. The conflict between Octavian and Antony had been building for years, with each man seeking to undermine the other's position and authority. Octavian portrayed Antony as having abandoned Roman values for an exotic, luxurious Eastern lifestyle, bewitched by a foreign queen who harbored ambitions of ruling Rome itself. In 32 BCE, the triumvirate officially ended, and Octavian declared war not on Antony, but on Cleopatra. By framing the conflict this way, he avoided the stigma of initiating another civil war, and instead positioned himself as Rome's defender against a foreign threat. The stage was set for the final act of Cleopatra's remarkable life. The decisive battle came in 31 BCE at Actium in Greece, where Octavian's forces, led by his talented general Agrippa, faced the combined fleet of Antony and Cleopatra. The battle initially seemed evenly matched, but when Cleopatra's ships were seen retreating from the fight, Antony abandoned his flagship to follow her. This retreat turned the tide decisively in Octavian's favor. Historians have long debated Cleopatra's decision to withdraw from the battle. Was it panic, a strategic retreat to preserve her forces, or had she and Antony planned this withdrawal in advance? Whatever the reason, the outcome was disastrous for their cause. Many of Antony's soldiers and allies defected to Octavian after Actium, sensing which way the winds of fate were blowing. Antony and Cleopatra returned to Egypt to prepare for Octavian's inevitable pursuit. They still had resources and options, but their alliance began to crumble as some of their former supporters abandoned them. As Octavian's forces advanced into Egypt in 30 BCE, Antony made a last stand outside Alexandria but was defeated. Receiving a false report that Cleopatra had already taken her own life, Antony fell on his sword. When he learned that she was still alive and had taken refuge in her mausoleum, he asked to be brought to her. There, in Cleopatra's arms, Mark Antony died of his wounds, a Roman general who had risked everything for love and ambition. Cleopatra herself was captured by Octavian's men but was treated with respect, as the Roman leader intended to display her in his triumph in Rome. However, the proud queen, the last of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the last pharaoh of an independent Egypt, chose a different fate. According to the traditional account by Plutarch, she arranged for a basket of figs to be brought to her, concealing within it an aspa-venomous Egyptian cobra whose bite brought a swift and relatively painless death. On the 12th of August, 30 BCE, Cleopatra's handmaidens Iris and Charmian helped her prepare for her final act. She dressed in her royal robes and crowned herself with the diadem of the pharaohs one last time. When Octavian's men finally broke into the mausoleum, they found Cleopatra dead on a golden couch, Iris dying at her feet, and Charmian adjusting her queen's crown before she too collapsed. With Cleopatra's death, the Ptolemaic dynasty ended, and Egypt became a Roman province. Her children by Caesar and Antony met various fates. Caesarion was executed on Octavian's orders, seen as too much of a threat as Caesar's potential heir. The twins, Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, along with their younger brother Ptolemy Philadelphus, were taken to Rome and raised in the household of Octavia, Antony's Roman wife, who showed remarkable compassion to the children of her husband's lover. Of Cleopatra's children, only Cleopatra Selene survived to adulthood. She later married King Juba II of Numidia and Mauritania, becoming a queen in her own right and continuing her mother's Hellenistic cultural traditions in her North African kingdom. As you breathe deeply now, allow the story of Cleopatra to settle gently in your mind. Her life, filled with dramatic twists of fate, political intrigue, and passionate relationships, eventually gave way to peace, as all lives must. Like the eternal Nile that flows through Egypt, time continues its steady course, carrying us all toward our own destinies. Imagine now the soft, warm breezes of an Egyptian evening, the kind Cleopatra might have felt as she stood on her palace balcony, gazing at the Mediterranean. The gentle winds caress your face, inviting your muscles to release any tension they might be holding. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more and more at ease, just as the desert sands settle at the end of the day when the winds grow calm. The stars that shone over ancient Alexandria still illuminate our night sky, timeless witnesses to the passing ages of humanity. As your breathing becomes deeper and more regular, picture those stars twinkling above you, countless points of light in the vast, peaceful expanse of the night sky. Their gentle, steady presence reminds us that even the most dramatic human events are but moments in the grand cosmic dance. Perhaps Cleopatra herself found moments of tranquility amid her turbulent reign, quiet evenings when the demands of statecraft faded away, and she could simply exist in the peaceful present. In these moments of calm reflection, she might have listened to the rhythmic sounds of the Nile lapping against the riverbanks, a soothing, hypnotic melody that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. As your body grows heavier and more relaxed, envision the great library of Alexandria, with its thousands of scrolls containing the wisdom of the ancient world. Knowledge flows like a river through time, connecting us to those who came before. Each scroll in that magnificent library represented someone's thoughts, dreams, and understanding of the world, preserved so that future generations might learn and grow. The rise and fall of empires, the loves and losses of queens and commoners alike, all are part of the great tapestry of human experience. As your eyelids grow heavy, consider how Cleopatra's story teaches us about the impermanence of power and the enduring nature of legends. Even the mightiest kingdoms eventually return to sand, while stories continue to be told across the centuries. The ancient Egyptians believed in the importance of the afterlife, creating elaborate preparations for their eternal journey. They understood that rest and renewal were essential parts of existence. Just as the sun set each evening only to rise again at dawn, they saw life as a cycle of activity and repose, wakefulness and sleep. Allow yourself now to follow the example of the Nile, which has flowed ceaselessly for millions of years, witnessing the entirety of human civilization along its banks. The river doesn't fight its course, but surrenders to the natural path laid before it, moving effortlessly toward the sea. You too can surrender to the natural rhythm of your body as it prepares for restful sleep. The ancient temples of Egypt stood as sanctuaries of peace and contemplation, their massive columns creating spaces where whispers echoed and time seemed to slow. Imagine yourself walking slowly through such a temple, each step taking you deeper into tranquility. The cool stone beneath your feet anchors you to the earth as the high ceilings draw your spirit upward toward dreams. Cleopatra's story reminds us that all lives contain moments of triumph and tragedy, joy and sorrow. Yet beyond these fluctuations lies a deeper peace, a stillness that transcends the dramas of our daily existence. As your breathing becomes slower and deeper, allow yourself to sink into this timeless calm, this space beyond striving. The desert night grows quiet now, as it did thousands of years ago when Cleopatra's Egypt prepared for sleep. The marketplace falls silent, the palace corridors empty, and even the lighthouse of Pharos casts its steady beam over peaceful waters. Throughout Alexandria, oil lamps are extinguished one by one until only the moon and stars illuminate the sleeping city. Let your thoughts become like boats on the Nile, drifting gently downstream, carrying away any lingering tensions or concerns. The current of sleep is pulling you deeper, guiding you toward restful dreams where perhaps you'll walk along the shores of ancient Egypt, feeling the warm sand between your toes and hearing the whispered histories carried on the desert wind. Sleep now, as countless generations have slept before you under the same stars that watched over Cleopatra. Rest in the knowledge that your story, like hers, is but one thread in the infinite tapestry of human experience. Allow your breathing to find its natural rhythm, slow and deep, carrying you toward peaceful slumber and renewal. As the last pharaoh of Egypt found her final rest, so too can you surrender to the gentle embrace of sleep, floating on a current of tranquility that carries you toward morning's distant shore. The ancient wisdom of Egypt understood that in sleep we find restoration, in dreams we find inspiration, and in surrender we find peace. Rest now. Beneath the watchful gaze of the eternal stars, cradled in the timeless cycle of night and day that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the loves and losses of queens and commoners, and the endless, flowing river of human history. Sleep and be at peace. Picture yourself transported across time and space to the shimmering shores of the Mediterranean over 2,000 years ago, to a city that gleamed with marble and limestone under the golden Egyptian sun, Alexandria, a magnificent coastal metropolis founded by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE that would become not just the capital of Egypt, but the intellectual capital of the ancient world. At the heart of this bustling city stood an institution unlike any other, the Great Library of Alexandria, a beacon of learning that drew scholars from across the known world, a sanctuary for knowledge that attempted something never before imagined, to collect all the world's wisdom under a single roof. As you walk along the harbor, you can almost hear the creaking of ships, their wooden hulls rising and falling with the gentle waves, vessels arriving from Rhodes, Athens, Pergamon, and beyond, carrying precious cargo, not of gold or spices, but of scrolls, manuscripts, and books written in dozens of languages. These ships were the lifeblood of Alexandria's greatest treasure, for it was here in this cosmopolitan city that the most ambitious intellectual project of the ancient world took shape. The Library of Alexandria was not merely a collection of books, but a testament to human curiosity and our enduring quest to understand the world around us. The library was part of a larger institution called the Maujon, or Temple of the Muses, a research center and place of scholarly devotion that honored the 9 goddesses of the arts and sciences established during the reign of Ptolemy. Soter, one of Alexander's generals who became ruler of Egypt after Alexander's death and continued by his son Ptolemy II Philadelphus. The library represented the ambitions of the Ptolemaic dynasty to make Alexandria the center of Hellenistic culture, and learning the Ptolemies understood that true power came not just from military might, but from knowledge itself, and so they spared no expense in building their intellectual empire. Imagine wandering through the columned walkways of the Mausion, feeling the cool marble beneath your feet as sunlight streams through open courtyards, scholars in flowing robes, engaged in animated discussion, their voices echoing off the walls. The complex included lecture halls, meeting rooms, a communal dining hall, observatories for astronomy, botanical gardens, zoological displays, and at its heart, the library itself with shelf upon shelf of carefully stored scrolls, each one containing precious knowledge. The exact number of volumes housed in the library remains a mystery to this day, with ancient sources suggesting numbers ranging from 40,000 to 700. Zero scrolls, making it by far the largest collection of written works in the ancient world. The library's collection methods were as ambitious as its goals. The Ptolemies decreed that all ships docking in Alexandria's busy harbor were to be searched not for contraband, but for books and scrolls. Any found would be confiscated, taken to the library, copied by an army of scribes, and only then would the copies be returned to their owners. While the originals remained in Alexandria's collection, they wrote to rulers and scholars across the Mediterranean requesting works to be sent for copying. A dedicated book-buying fund allowed agents to travel to book fairs and markets throughout the known world, purchasing rare and valuable texts for the library's ever-growing collection. But the library was more than just a repository of scrolls. It was a community of brilliant minds that would shape the course of human knowledge for centuries to come. Under the leadership of its successive directors, scholars pursued groundbreaking work in mathematics, astronomy, geography, medicine, poetry, and philosophy. Euclid developed the foundations of geometry that students still study today in his masterwork. The elements Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy, using nothing more than shadows. The observations of the sun and his brilliant mind Aristarchus proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system nearly 1,800 years before Copernicus, while Callimachus created the Pinakes, the world's first library catalog, a monumental 120-volume work that organized the library's vast holdings. Equally important was the library's commitment to preserving and understanding the wisdom of different cultures. Works were translated from Hebrew, Persian, Indian, and numerous other languages into Greek, creating a truly universal library that transcended cultural boundaries. The library's scrolls contained the plays of Sophocles and Euripides, the epics of Homer, the histories of Herodotus, the medical works of Hippocrates, the philosophical dialogues of Plato, countless other treasures of human thought. Some scholars estimate that 9/10 of all ancient Greek literature known to us today survived only because it was preserved at Alexandria. As night falls on the ancient city, imagine the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating the library's reading rooms, where dedicated scholars pore over scrolls late into the evening, their faces lit by the gentle flame as they unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, calculate mathematical theorems, or compose poetry that will echo through the ages outside the harbor lighthouse. The famous Pharos stands tall, its beacon guiding ships safely to shore, much as the library itself served as a beacon for the human mind. The sea breeze carries the scent of salt and distant lands, a reminder of the far corners of the world from which knowledge flowed into this remarkable place. The great library represented something profound about the human spirit, our unquenchable thirst for understanding, our desire to reach beyond our own limited experience and grasp the vastness of the world through knowledge. It stood as proof that wisdom knows no boundaries of nation, language, or religion, and that the pursuit of truth is our shared human inheritance. It was a place where scholars could question established ideas, develop new theories, and push the boundaries of what was known, where the works of different cultures and traditions could be studied side by side, revealing both our differences and our common humanity. Alexandria's streets hummed with intellectual energy as scholars gathered in the agora to debate the nature of the universe or discussed new scientific findings in the city's many colonnades and gardens. The library became a magnet for the ancient world's greatest minds, drawn by the promise of access to unparalleled resources and the company of fellow intellectuals. The Ptolemies provided stipends that freed scholars from financial concerns, allowing them to devote themselves entirely to their studies in a way that had never before been possible on such a scale. The result was an intellectual flowering that would not be matched for over 1,000 years. As night deepens across the ancient city of Alexandria, imagine the stars appearing one by one in the vast Mediterranean sky, the same celestial bodies that inspired the library's astronomers to map the heavens with remarkable precision. The city gradually grows quieter. The bustling market stalls now closed. The street vendors return to their homes, but in the halls of the great library, oil lamps still flicker as dedicated scholars continue their patient work of copying, translating and annotating texts from across the known world. The gentle scratching of reed pens on papyrus creates a soothing rhythm like waves, lapping against the harbor walls, each stroke preserving wisdom that might otherwise be lost to time. The story of the Great Library's demise remains one of history's enduring mysteries, with no single definitive account of its destruction. Rather than one catastrophic event, historians now believe the library declined gradually over centuries, facing multiple calamities that slowly diminished its splendor. The first significant blow came in 48 BCE, when Julius Caesar, pursuing his rival, Pompey, found himself besieged in Alexandria during the resulting conflict. Fire spread from the harbor to parts of the city, according to the Roman historian Cassius Dio, some 40. Zero scrolls stored in warehouses near the harbor were destroyed, though the main library building likely survived, while later, Roman emperors continued to support the institution, Alexandria's prominence slowly waned as Rome itself became the empire's center of power and attention. The library faced further challenges in the 3rd century CE when Emperor Caracalla suspended the scholars' stipends and Emperor Aurelian damaged the royal quarter during his campaign against Queen Zenobia of Palmyra. Despite these setbacks, the intellectual community of Alexandria showed remarkable resilience, continuing their scholarly traditions throughout these difficult times. The Mausian remained active during the Roman period, though perhaps with less grandeur than in its Ptolemaic heyday. Some scholars continued cataloging knowledge and teaching students as they had for centuries before. By the late 4th century, the political and religious landscape of the Mediterranean world had transformed dramatically, with Christianity becoming the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. In this changing world, pagan institutions like the Temple of Serapis, which housed a daughter library, were vulnerable to conflict. In 391, CE Emperor Theodosius issued decrees against pagan temples, and the Serapeum was destroyed. During religious tensions in Alexandria, while many ancient sources describe books being destroyed during this event, the historical reality remains complex and debated. By the time Arab forces conquered Alexandria in 641 CE, most of the library's original collection had likely already been dispersed, lost, or destroyed. Though stories circulated about the final destruction of the library's books, these accounts written centuries later are now regarded with skepticism by historians. Despite its eventual loss, the legacy of the Great Library lives on in countless ways. Its intellectual achievements formed the foundation of Western scientific thought, and its methods of scholarship set standards that would influence learning for millennia. The concepts of academic communities, systematic organization of knowledge, and preservation of texts through careful copying would later be adopted by medieval monasteries, Byzantine scriptoria, and eventually universities throughout Europe and the Islamic world. Feel your breathing becoming slower and deeper as you contemplate this unbroken chain of learning that connects us across time to those ancient scholars who worked by lamplight on the shores of the Mediterranean. Many of the texts preserved and studied at Alexandria would later be translated into Arabic during the Islamic Golden Age, where scholars in Baghdad, Damascus, and Cordoba built upon the scientific and philosophical foundations established by Alexandria's great minds. Later, these works, along with the commentaries and advancements of Islamic scholars, would find their way to medieval Europe, sparking new intellectual awakenings. With each translation and transmission, the flame of knowledge was passed carefully, from hand to hand, across cultures and centuries, never fully extinguished despite the library's physical destruction. Imagine this flow of wisdom like a gentle river winding its way through time, not always visible, but continuing its course beneath the surface of history. This enduring legacy reminds us that while buildings may crumble and empires may fall, the human quest for understanding continues unabated across generations. The scholars of Alexandria understood something profound, that knowledge itself transcends the physical containers that hold it. Whether papyrus scrolls, vellum, manuscripts, printed books, or digital files, the true library exists in the collective human endeavor to learn, understand, and share wisdom. The Great Library may have vanished, but its spirit continues in every institution dedicated to preserving and expanding human knowledge. From the grand national libraries of our modern world to the humble community collections in villages and towns, each carries a spark of Alexandria's flame. As you rest more deeply now, picture the golden light of the Mediterranean sun, its warmth like a blanket of tranquility, spreading across ancient marble columns and modern bookshelves alike, connecting past and present in an eternal moment. Imagine yourself walking through the peaceful courtyards of the Mausian, your footsteps becoming slower and more measured with each step. the distant sounds of scholarly discussion fading into a gentle murmur like the ebb and flow of the tide. Hear the rustle of papyrus scrolls being carefully unrolled, the soft voices of scribes reciting texts as they copy each precious word, preserving them for future generations. The smooth, cool touch of marble beneath your fingers as you trace the inscriptions on the library's walls, each sensation becoming more distant, more dreamlike. The scholars of Alexandria understood the rhythms of the cosmos, observing the regular patterns of stars and planets, the cycles of seasons and tides, the ordered movements that bring comfort in their predictability. Allow your own breathing to find its natural rhythm, like the reliable rise and fall of the Nile that nurtured Egyptian civilization for millennia, each breath bringing you deeper into relaxation, each exhalation releasing any remaining tension, just as the library collected wisdom from distant lands. Your mind has gathered experiences throughout your day and now prepares to sort them in the quiet library of sleep, where memories are cataloged and preserved. The night sky above ancient Alexandria would have been brilliant with stars unpolluted by modern lights. The same constellations that guided sailors safely to harbor now guide you toward peaceful rest. The astronomers of the library carefully mapped these celestial bodies, creating star charts of remarkable accuracy that would be used for navigation for centuries to come. Your own journey now turns inward, following the map toward tranquil sleep, where restoration and renewal await as naturally as the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon. The cycles of wakefulness and sleep form the natural rhythm of our lives. A wisdom understood by ancient healers whose medical texts were carefully preserved in the library's collection. In the quiet halls of your imagination, picture the scrolls of the library not lost, but transformed, their wisdom flowing like water through countless channels across time and space, the ancient words finding new life in each generation that rediscovers them. The ideas of Euclid, Archimedes, and Hypatia, still taught in classrooms around the world, thousands of years after they walked Alexandria's shaded colonnades. The library reminds us that while individual lives may be brief, the conversation of human learning continues across millennia, with each of us participating for a time before passing the torch to those who follow. Allow yourself to become part of this gentle flow of time, drifting peacefully, like a boat on the calm waters of Alexandria's harbor, moving without effort toward horizons of rest. The scholars of Alexandria knew that learning was not merely the accumulation of facts, but a pathway to understanding our place in the cosmos. Many spent hours in contemplation, seeking wisdom through quiet reflection, just as you now prepare your mind for the deep insights that sometimes come only in dreams, where connections form between seemingly unrelated thoughts and new understandings emerge. Like stars appearing in the evening sky, feel yourself floating, now suspended in that space between wakefulness and sleep, where creativity and insight often flourish, the boundaries between past and present fading as you drift further into tranquility. The library's vast collection included works on the interpretation of dreams, texts that explored how our sleeping minds process the world and create meaning. Ancient physicians like Galen, whose works were studied at Alexandria, understood that restful sleep was essential to health and healing, a time when the body repairs itself and the mind finds balance. His writings recommended creating peaceful conditions for sleep, just as you have done preparing for your journey into restful slumber. The wisdom of these ancient healers still holds true, their understanding of the human need for rest, as relevant today as it was 2 millennia ago. As sleep draws nearer, imagine the lighthouse of Alexandria, the famous Pharos, its steady beam guiding ships safely to harbor through the darkness. Let this image become a gentle light, guiding you toward peaceful rest, its warm glow becoming softer, more distant with each breath, the sound of waves against the shore, creating a rhythm as steady and reassuring as your own heartbeat. The ancient city growing quiet under a blanket of stars, the scrolls of the library safely stored away. Until morning, the scholars retired to their quarters, their minds still turning over ideas and questions that would wait until dawn to be explored again. The great library of Alexandria, though lost to time, created ripples of knowledge that continue to spread across the centuries, touching shores far beyond what its founders could have imagined. Each idea preserved, each insight gained, each text carefully copied, contributed to a legacy that outlived the physical structure itself. This understanding offers a profound peace, the recognition that our contributions to human knowledge and wisdom, however humble, are never truly lost, but become part of something greater than ourselves, something that continues beyond our own time. Just as you now continue your journey toward restful sleep, knowing that tomorrow brings new opportunities for discovery and understanding. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts become more distant, remember that, like the ancient scholars of Alexandria, you too will awaken refreshed, ready to continue your own quest for knowledge and meaning in the world, the cycle of rest and renewal as natural and necessary as the library's continuous process of gathering, preserving, and sharing wisdom. The quiet darkness around you, like the cool shadows of the library's reading rooms, where generations of thinkers found inspiration and insight in the collected wisdom of those who came before. Allow yourself to drift peacefully. Now, the story of Alexandria's great library accompanying you as you cross the threshold into sleep, its legacy of wisdom and wonder following you into dreams. In the quiet coastal town of Porbandar, along the Arabian Sea in western India, a child was born on the 2nd of October, 1869, who would one day be known to the world as Mahatma Gandhi. Born Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi to a Hindu family of the merchant caste, this unassuming child entered a world where India had been under British colonial rule for over a century. His birthplace, a modest 3-story family home of pale stone with wooden balconies, stood in the state of Gujarat, a region known for its industrious people and strong mercantile traditions. In this home, surrounded by the rhythmic sounds of ocean waves and bustling markets, the early chapters of an extraordinary life began to unfold. The India of Gandhi's childhood was a land of striking contrasts. Ancient traditions and diverse religions coexisted under the shadow of British imperial power. The colonial system had transformed the subcontinent's politics, economy, and social structures, creating new tensions and inequalities alongside long-standing ones. Young Mohandas grew up immersed in these complexities, absorbing influences that would shape his worldview for decades to come. Gandhi's family practiced a blend of Hindu, Jain, and local religious traditions. His mother, Putlabai, was deeply devoted to her faith, observing regular fasting and prayer. Her gentle strength and religious devotion profoundly influenced her son. From his mother, Gandhi learned the power of self-discipline and the spiritual practice of non-violence toward all living creatures, principles that would later form the foundation of his revolutionary approach to social change. The scent of incense and the soft murmur of prayers formed the backdrop of his early memories, creating a sense of sacred connection to life that would sustain him through future hardships. His father, Karamchand Gandhi, served as the Diwan, chief minister, of Porbandar, and later in the neighboring small states of Rajkot and Wankaner. A man of practical wisdom rather than formal education, Karamchand taught his son by example about integrity in public service and the complexities of navigating political relationships. Though not formally educated himself, he valued learning and ensured that his children received educational opportunities. In the cool evening hours, after the heat of the day had subsided, Karamchand would sometimes share stories of his work, planting seeds of political awareness in his observant son. As a child, Mohandas was shy and quiet, preferring solitary activities to boisterous play. He was an average student who struggled with certain subjects, but showed early signs of the determined character that would later define him. In the courtyards and narrow streets of Porbandar, he observed the rhythms of daily life merchants calling out their wares, women drawing water from wells, religious festivals bringing color and music to the town hall, forming impressions that connected him deeply to his homeland and its people. At the age of 13, following the customs of the time, Gandhi was married to Kasturbai Makanji, a girl from another merchant family who was also 13. This arranged marriage, typical for their community, would evolve over decades into a profound partnership. Though initially challenging for both children, their relationship gradually deepened into one of mutual respect and shared purpose. Kasturbai, strong-willed and practical, would later become not only Gandhi's life companion, but also a formidable participant in his campaigns for social justice. The young couple lived in the Gandhi family home, where Mohandas continued his education. His academic performance improved as he matured, though he never considered himself a natural scholar. The textbooks and lessons of his provincial Indian education introduced him to Western ideas, while also reinforcing traditional values. In the evenings, oil lamps would illuminate his studies, casting warm light on pages that connected him to worlds beyond his immediate experience. Gandhi's path took a significant turn in 1888, when at the age of 18, he sailed to London to study law. His mother had been reluctant to let him travel across the black waters, fearing he would lose his religious identity. Before permitting his departure, she extracted from him vows to abstain from meat, alcohol, and relationships with women. These promises reflected not only maternal concern, but also the cultural fears of many Indians that Western education might alienate their children from their heritage. The journey to England marked Gandhi's first significant departure from the familiar world of his childhood. The ship carried him across the Arabian Sea, through the Suez Canal, and into the Mediterranean, before reaching the foggy shores of England. For a young man who had rarely ventured beyond his home region, this voyage represented not just physical distance, but a crossing into a new phase of life, where his identity and beliefs would be tested against entirely different cultural standards. London in the late Victorian era was the capital of the world's most extensive empire, a bustling metropolis of nearly 5 million people. For Gandhi, the city presented a bewildering array of sights, sounds, and customs. The gray skies and chilly dampness contrasted sharply with the warm sunshine of Gujarat. The rigid social hierarchies and hurried pace of urban life differed from the more communal rhythms of Porbandar. In this foreign environment, Gandhi initially struggled to find his footing, experimenting with English customs and fashion in an attempt to belong. At the Inner Temple, one of London's prestigious Inns of Court, Gandhi pursued his legal studies. Though he applied himself diligently to understanding English law, his education extended far beyond legal textbooks. He joined the London Vegetarian Society, where he encountered not only others who shared his dietary practices, but also individuals engaged in various reform movements. Through these connections, Gandhi was introduced to influential texts like the Bhagavad Gita, which he read first in English translation, and works by Western thinkers like Leo Tolstoy, John Ruskin, and Henry David Thoreau. These years of study and exploration allowed Gandhi to view his own cultural and religious heritage from a new perspective. He began to appreciate aspects of Hinduism he had previously taken for granted, discovering philosophical depths in teachings that had been part of his upbringing. At the same time, his exposure to Christian ethics, particularly the Sermon on the Mount, resonated with him. In the quiet reading rooms of London libraries, with rain pattering against tall windows, Gandhi began the intellectual synthesis that would inform his life's work, drawing connections between different religious and philosophical traditions to articulate universal principles of truth and nonviolence. After completing his legal studies and being called to the bar in 1891, Gandhi returned to India, only to face disappointment. His attempts to establish a law practice in Bombay, now Mumbai, proved unsuccessful. Without strong connections or natural confidence in the courtroom, he struggled to attract clients. The bustling city, with its imposing colonial buildings and crowded streets, seemed indifferent to his newly acquired qualifications. This period of professional uncertainty tested Gandhi's resilience and forced him to consider alternative paths. An unexpected opportunity arose when a Muslim trading firm from his home state of Gujarat offered him a position that required his presence in South Africa. In 1893, at the age of 24, Gandhi embarked on what was intended to be a temporary assignment, unaware that this journey would transform not only his own life but eventually the lives of millions. The steamer that carried him across the Indian Ocean toward the southern tip of Africa transported him toward experiences that would catalyze his evolution from a reserved young lawyer to a powerful voice for justice. South Africa in the 1890s was a complex society shaped by British and Dutch colonial histories, racial hierarchies, and economic exploitation. The Indian community there, primarily comprised of indentured laborers and traders, occupied an uncertain position facing discrimination from the European population while remaining separate from the indigenous African majority. Within days of his arrival, Gandhi personally encountered the humiliating reality of racial prejudice when he was forcibly removed from a first-class railway compartment despite holding a valid ticket. This incident on a cold night at Pietermaritzburg station, where Gandhi was thrown off the train and left shivering on the platform, became a pivotal moment in his life. As he sat through the long hours until morning, contemplating whether to retreat to India or stay and resist the injustice he had experienced, Gandhi made a decision that would alter the course of history. He chose to stay and fight not with physical force, but by challenging the underlying system that permitted such treatment of fellow human beings. During his initial year in South Africa, Gandhi observed the widespread discrimination faced by Indians, who were derisively called coolies and subjected to various legal restrictions. His legal assignment completed, he prepared to return to India but was persuaded to stay when he learned of proposed legislation that would further disenfranchise the Indian population. At a public meeting in Pretoria, Gandhi suggested that the community organize to oppose these measures. His clear articulation of their grievances and his education in British law made him a natural leader for this cause. What had begun as a brief professional sojourn evolved into a 21-year commitment. Gandhi established a law practice in South Africa that focused on serving the Indian community. In the modest offices he occupied, first in Pretoria and later in Johannesburg and Durban, Indians from various backgrounds, Hindu and Muslim, wealthy merchants and impoverished laborers sought his counsel. Through these daily interactions, Gandhi developed a deeper understanding of the struggles faced by ordinary people and the power of organized resistance. The methods of protest that Gandhi developed during these years laid the groundwork for his later campaigns in India. He organized peaceful demonstrations, petition drives, and negotiations with authorities. When faced with unjust laws, he advocated that people voluntarily accept the legal consequences of disobedience rather than responding with violence or evasion. This approach, which he called satyagraha, holding firmly to truth, represented a revolutionary reimagining of political resistance. In 1894, Gandhi helped establish the Natal Indian Congress to give political voice to the Indian community. Working from a small office with simple furniture and stacks of correspondence, he and his colleagues coordinated efforts to protect Indian rights through legal channels. The endless hours of meetings, letter writing, and community organizing represented Gandhi's growing commitment to public service over personal advancement. The gentle clicking of typewriter keys and the rustle of petition papers became the soundtrack of this phase of his life. Even as his public role expanded, Gandhi was simultaneously undergoing profound personal transformations. In 1906, at the age of 37, he took a vow of brahmacharya, celibacy, redirecting his energies fully towards spiritual and social pursuits. He experimented with communal living, founding the Phoenix settlement near Durban and later Tolstoy Farm outside Johannesburg. In these intentional communities, surrounded by gardens and simple dwellings, Gandhi and his followers practiced principles of self-sufficiency, manual labor, and spiritual discipline. The years in South Africa saw Gandhi's philosophy evolve through both study and practical experience. He read widely across religious and philosophical traditions, finding particular inspiration in the Bhagavad Gita's teachings about selfless action, Tolstoy's writings on Christian anarchism, and Ruskin's critique of industrial capitalism. These intellectual influences, combined with the daily reality of organizing resistance against discriminatory policies, creating a unique approach to social change that emphasized moral principles over mere political expediency. Gandhi's family joined him in South Africa, and his wife Kasturbai became an active participant in his growing movement. Their children grew up in the midst of their father's evolving campaigns for justice, absorbing lessons about sacrifice and service. The Gandhi home, with its open doors and constant flow of visitors, became not just a family dwelling but a center for community organizing and discussion. As Gandhi's reputation grew, he attracted followers from diverse backgrounds who were drawn to his principled leadership and innovative methods. In the face of increasingly harsh government measures, including imprisonment and violent suppression of protests, Gandhi insisted on maintaining nonviolent discipline. This commitment was tested during the 1913 campaign against discriminatory legislation, when thousands of Indian miners and plantation workers joined in strikes and marches, suffering arrests and physical attacks without retaliating. Through these struggles, Gandhi's understanding of satyagraha deepened. He came to see nonviolent resistance not merely as a tactical approach but as a transformative force that could change both the oppressed and the oppressors. The goal was not simply to defeat political opponents, but to awaken in them a recognition of shared humanity. This vision of social change required tremendous patience and willingness to endure suffering, qualities that Gandhi cultivated through his spiritual practices of prayer, meditation, and fasting. After 2 decades of activism in South Africa, Gandhi returned to India in 1915, forever changed by his experiences. He arrived to a hero's welcome, his reputation having preceded him through newspaper accounts of his campaigns for Indian rights abroad. Yet the 50-year-old Gandhi who stepped onto Indian soil was markedly different from the young lawyer who had left years before. Now, dressed in simple homespun cloth, with a lean frame and resolute gaze, he embodied the principles he had come to embrace: simplicity, self-reliance, and unwavering commitment to truth. The India that Gandhi returned to was stirring with nationalist sentiment. World War I had intensified contradictions in the colonial relationship, as Indians who had fought for the British Empire returned with heightened expectations for political recognition. Economic hardships, including increased taxation and wartime inflation, had deepened public discontent. Various political movements sought independence, from the moderate approach of the Indian National Congress to more radical revolutionary groups advocating armed resistance. Gandhi spent his first year back traveling extensively across India, listening more than speaking, absorbing the realities of life under colonial rule. From crowded urban neighborhoods to remote villages, he witnessed the profound poverty and inequalities that characterized his homeland. These journeys, often undertaken by third-class railway carriage or on foot, connected him intimately with the rural poor who made up the vast majority of India's population. The dust of country roads, the simple meals shared with villagers, and the countless conversations with ordinary people informed Gandhi's evolving vision for India's future. In 1917, Gandhi organized his first major campaign on Indian soil in the Champaran district of Bihar. There, indigo farmers were suffering under an exploitative system that forced them to grow the cash crop on a portion of their land at prices set by European planters. Invited by local activists, Gandhi applied the methods of investigation, negotiation, and peaceful resistance that he had developed in South Africa. His careful documentation of peasant grievances, combined with disciplined protest, eventually compelled British authorities to abolish the system. This success demonstrated the potential of nonviolent resistance in the Indian context and established Gandhi as a leader who could translate philosophy into effective action. Similar campaigns followed in Kedah, where peasants were struggling under heavy taxation during a crop failure, and in Ahmedabad, where he supported textile workers in a labor dispute. In each case, Gandhi insisted on maintaining nonviolent discipline while firmly standing against injustice. He developed a methodology that began with thorough investigation of facts, proceeded through negotiation and public education, and only then moved to organized civil disobedience as a last resort. By 1920, Gandhi had become the preeminent leader of the Indian independence movement. He transformed the Indian National Congress from an elite organization into a mass movement with branches reaching into villages across the subcontinent. His call for non-cooperation with British institutions resonated widely, inspiring students to leave government schools, lawyers to boycott British courts, and consumers to reject foreign-made goods in favor of Swadeshi, domestically produced alternatives. At the heart of Gandhi's approach was a vision that extended beyond mere political independence. He sought Swaraj, self-rule, in its fullest sense, not only freedom from British dominance, but also liberation from poverty, social division, and moral degradation. This comprehensive vision required addressing internal problems alongside the struggle against colonial power. Gandhi was particularly concerned with the plight of untouchables, whom he called Harijans or Children of God, the subjugation of women, and the religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Gandhi's personal example powerfully illustrated his philosophy. He established ashrams, spiritual communities, at Sabarmati near Ahmedabad, and later at Sevagram in central India, where he and his followers practiced simple living and high thinking. Rising before dawn for prayer, spinning cotton on a charkha spinning wheel daily, eating plain vegetarian meals, and performing even the most menial tasks without hierarchy, Gandhi demonstrated that meaningful change begins with personal transformation. The gentle whirring of spinning wheels became a symbol of the movement, representing economic self-reliance and dignified simplicity. In 1930, Gandhi launched the Salt Satyagraha, one of his most famous campaigns. The British salt monopoly, which prohibited Indians from collecting or selling salt independently, symbolized the injustice of colonial economic policy. With careful planning and profound symbolic power, Gandhi led a 240-mile march from his ashram to the coastal village of Dandi. There, in a simple yet revolutionary act, he picked up a handful of sea salt in defiance of British law. This gesture inspired similar acts of civil disobedience across India as ordinary people made, bought, and sold salt in peaceful protest. The British authorities responded with mass arrests, including that of Gandhi himself. The sight of peaceful protesters being beaten by police while refusing to resist violence generated international sympathy for the Indian cause. American journalist Webb Miller's eyewitness accounts of the brutal suppression of salt protesters at Dharasana made headlines worldwide, challenging the British claim to moral authority. Through this campaign, Gandhi demonstrated how nonviolent resistance could transform seemingly small issues into powerful challenges to an entire system of domination. Gandhi's daily practice of silence, observed for one day each week, reminds us of the restorative power of quietude. In our bustling modern world, such stillness is a precious gift we can offer ourselves. Feel the quiet deepening around you now, creating space for rest and renewal. Just as Gandhi found clarity in silence, you too can discover tranquility as thoughts gradually settle like leaves drifting gently to the forest floor. The principles that guided Gandhi's life truth, nonviolence, simplicity, and service offer a pathway not only for social change but for personal peace. Consider how nonviolence can extend beyond physical actions to encompass the way we treat ourselves and our thoughts. With each breath, release any harsh self-judgment or internal conflict, allowing a compassionate acceptance to flow through your being. This inner ahimsa, nonviolence, creates the perfect conditions for deep, restful sleep. Gandhi's unwavering commitment to truth invites us to find authenticity in our own lives. As your awareness turns inward, notice what feels most true and essential in this moment. Perhaps it is simply the recognition of tiredness, the body's natural desire for rest. Honor this truth by surrendering to it completely, just as Gandhi surrendered to what he called the still small voice of conscience that guided his remarkable journey. The stars now appearing in the evening sky are the same stars that shone down upon Gandhi as he walked miles across India's diverse landscapes. These celestial lights have witnessed humanity's struggles and triumphs throughout the ages, offering perspective on our brief but meaningful lives. Their steady presence reminds us that even in darkness, we are never truly alone. Feel this comforting awareness surrounding you as your consciousness begins its journey towards sleep. Gandhi often spoke of the interconnectedness of all life, a oneness that transcends the artificial boundaries we create between ourselves and others. As you rest here, sense this connection extending outward from your being like ripples on a still pond. Each breath joins you to the great rhythm of life that flows through all creation. This belonging creates a profound sense of security and peace, a perfect foundation for restorative sleep. The gentle hands that spun cotton, tended gardens, and served others with humility remind us that true greatness often resides in simple acts performed with great love. As your own hands now rest quietly, appreciative of their day's work complete, feel a sense of grateful completion spreading through your body. Each muscle and limb can release its efforts, surrendering to the support beneath you, just as Gandhi ultimately surrendered the fruits of his actions to a higher purpose. In his final years, despite witnessing terrible violence and the partition he had worked so hard to prevent, Gandhi maintained an inner serenity born of deep spiritual practice. This capacity to find peace amid turmoil offers profound inspiration for our own lives. Whatever concerns or excitements filled your day, they can now be set aside like items carefully placed on a shelf, waiting for tomorrow's attention. This moment is reserved for rest alone. The prayer meetings that punctuated Gandhi's days provided rhythm and meaning to his work. As your day now draws to its close, imagine joining the circle of those gathered in the soft evening air, voices blending in simple harmony, creating a collective tranquility that transcends individual concerns. This sense of peaceful gathering can accompany you across the threshold between wakefulness and sleep, a gentle transition blessed by timeless wisdom. Gandhi's lifelong journey toward truth was not without struggles and setbacks, yet he met each challenge with renewed commitment and continuous learning. This humble persistence offers comfort as we navigate our own paths, reminding us that rest is not merely an interruption of our efforts, but an essential part of any meaningful endeavor. Tonight's sleep prepares the way for tomorrow's awakening, part of life's continuous unfolding. The legacy of Gandhi's life continues to inspire movements for justice and peace around the world, a testament to how one life lived with integrity can illuminate countless others. As you drift towards sleep, know that your own presence in the world matters in ways seen and unseen. The kindness, truth, and love you bring to your corner of existence ripples outward in ever-widening circles, contributing to the great ocean of human goodness that Gandhi sought to nurture. The spinning wheel stills now, its work complete. The prayer voices fade into silence. The simple meal has been shared, the modest bed prepared. All that remains is to rest, to surrender to sleep's gentle embrace. Like Gandhi returning to his spiritual center through meditation, you now return to sleep's rejuvenating depths, carrying with you the peaceful assurance that all is well. The journey of this day is complete, and the new dawn will arrive in its own perfect time. Sleep now, as countless generations have slept before you, beneath the same stars that watched over Gandhi, teacher, leader, seeker of truth, who, like you in this moment, ultimately surrendered to the sacred rhythm of rest and renewal that sustains all life in its endless, beautiful unfolding. As the golden sun sets over the majestic Nile River, casting long shadows across the ancient temples and monuments of a civilization that thrived thousands of years ago, let us journey back in time to explore one of history's most fascinating chapters in the healing arts. The medical practices of ancient Egypt stand as testimony to human ingenuity, where wisdom and mysticism intertwined to create a healing tradition far ahead of its time. In the fertile lands nurtured by the life-giving waters of the Nile, the ancient Egyptians developed a sophisticated understanding of medicine that would influence healing practices for millennia to come. Their approach to medicine was a remarkable blend of the practical and the magical, the empirical and the spiritual, creating a holistic system that addressed both body and soul. Imagine walking along the banks of the Nile over 4,000 years ago, the warm breeze carrying the scent of lotus flowers and the distant sounds of temple hymns. Here, in this cradle of civilization, medical knowledge was considered sacred, a divine gift from the gods themselves. The physicians of ancient Egypt, known as Swan, pronounced Su-Nu, were not merely doctors but priests, scholars, and magicians all in one. The story of Egyptian medicine begins with Imhotep, perhaps history's first recognized physician. Serving under Pharaoh Djoser around 2650 BCE, Imhotep was a high priest, architect, and healer of such renown that in later centuries he would be deified as the god of medicine. His legendary healing abilities and wisdom established a tradition of medical knowledge that would be recorded, preserved, and expanded upon for thousands of years. The medical knowledge of the Egyptians survives today primarily through medical papyri, ancient scrolls that contain a wealth of medical information. Among these, the Edwin Smith Papyrus and the Ebers Papyrus stand as some of the oldest and most important medical documents in human history. Dating back to approximately 1600 BCE, these texts reveal a medical tradition that had already been developing for over 1,000 years. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, often considered the world's first surgical treatise, contains descriptions of 48 cases of injuries, fractures, wounds, and dislocations. Each case follows a remarkably systematic approach: examination, diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment. The methodical nature of this document reveals a scientific mindset that would not be out of place in modern medical practice. The unknown author carefully distinguished between treatable and untreatable conditions, demonstrating an empirical approach that was extraordinarily advanced for its time. Picture the Egyptian physician, dressed in clean white linen, examining a patient with calm, practiced hands. They observe, they question, they touch, gathering information in ways that would feel familiar to any modern doctor. An ailment which I will treat, they might declare, of a condition they understood, or an ailment with which I will contend for a more challenging case, or with somber honesty, an ailment not to be treated, for those beyond their help. The Ebers Papyrus, a scroll measuring over 20 meters long, contains some 700 magical formulas and remedies for a vast array of conditions. It includes treatments for diabetes, arthritis, depression, and even contraception, revealing the remarkable breadth of Egyptian medical knowledge. The text also contains evidence that Egyptian physicians understood the importance of the heart, describing it as the center of a system of vessels carrying various fluids throughout the body, an early concept of the circulatory system more than 3,000 years before William Harvey's discoveries. Ancient Egyptian pharmacology was equally impressive. Their medicine cabinets contained hundreds of ingredients derived from plants, animals, and minerals. Garlic and onions were prescribed for heart and circulatory disorders, a use supported by modern science, which recognizes their benefits in reducing cholesterol and improving circulation. Willow bark, containing the natural form of aspirin, was used to relieve pain and reduce inflammation, just as we use its synthesized derivatives today. The gentle waters of the Nile provided papyrus reeds, whose sticky juice was mixed with honey to create wound dressings with remarkable antiseptic properties. Honey itself was a medicine of extraordinary importance, used in more than 500 remedies. Modern research has confirmed what the Egyptians knew through observation. Honey contains hydrogen peroxide and has a low water content, making it a powerful antimicrobial agent that prevents infection and promotes healing. For the Egyptian physician, the preparation of these remedies was a sacred act. Imagine them working in the cool shade of a temple garden, carefully measuring ingredients according to precise recipes, reciting prayers and incantations as they worked. Each component had to be gathered at the proper time, prepared in the correct manner, and administered with appropriate ritual. The physical remedy and the spiritual component were inseparable, each reinforcing the healing power of the other. Surgical interventions in ancient Egypt went far beyond what one might expect from a civilization of their era. Evidence from mummies and surgical tools suggests that Egyptian physicians performed complex procedures, including the setting of broken bones, wound suturing, and even basic forms of plastic surgery. They developed specialized tools for these procedures. Bronze scalpels, forceps, suturing needles, and surgical scissors have all been found in archaeological sites. One of the most sophisticated surgical practices involved trepanation, the deliberate creation of a hole in the skull. Evidence suggests that some individuals survived this procedure, as their skulls show signs of healing around the surgical site. While often associated with releasing evil spirits, trepanation also relieved pressure from brain injuries, demonstrating an understanding of basic neurosurgical principles. Picture a surgical procedure in ancient Egypt. The patient lies on a simple table in a room with adequate light from oil, lamps, or filtered sunlight. Attendants hold the patient still while the physician works with steady hands and focused concentration. Pain management relied on opium derived from poppy plants and mandrake, which contained powerful anesthetic alkaloids. Wine infused with these substances would render the patient insensible to the worst of the pain, though certainly not with the complete anesthesia we expect today. The Egyptian understanding of anatomy was advanced for its time, informed by the mummification process that gave embalmers intimate knowledge of human internal structures. While religious taboos limited dissection for purely medical study, the practical knowledge gained through ritual preservation of bodies contributed significantly to their anatomical understanding. However, this knowledge was mixed with misconceptions. They believed, for instance, that vessels carried not just blood but also air, tears, urine, sperm, and even emotions throughout the body. Despite these limitations, the ancient Egyptians' approach to medicine reveals a culture that valued careful observation, practical experience, and systematic recording of knowledge. Their medical practices evolved over thousands of years, building upon successes and learning from failures, creating a comprehensive system that addressed everything from everyday injuries to complex internal diseases. Dental care was also remarkably advanced in ancient Egypt. Examinations of mummies have revealed sophisticated dental work, including drilling teeth to drain abscesses and even early forms of dental bridges using gold wire to attach artificial teeth. Dental problems were common due to their diet, which included bread made from stone-ground flour that contained tiny particles of sand and stone that gradually wore down tooth enamel. As the stars begin to appear in the evening sky above the Nile, reflecting in its calm waters, we can imagine ancient physicians completing their daily practices. In temples dedicated to Sekhmet, the goddess of healing, and Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, they would record new observations and study ancient texts, continuing the accumulation of knowledge that made Egyptian medicine a beacon of advancement in the ancient world. The medical mysteries of ancient Egypt remind us of humanity's enduring quest to understand the body, to ease suffering, and to extend life. Their blend of practical observation, empirical testing, and spiritual ritual created a medical tradition that would influence Greek physicians like Hippocrates and, through them, the development of Western medicine. As you rest and contemplate these ancient healing arts, imagine the peaceful flowing of the Nile, the eternal river that gave life to this remarkable civilization. The rhythmic lapping of water against the shore creates a soothing backdrop to the timeless story of human ingenuity and compassion embodied in the medical traditions of ancient Egypt. Their understanding that healing encompassed both physical treatments and spiritual comfort offers wisdom that resonates even in our modern age of technological medicine. As the gentle evening breeze caresses the lotus flowers along the Nile, we continue our journey through the medical mysteries of ancient Egypt. The soft glow of oil lamps illuminates hieroglyphics on temple walls, telling stories of healing that have endured for millennia. Let your mind drift further into this ancient world, where wisdom and compassion flowed like the eternal river itself. The ancient Egyptians possessed a profound understanding of specialized medicine that speaks to their careful observation and systematized knowledge. They recognized the importance of medical specialization, with practitioners focusing on specific areas of healing. As the Greek historian Herodotus wrote in the 5th century BCE, the practice of medicine is so divided among them that each physician treats one disease and no more. There are plenty of physicians everywhere. Some are eye doctors, some deal with the head, others with the teeth or the abdomen, and some with invisible illnesses. This specialization allowed for deeper expertise in treating specific conditions. Ophthalmology, the treatment of eye diseases, was particularly advanced. The arid, sandy environment of Egypt led to numerous eye conditions, prompting the development of specialized treatments. The Ebers Papyrus contains an entire section dedicated to eye diseases, with detailed descriptions and treatments for conditions we still recognize today: cataracts, trachoma, and various infections. Imagine an eye specialist working in the cool shade of a temple courtyard, their hands steady as they apply a soothing green copper-based salve to relieve inflammation. They work with gentle, practiced movements, their voice calm and reassuring as they speak words of comfort to their patient. The scent of medicinal herbs hangs in the air: coriander, juniper, and celery seed, all known for their healing properties. Women's health and childbirth were areas where Egyptian medicine showed remarkable insight. The Kahun Gynecological Papyrus, dating from about 1800 BCE, is the oldest known medical text on women's health. It contains treatments for various gynecological issues and includes methods to determine fertility and pregnancy. Midwives, often experienced women who had borne children themselves, attended births using specialized birthing chairs and knowledgeable techniques passed down through generations. Picture expectant mothers in ancient Egypt preparing for childbirth, surrounded by supportive women, breathing deeply as they had been taught, finding strength in age-old wisdom. Amulets of Taweret, the protective goddess of childbirth with the body of a hippopotamus, would be placed nearby, offering spiritual comfort alongside practical care. The ancient Egyptians' understanding of preventative medicine and public health was also remarkably advanced. They recognized the importance of cleanliness and hygiene. Priests bathed multiple times daily, and the general population was encouraged to maintain cleanliness. They understood the connection between standing water and illness, likely recognizing the link between mosquitoes and disease thousands of years before the discovery of malaria parasites. Their living spaces were designed with health in mind: high ceilings to keep rooms cool, windows placed to maximize airflow while minimizing direct sunlight, and drainage systems to remove waste. These architectural elements created environments that promoted well-being and prevented the spread of disease. As the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky above the Nile, feel your breathing become deeper, more regular. The ancient wisdom of Egyptian healing invites us to slow down, to find balance, to honor the connection between body and spirit. Like the steady, reliable flooding of the Nile that brought renewal to the land each year, your breath brings fresh oxygen to nourish every cell in your body. The healing temples of ancient Egypt, dedicated to gods like Imhotep and Sekhmet, were places of holistic healing where patients would rest, dream, and receive treatment. These serene sanctuaries incorporated elements we now recognize as beneficial for recovery: gardens with medicinal plants, flowing water features creating soothing sounds, and spaces designed to catch cooling breezes. Patients would sleep in these healing spaces, believing that the gods would visit them in dreams to provide cures or healing guidance. In these tranquil temples, imagine the soft padding of feet on stone floors, the distant murmur of prayers, the gentle splash of fountains in courtyards where healing herbs grew. The rhythm of temple life followed the natural cycles of day and night, creating an environment of peaceful regularity that supported recovery and renewal. As you rest now, listening to these ancient stories, let your body feel increasingly heavy and comfortable. The wisdom of Egyptian medicine reminds us that healing often requires simply creating the right conditions: rest, nourishment, and peace, and then allowing the body's natural processes to work their magic. Your body holds this same ancient wisdom, knowing exactly how to restore and repair itself when given the opportunity to rest deeply. The night sky over ancient Egypt would have been brilliant with stars, unpolluted by modern lights, revealing the cosmic patterns that the Egyptians studied so carefully. They saw the sky as a reflection of their world, with the predictable movements of celestial bodies representing the order and harmony they strive for in their lives and in their medical practices. This concept of ma'at, balance, harmony, and order, was central to their understanding of health. Disease was seen as a disturbance in this natural balance, and healing involved restoring harmony to body and spirit. This holistic approach recognized that physical symptoms often had emotional or spiritual components, an insight that modern medicine has only recently begun to fully appreciate again. Feel your breathing becoming slower, deeper, like the rhythmic flow of the Nile, steady and life-giving. Each breath brings peaceful, healing energy into your body. Each exhalation releases any tension or discomfort. Just as the ancient healers understood the importance of balance, your body finds its perfect equilibrium between wakefulness and sleep. The medical legacy of ancient Egypt flowed into Greek medicine through physicians like Hippocrates, who studied Egyptian medical texts. From there, it influenced Roman medicine and eventually medieval European and Islamic medical traditions. The thread of knowledge connects us directly to those ancient healers who worked by the light of oil lamps, carefully measuring herbs and minerals to ease suffering and promote healing. The night deepens over the ancient land, and the cool desert air settles over the temples and healing sanctuaries. Imagine looking out over the vast expanse of stars from a temple rooftop, the same stars that guided Egyptian physicians thousands of years ago. The Milky Way stretches across the sky like the Nile stretches across the land, a celestial reflection of the terrestrial world. Your breathing continues its gentle rhythm, in and out, like the eternal cycles of the Nile's flooding and receding, bringing renewal and life. The weight of your body feels increasingly heavy and comfortable, sinking deeper into restful relaxation as the ancient wisdom of healing surrounds you like a protective amulet. The quiet nighttime sounds of ancient Egypt would have created a soothing backdrop for healing sleep. The distant call of night birds, the soft rustling of papyrus reeds in the gentle breeze, the rhythmic lapping of water against the riverbanks. These natural sounds created a peaceful soundscape that promoted rest and recovery, much as the sound of these words guides you toward deeper relaxation now. Egyptian physicians understood the healing power of sleep. They created special dream incubation chambers in healing temples where patients would rest in hopes of receiving divine guidance or healing during their dreams. They recognized that the mysterious realm of sleep had restorative powers that complemented their medical treatments. As your mind drifts between wakefulness and sleep, imagine yourself in one of these ancient healing spaces. The cool night air carries the faint scent of sacred oils, frankincense, myrrh, and cedar, used in healing rituals. The smooth stone walls provide a sense of security and timelessness, connecting you to the thousands who have sought healing throughout the centuries. Your eyelids may feel increasingly heavy now, each blink lasting a little longer, as the ancient healing wisdom of Egypt continues to flow around you like the nurturing waters of the Nile, carrying you gently toward peaceful shores of sleep. The ancient Egyptians viewed death not as an ending, but as a transition to another form of existence. This perspective gave them a unique relationship with the natural cycles of life, death, and renewal, cycles that we experience in smaller ways each day as we move from wakefulness to sleep and back again. Sleep was seen as a small journey into the other world, a cousin to death but with the promise of return and renewal. The medical mysteries of ancient Egypt remind us that healing is both an art and a science, a practice that addresses body, mind, and spirit. Their holistic approach incorporated practical treatments alongside comfort measures, recognizing that healing happens best when the whole person is tended to with wisdom and compassion. As you continue to drift deeper into relaxation, the ancient healers of Egypt would remind you that rest is not merely the absence of activity, but an active state of renewal. That sleep is not just a pause in consciousness, but a healing journey. That dreams are not merely random firings of neurons, but potentially meaningful experiences that can bring insight and restoration. The stars continue their slow journey across the night sky. The Nile flows endlessly toward the Mediterranean. The ancient rhythms of the world continue their eternal cycles, and you can release fully into the healing embrace of sleep, carried by the timeless wisdom of a civilization that understood the profound connection between the cosmic order and the human need for rest and renewal. Let the final whispers of this ancient healing tradition guide you into the deepest, most restorative sleep, where your body can heal and your mind can find peace. Just as countless individuals found healing along the banks of the Nile thousands of years ago, the medical mysteries of ancient Egypt now become the gentle guardians of your slumber, watching over you as you journey into the healing realm of dreams. In the quiet countryside of northeastern France, in a small village called Domremy, a child was born who would change the course of history. The year was 1412, and the world into which little Joan arrived was one torn by war and suffering. The 100 Years' War between England and France had already been raging for 75 years, leaving the French countryside devastated and its people weary. Joan was born to Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, humble peasants who tilled the soil and lived simply, teaching their children the ways of faith and hard work. As a child, Joan was known for her kindness and her devotion. Unlike many children of her time and station, she learned to pray with unusual fervor. The village church became a sanctuary for her, its cool stone walls and flickering candles offering comfort against the backdrop of war that touched even their remote village. Picture young Joan with dark hair and earnest eyes, kneeling in prayer, the colored light from stained glass windows dappling her simple homespun dress. The fields around Domremy were green and rolling, dotted with wildflowers in spring and golden with wheat in summer. Joan would help her father in these fields or tend to the animals, her hands becoming strong and capable. She learned to spin and sew from her mother, sitting by the hearth in their modest home during the long winter evenings. The crackling fire would cast dancing shadows on the walls as stories were told, stories of saints and heroes, of kings and kingdoms, and of the long war that had brought such suffering to France. When Joan was about 13 years old, something extraordinary happened that would set her life on a remarkable path. In her father's garden, on a summer day filled with birdsong and the gentle rustling of leaves, Joan first heard voices. She would later describe them as belonging to Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret. These voices spoke to her of France's plight and of a mission she was to undertake to drive the English from French soil and to see the Dauphin Charles crowned as the rightful king of France. Imagine the wonder and fear that must have filled this young peasant girl's heart. The voices continued to come to her, growing more insistent as the years passed. Joan kept these divine messages secret at first, continuing with her daily tasks while carrying this extraordinary burden of knowledge. The gentle rhythm of village life continued around hearth, changing of seasons, the celebration of holy days, the shared work of the harvest, while within her grew a profound sense of purpose. By 1428, when Joan was 16, the situation in France had grown desperate. The English and their Burgundian allies controlled much of northern France, including Paris. The Dauphin Charles, uncrowned heir to the French throne, remained in the south, lacking the courage or resources to claim his kingdom. The strategic city of Orléans was under siege, and its fall would mean catastrophe for the French cause. It was then that Joan's voices became impossible to ignore. They urged her to leave her village, to seek out Robert de Baudricourt, captain of the nearby town of Vaucouleurs, and to convince him to provide her with an escort to the Dauphin's court at Chinon. Consider the courage it took for a young peasant girl to approach a military commander with such an extraordinary request, bearing no credentials but her own conviction. Initially, Baudricourt dismissed Joan with laughter. What could this simple country girl possibly offer to a nation at war? But Joan was persistent. She returned again and again, her determination unwavering. She began to make predictions about the war, some of which came true with uncanny accuracy. Gradually, the skepticism of those around her began to give way to curiosity and even hope. In February 1429, perhaps influenced by Joan's growing reputation or simply desperate for any solution in France's darkest hour, Baudricourt finally granted her request. He provided her with a small escort of soldiers, a sword, and male clothing for the journey, practical attire that would become a subject of much controversy later. The journey to Chinon would be long and perilous, across territory controlled by hostile forces, but Joan set out with unwavering faith. Picture the small party traveling through the winter landscape of medieval France, frost-covered fields, giving way to forests where bare branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Rivers had to be crossed, some still partially frozen, their surfaces catching the pale winter sunlight. Joan rode with growing confidence despite never having been on a horse before leaving her village. The soldiers accompanying her, initially skeptical, found themselves increasingly impressed by her conviction and her uncanny knowledge of matters a peasant girl should know nothing about. 11 days later, they arrived at Chinon, where the Dauphin held court in a magnificent castle perched above the Vienne River. Its stone towers rose dramatically against the sky, a symbol of royal power even in this time of diminished French sovereignty. Within these walls, Charles and his advisors debated the desperate state of the kingdom, unaware that their salvation was approaching in the most unlikely form. The story of how Joan gained audience with the Dauphin has become legendary. It's said that Charles, testing her, hid among his courtiers while another man took his place on the throne. Yet Joan, never having seen him before, walked directly to the true Dauphin and addressed him with complete confidence. She spoke to him privately, revealing a secret that convinced him of her divine mission, though what was said remains a mystery to this day. "Most noble Dauphin," Joan is recorded to have said, "I am Joan the Maid, sent by God to aid you and the Kingdom of France." For several weeks, Joan was questioned by theologians and members of Parliament. They sought to determine whether her voices came from God or were demonic in nature. Her responses to their complex theological questions were so direct and pure that many were convinced of her divine inspiration. She spoke with a clarity and purpose that seemed beyond her years and education. Gradually, against all odds, this peasant girl began to win over the skeptical court. Her sincerity, her unshakable faith, and perhaps the desperate times combined to overcome resistance to her extraordinary claims. The Dauphin, already known for his interest in mysticism and prophecy, began to believe that this young woman might indeed be sent by God to save his crown and his country. In April 1429, Charles finally decided to provide Joan with armor, a banner, and a small force to accompany her to Orléans, which had been under siege by the English for months. The city was crucial. Its fall would open the way for English dominance of the Loire Valley and effectively end French resistance. The armor given to Joan was crafted specifically for her, a marvel of metalwork designed to protect her small frame in battle. It shone in the spring sunlight as she prepared for her first military engagement. Her banner, designed according to the instructions of her voices, was white with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria and an image of God holding the world. As Joan prepared to depart for Orléans, the atmosphere around her had transformed. From being a curiosity, she had become a symbol of hope. Soldiers who had been demoralized by years of defeat now looked to this young woman with growing confidence. Her absolute certainty in her mission was contagious, rekindling a spirit of resistance that had been all but extinguished. The journey to Orléans took the small army along the Loire River, its waters reflecting the changing sky as spring brought new life to the war-torn land. Fields that had lain fallow began to show the first green shoots of new growth, a fitting backdrop for the renewal of hope that Joan carried with her. As they approached the besieged city, word of Joan's coming spread among the defenders. Some scoffed at the idea of a peasant girl leading armies, but others, desperate for any sign of divine favor, eagerly awaited her arrival. The English, confident in their superior position, dismissed rumors of this maid as mere French superstition. On the 29th of April, 1429, Joan entered Orléans. The city, despite months of siege, welcomed her with torchlight and celebration. Residents lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the armored maiden on her white horse, her banner held high above her. The atmosphere of hopelessness that had pervaded the city began to lift as Joan's presence infused new energy into its defense. In the days that followed, Joan would demonstrate that her military instincts, were as remarkable as her spiritual convictions. Despite having no formal training in warfare, she showed a natural understanding of tactics and an ability to inspire soldiers to feats of extraordinary courage. The transformation was remarkable. Troops who had been on the defensive for months now eagerly followed the commands of a teenage girl who claimed to be guided by saints. And it was here, before the walls of Orleans, that the legend of Joan of Arc truly began to take shape. The Maid of Orleans was about to transform from an obscure peasant girl into one of history's most enduring symbols of courage, faith, and the indomitable human spirit. The morning sun rose over Orleans, bathing the besieged city in a soft golden light. Inside the city walls, Joan of Arc prepared for what would become her defining moment. She had arrived with renewed hope, but the task before her remained daunting. The English forces had constructed a series of fortifications around Orleans, strongholds from which they maintained their stranglehold on the city. For months, they had seemed impregnable. Joan's presence had already begun to transform the atmosphere within Orleans. Soldiers who had grown accustomed to defeat now stood taller, their spirits lifted by this remarkable young woman who spoke with such certainty of victory. Civilians who had endured months of fear and hunger dared to hope again. They watched from windows and doorways as Joan, clad in her shining armor, moved through the narrow streets, her banner catching the morning light. On May 4, 1429, just days after her arrival, Joan led her first significant military action. Her target was the fortress of St. Loup, one of the English strongholds surrounding the city. Interestingly, Joan had not been informed of the planned assault. Perhaps the veteran commanders were reluctant to fully embrace her leadership. Legend has it that she was resting when suddenly she awoke, claiming her voices had alerted her to the battle. She quickly donned her armor and rode to join the fighting. Imagine the scene as Joan arrived at the engagement, French soldiers struggling against the English defense, the air filled with the sounds of combat, the smell of smoke from early gunpowder weapons mixing with the earthy scent of churned soil and the metallic tang of blood. Into this chaos rode Joan, her banner held high, her voice cutting through the din as she called out encouragement to her countrymen. Her arrival transformed the French assault. Soldiers who had been wavering found new courage. The siege of St. Loup ended in a French victory, the first significant reversal in the long months of the siege of Orleans. As evening fell, the fortress burned against the darkening sky, a beacon of changing fortunes. The following day, May 5, was Ascension Day, and Joan insisted that no fighting take place on this holy day. She spent the day dictating a letter to the English, once again urging them to depart peacefully. Her scribes captured her words as she paced, her armor temporarily set aside but her determination undiminished. When an English response came in the form of insults and mockery, Joan's resolve only strengthened. On May 6, Joan led an attack on another English fortification, the Augustans. Again, her presence seemed to transform ordinary soldiers into extraordinary warriors. The French fighting spirit, long suppressed by years of defeat, found new expression under her leadership. The Augustans fell to the French, another significant victory that tightened the noose around the remaining English positions. But the greatest challenge remained: the fortress of Les Tourelles, the strongest of the English positions, guarding the southern approach to Orleans across the Loire River. It was heavily fortified with thick walls and surrounded by a moat. The English had concentrated their best troops there, under the command of Sir William Glasdale, who had particularly derided Joan, calling her a cowgirl and worse. On the morning of May 7, Joan led the assault on Les Tourelles. The battle was fierce and prolonged. Hours of fighting saw little progress, and many French soldiers fell. During the combat, Joan herself was struck by an arrow that pierced her armor, entering her shoulder. She was carried from the battlefield, the shaft of the arrow protruding from her body. Witnesses say she wept with pain as the arrow was removed, but refused wine to dull her senses and any charms to stop the bleeding, considering them ungodly. Most commanders would have been finished for the day, if not longer, after such a wound. But Joan, after a brief period of prayer, returned to the battle. Her reappearance rallied the French troops, who had begun to falter in her absence. As evening approached, Joan called for a final assault, famously telling the commander beside her, "Watch for when my banner touches the wall, for then the place shall be yours." In the fading light, the French surged forward. Joan's banner touched the fortress wall as she had predicted, and with one great effort, the French forces broke through the English defenses. In the confusion, the drawbridge connecting parts of the fortress collapsed, plunging many English soldiers, including Commander Glasdale, into the river below. The heavily armored men sank beneath the waters of the Loire, fulfilling a prediction Joan had made days earlier that Glasdale would not survive to leave Orléans. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The French had achieved what had seemed impossible just days before. The next morning, May 8, the remaining English forces around Orléans withdrew. The siege, which had lasted nearly 7 months, was over. In just 4 days of fighting, Joan had accomplished what seasoned military commanders had failed to do for months. The city of Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang out across the city, their joyful pealing carried on the spring air. People poured into the streets, lighting bonfires that pushed back the darkness. Joan entered the city in triumph, her wounded shoulder bandaged but her face glowing with the certainty of divine favor. She proceeded directly to the cathedral to give thanks, kneeling before the altar as the rich notes of the Te Deum, a hymn of thanksgiving, filled the sacred space. This victory at Orléans transformed Joan from a curiosity into a figure of national importance. News of the Maid of Orléans spread across France, rekindling hope in places long given to despair. To a people steeped in faith and accustomed to seeking divine signs, Joan's victory seemed nothing short of miraculous. In the weeks that followed, Joan built on this success. She led the French army from victory to victory in what became known as the Loire Campaign. Towns that had been in English hands for years fell before her. Jargeau on the 12th of June, Meung-sur-Loire on the 15th of June, and Beaugency on the 17th of June. The French advance seemed unstoppable. On the 18th of June, the French and English armies met in open battle at Patay. Unlike the siege warfare at Orléans, this was a cavalry engagement in open country. The landscape was gentle, rolling farmland, fields of early summer grain rippling in the breeze. Joan, though not directing tactical movements, provided the inspiration for the French forces. The battle became a decisive French victory, with the English suffering heavy casualties. English commanders who had been the terror of France for years were captured, including the famous Sir John Talbot. With these victories, the road to Reims lay open. Reims was crucial as the traditional coronation site of French kings, housing the sacred oil used in the ceremony since the time of Clovis in the 5th century. Joan had always insisted that her mission included seeing the Dauphin crowned, thus legitimizing his rule in the eyes of all Christendom. The journey to Reims took Joan and the Dauphin's forces through territories nominally under Burgundian or English control. Yet town after town opened their gates without resistance as the victorious French army approached. The countryside they traveled through was lush with early summer growth, orchards heavy with forming fruit, fields promising abundant harvests. It was as if the land itself was renewing along with French fortunes. On the 16th of July, 1429, the royal procession entered Reims. The city welcomed them with jubilation, strewing the streets with summer flowers and hanging tapestries from windows. The great cathedral of Reims, one of the architectural marvels of medieval Europe, prepared for the sacred ceremony to come. Its soaring Gothic arches and brilliant stained glass created an atmosphere of otherworldly splendor, a fitting stage for the culmination of Joan's divine mission. The coronation took place the very next day, the 17th of July. The cathedral was filled with nobles, clergy, and as many common people as could squeeze into the vast space. The air was thick with incense, and the light filtered through stained glass windows, casting colored patterns across the stone floor. Charles, dressed in ceremonial robes, proceeded through the ancient ritual of French coronation, being anointed with the sacred oil and receiving the crown and other royal regalia. Joan stood near the altar during the ceremony, her banner in hand. This same banner that had led troops into battle now witnessed the fulfillment of her promise. As the crown was placed on Charles's head, officially making him King Charles VII of France, tears are said to have streamed down Joan's face. Later, she would tell her judges that this moment, seeing the Dauphin crowned, was the culmination of her mission as revealed by her heavenly voices. After the ceremony, Joan knelt before the newly crowned king. "Gentle king," she said, "now is accomplished the will of God, who wished that you should come to Reims to receive your worthy coronation, showing that you are the true king and the one to whom the kingdom should belong." The coronation marked a profound shift in the war. Though much of France remained under English or Burgundian control, Charles VII was now unquestionably the legitimate king of France in the eyes of his people. The moral and psychological impact of this cannot be overstated. Towns that had accepted English rule now began to reconsider their allegiance. The momentum of the conflict had unmistakably shifted. For Joan, this moment represented both triumph and transition. The core of her divine mission, the relief of Orléans and the coronation of the king, had been accomplished in an astonishingly brief time. In just a few months, this peasant girl had altered the course of a war that had dragged on for generations. France, which had seemed on the brink of complete subjugation, now saw a path to revival. In the days following the coronation, Joan urged an immediate march on Paris. The capital city was in English hands, but Joan believed that the momentum of their recent victories could carry them to success there as well. Charles, however, was more hesitant. Having secured his crown, he now turned to diplomacy, entering into negotiations with the Burgundians, traditional allies of the English. This period after the coronation revealed growing tensions between Joan's direct, faith-driven approach and the complex political calculations of the royal court. While Joan continued to insist on decisive military action, Charles and his advisors began to move more cautiously, concerned with consolidating recent gains rather than risking everything on further campaigns. As summer faded into autumn, the French army, with Joan still in its ranks, finally moved toward Paris. The landscape they traversed was now touched with early hints of fall, the first golden leaves appearing on trees, the harvests being gathered in fields they passed. They approached the great city, whose massive walls and towers made it a formidable target, far more challenging than the smaller towns they had previously taken. On the 8th of September, 1429, Joan led an attack on Paris's Saint-Honoré Gate. The assault was fierce, but ultimately unsuccessful. Joan herself was wounded again, this time by a crossbow bolt to the thigh. As she lay in the moat around the city walls, still urging her troops forward despite her injury, the tide of battle turned against the French. As darkness fell, royal orders came to retreat. Joan, protesting bitterly, was carried from the field. This failed assault on Paris marked the beginning of a new chapter in Joan's story. The swift, seemingly miraculous successes of the previous months gave way to a more complex and challenging reality. The divine mission that had carried her from Domremy to Orléans to Reims now seemed less clear, though her faith remained unshaken. As autumn deepened, The military campaign season drew to a close. Joan remained with the royal army, but the clear direction that had guided her actions thus far seemed to waver. The king granted her and her family noble status in December 1429, an unprecedented honor for a peasant family, yet at the same time, the court's reliance on her military leadership diminished. The winter months saw Joan at court, an increasingly uncomfortable position for someone more at home in prayer or on the battlefield than navigating the intrigues of royal politics. As the new year of 1430 began, she grew restless, eager to return to the field, where her purpose seemed clearest. The early spring found her preparing for new campaigns, the cycle of seasons bringing a renewal of military activity along with the first blossoms of the year. In the quiet moments of those winter months, when the pace of events slowed, Joan may have reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought her from tending sheep in Domremy to standing beside a king in Reims Cathedral. The distance traveled was measured not just in leagues across the French countryside, but in the transformation of a nation's spirit. Through her unwavering faith and courage, Joan had kindled hope where there had been only resignation. She had shown that the seemingly impossible could be achieved when conviction met opportunity. As winter gave way to spring in 1430, Joan prepared once again for battle, unaware that the coming campaign would lead her down a path far different from her triumphs of the previous year. The story of the Maid of Orleans was about to take its most challenging turn, testing her faith and courage in ways that even her remarkable spirit could scarcely have imagined. Spring arrived in France in 1430, bringing with it new leaves on the trees and fresh campaigns in the seemingly endless war. Joan, who had spent the winter months at court, was eager to return to the field. Her voices continued to guide her, though their messages had become less specific than during the triumphant days of Orleans and Reims. Still, her faith remained unshaken, a steady flame that illuminated her path forward. In early May, word reached Joan that the Burgundians, allies of the English, were threatening the city of Compiègne, which had declared its loyalty to King Charles VII. Without waiting for royal orders, Joan gathered a small company of loyal soldiers and rode to the city's aid. The journey took them through forests, awakening with spring lifebirds building nests in newly leafed branches, wildflowers dotting the forest floor with splashes of color. The world was renewing itself, just as France had begun to renew under Joan's inspiration. Joan arrived at Compiègne on May 14, entering the city at dawn. The townspeople welcomed her with joy, their faith in her abilities undimmed by recent setbacks. For the next 10 days, Joan led sorties against the Burgundian forces surrounding the city, small engagements that kept the enemy at bay without decisively breaking the siege. On May 23, Joan led a larger attack against the Burgundian camp at Margny. The day was fair, with scattered clouds moving across a bright blue sky. The fields outside Compiègne were vibrant with late spring growth, a stark contrast to the violence about to unfold upon them. The initial French charge seemed successful, pushing back the Burgundian forces, but reinforcements quickly arrived, turning the tide of battle. As the French troops began to retreat toward the city, Joan took her customary position at the rear, ensuring her soldiers reached safety before she herself withdrew. But as the French forces reached the city gates, confusion ensued. Whether by treachery, as some later claimed, or simple misfortune, the drawbridge was raised before Joan could cross, leaving her stranded outside the walls with only a handful of companions. Surrounded by Burgundian soldiers, Joan fought bravely, her sword flashing in the late afternoon sun. But she was outnumbered. A Burgundian archer pulled her from her horse by her surcoat, and she fell to the ground. Despite attempts by her companions to rescue her, Joan was captured and taken prisoner by the troops of John of Luxembourg, a vassal of the Duke of Burgundy. And so began the final chapter of Joan's earthly journey. From the moment of her capture, her fate became entangled in the complex web of medieval politics, where spiritual matters and worldly power were inextricably interwoven. The Burgundians held her first at the castle of Beaulieu, then transferred her to the castle of Beaurevoir. These medieval strongholds, with their thick stone walls and small windows, must have been a stark contrast to the open fields where Joan had led armies. During these months of imprisonment, Joan made several escape attempts, including jumping from a tower at Beaurevoir, a fall of some 70 feet that could have been fatal. She later explained that she had attempted this desperate act, not out of despair, but because she had learned she was to be sold to the English and felt she must try to escape to continue aiding the French people. As summer turned to autumn, negotiations for Joan's fate continued between the Burgundians and the English. The English, who had suffered greatly at her hands, were eager to acquire this troublesome prisoner. By November, a deal was struck. Joan was sold to the English for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum that reflected her importance. The English transferred Joan to Rouen, the seat of their power in occupied France. There, in the depths of winter, they prepared for a trial that would serve their political needs, while maintaining a veneer of religious legitimacy. The charges would be heresy and witchcraft, serious accusations in the 15th century that could carry the ultimate penalty. The castle at Rouen, where Joan was imprisoned, was cold and damp during those winter months. Stone walls held the chill, and small windows admitted little light during the short days. Joan, who had spent most of her life outdoors in the countryside, now found herself confined in a cell, guarded constantly by English soldiers whose language she did not speak and who showed her little kindness. Despite these harsh conditions, Joan's spirit remained unbroken. When asked during her later trial if her voices had abandoned her, she replied that they continued to console her, speaking to her of the great victory of paradise that awaited her. Even in her darkest hours, the faith that had guided her from Domremy to Orléans sustained her still. The trial began formally on the 9th of January, 1431, though the public sessions did not start until the 21st of February. Bishop Pierre Cauchon of Beauvais presided, a French cleric loyal to the English cause. The trial was conducted according to inquisitorial procedure, with no defense counsel permitted for the accused. Joan faced her judges alone, a 19-year-old peasant girl confronting some of the most learned theologians and legal minds of her day. The questioning was grueling, designed to trap Joan into statements that could be construed as heretical. Day after day, she was brought from her cell to the great hall of Rouen Castle, where dozens of clerics waited to interrogate her. The hall was vast and cold, dominated by a massive stone fireplace where logs crackled and popped, providing more sound than warmth to the cavernous space. Sunlight filtered weakly through high windows, casting long shadows across the flagstone floor. Despite her lack of formal education, Joan displayed remarkable acuity in her responses. When asked if she knew she was in God's grace a theological trap, as the church taught that no one could be certain of this, Joan replied, "If I am not, may God put me there. And if I am, may God so keep me." The learned theologians were reportedly astonished at the wisdom of this answer. Throughout the trial, Joan remained steadfast in her assertion that her voices were divine in origin and that she had acted in accordance with God's will. She refused to renounce her male-ity, a key point for her accusers, who considered it evidence of her rejection of natural law. For Joan, however, the male clothing was both practical, offering protection from her guards, and symbolic of her divinely appointed military role. As spring returned to Normandy, with fruit trees blossoming in orchards outside Rouen's walls, Joan's trial moved toward its conclusion. The judges compiled a list of 12 charges against her, the most serious being her claim of direct divine guidance, which challenged the Church's authority as intermediary between God and humanity. On May 24, Joan was taken to the cemetery of Saint-Ouen, where a scaffold had been erected. There, facing the threat of immediate execution, Joan signed a document of abjuration, renouncing her voices and submitting to the church's authority. What precisely she understood herself to be signing remains debated by historians. Joan herself was illiterate and later claimed she had not understood the document's contents. Following this abjuration, Joan's sentence was commuted from death to life imprisonment. She returned to her cell where, according to her later testimony, her voices chastised her for her weakness. Within days, Joan had reclaimed her male attire and reasserted the divine nature of her guidance, effectively revoking her abjuration. This relapse sealed her fate. On May 30, 1431, Joan was declared a relapsed heretic and handed over to secular authorities for execution. The church itself did not carry out capital punishment. The next morning, May 30, dawned clear and warm. A beautiful late spring day. Joan was led from her cell for the last time, dressed in a simple white garment. A cart carried her through the streets of Rouen to the old market square, where a pyre had been prepared. The square was crowded with onlookers, English soldiers, curious townspeople, and officials there to witness the execution. Joan was tied to a tall stake atop the pyre. She asked for a cross, and a sympathetic English soldier made one from 2 small sticks. A priest held up a crucifix for her to see during her final moments. As the flames were lit and began to climb toward her, Joan called out the name of Jesus repeatedly. Witnesses later testified to her composure and faith in these final moments. The smoke rose into the clear blue sky, carrying with it the soul of the Maid of Orleans. After the fire had done its work, the English, determined to leave no relics, had Joan's ashes scattered in the Seine River. The flowing waters carried these remains toward the sea, a fitting end, perhaps, for one whose brief life had moved like a cleansing current through the stagnant conflicts of her time. But though they could destroy her body, Joan's spirit proved more enduring. In the years that followed, the tide of the 100 Years' War gradually turned in France's favor. By 1453, the English had been driven from all French territory except Calais, fulfilling the mission Joan had begun, but not lived to see completed. As you rest now, imagine those waters of the Seine flowing gently toward the sea, carrying with them the story of a remarkable life. The river continues its journey today, just as it did nearly 600 years ago, a ribbon of silver winding through the French landscape. Its waters reflect the changing sky, sometimes bright with sunshine, sometimes gray with clouds, a constant yet ever-changing mirror for the world above. The rhythm of the river is like the rhythm of breath, steady and sustaining. As the Seine flows through Paris, it passes beneath bridges where lovers have attached locks to symbolize their enduring bonds, not unlike the enduring bond between Joan and the country she loved so deeply. The water moves past the great cathedral of Notre Dame, where prayers have risen for centuries, prayers not unlike those Joan offered in her village church as a child. Think of the gentle persistence of that river, flowing day and night, in all seasons, under starlight and sunlight. Its movement is a kind of meditation, a reminder that life continues its course through moments both extraordinary and quiet. Like Joan's faith, it remains constant even when the world around it changes. The fields around Domremy, where Joan once tended sheep, still exist, though the sheep now graze under the watchful eyes of different shepherds. The grass still grows green in spring, and wildflowers still dot the meadows with color. Time passes, but the natural rhythms that formed the backdrop to Joan's childhood continue their eternal cycles. The sun still rises over those gentle hills, casting long morning shadows that gradually shorten as it climbs higher in the sky. In these peaceful countryside scenes, there is a profound tranquility that transcends time. The rustling of leaves in a breeze, the soft calls of birds to one another, The whisper of grass underfoot, these sounds would be as familiar to Joan as they are to those who walk those paths today. There is comfort in this continuity, a sense that, while individual lives may be brief, they form part of a greater tapestry that extends far beyond our limited view. As sleep begins to draw near, let your mind drift to the cathedral at Rheims, where Joan stood as Charles received his crown. The same filtered light still plays through those stained glass windows, creating pools of color on ancient stone floors. The space still holds a profound silence in its off hours, a silence that seems to contain all the prayers ever uttered within those walls. In such silence, there is room for the mind to find its own peace, free from the constant chatter of daily concerns. Your breath now finds its own gentle rhythm, like the rise and fall of the Seine's waters. Each inhalation brings renewal, each exhalation release. The tensions of the day begin to dissolve, muscles relaxing into the support beneath you. There is no need to hold on to thoughts. They can flow past like leaves carried on a stream, acknowledged but not grasped. Joan's story, for all its drama and tragedy, ultimately speaks to the extraordinary potential that lies within the ordinary, the divine spark that may exist in the most unexpected places. This recognition invites a kind of wonder that is compatible with deep rest, a peaceful awareness that the universe contains more mysteries than our waking minds can comprehend. The stars that shone over medieval France still shine tonight, constants in a changing world. Their light, traveling across unimaginable distances, touches the earth gently, just as it touched the battlefields where Joan fought, the prison where she was confined, and the square where her journey ended. There is peace in this perspective, in recognizing ourselves as part of something vast and enduring. As consciousness begins to soften around the edges, imagine a field of stars overhead, a celestial canopy of light against infinite darkness. Each breath now becomes a gentle wave, carrying you further from the shore of wakefulness. The boundaries between thoughts blur, giving way to the deeper wisdom of the body that knows how to find rest, just as it knows how to wake, all in the proper time. Joan's voices came to her first in her father's garden, a place of natural beauty and peace. Now, as sleep approaches, you might imagine your own peaceful garden of rest, a sanctuary where the mind can release its vigilance and trust in the natural processes of renewal. This garden exists beyond time, beyond effort, accessible only through the gateway of surrender. The courage that defined Joan's life takes different forms in different times. Sometimes, courage means taking action against overwhelming odds, as she did at Orléans. But there is also courage in allowing oneself to rest, to trust in the wisdom of the body and the natural cycles of activity and repose. This trust is its own kind of faith in the processes of life itself. As the weight of sleep becomes more insistent, surrender to it as gently as leaves surrender to autumn, as rivers surrender to the sea. There is no need to hold on, no need to resist. The world will continue its turning. The stars will maintain their watch. All that is required now is to let go, to allow yourself to be carried into the healing depths of sleep, where renewal awaits. In this peaceful transition, you might imagine the voice of Joan herself, not as the warrior or the martyr, but as the simple country girl who knew the rhythms of nature and the peace of prayer. This voice whispers that all is well, that rest is not only deserved but necessary, that the journey continues but need not be traveled every moment in conscious awareness. Sleep now approaches like a gentle mist rising from evening fields, enveloping consciousness in its soft embrace. Thoughts become distant, less defined, merging into the landscape of dreams that awaits. The story of Joan, like all stories, finds its place in this twilight realm where history and imagination meet, where the extraordinary and the ordinary dissolve into one another. And so, as Joan's remarkable journey has been told, your journey into sleep continues, guided by the same stars that have witnessed countless lives, countless dreams, countless awakenings. Rest now in this knowledge, in this peace, in this gentle surrender to the natural rhythms that sustain us all. Nestled within the rugged mountains of southern Jordan lies a wonder of the ancient world, a city unlike any other, carved not from wood or built with common stone, but sculpted directly from the living rock of rose-colored cliffs. This is Petra, the lost city of the Nabateans, whose story begins over 2,000 years ago in the harsh desert landscape where only the most resourceful could survive and thrive. The tale of Petra begins around the 4th century BCE, when a remarkable people known as the Nabateans made this seemingly inhospitable region their home. These were not simple desert dwellers, but sophisticated traders who understood the true power of their location at the crossroads of vital trade routes connecting Arabia, Egypt, Syria, and the Mediterranean world. With keen insight, they recognized that those who controlled the flow of precious incense, spices, silk, and other luxury goods could build an empire of unprecedented wealth. Imagine, if you will, a caravan of camels laden with frankincense from southern Arabia, myrrh from eastern Africa, silks from distant China, and spices from India, all converging on this hidden valley. The traders, exhausted from their journey across burning sands and rugged terrain, would suddenly find themselves facing a narrow gorge known as the Sick. This natural split in the mountains stretches for nearly a mile, its towering walls rising over 650 feet on either side, creating a cool, shadowy passage that winds its way through the stone. As these ancient travelers made their way through this natural corridor, the walls would occasionally open to reveal glimpses of carved facades embedded in the cliff face, hints of the wonders that awaited them. And then, as they rounded the final bend, a truly breathtaking sight would emerge before them: the treasury, or Al-Khazna in Arabic. Its elaborate 130-foot hig hash facade, glowing with an otherworldly pink hue in the desert sunlight. This magnificent structure, with its intricate columns, detailed friezes, and classical Greek-inspired architecture, represented not just artistic achievement, but also a profound statement of Nabatean power and sophistication. Here was a declaration carved in stone: we are not merely desert nomads, but a civilization to be reckoned with, capable of creating beauty that rivals the greatest empires of the age. The Nabateans were not content to merely facilitate trade. They became masters of their harsh environment. In a land where water was more precious than gold, they developed an ingenious system of water management that allowed their city to flourish. They created channels, dams, and cisterns to capture every precious drop of rainfall. They carved reservoirs and built terracotta pipes to distribute water throughout their growing city. This mastery over water allowed them to create gardens and pools in a landscape where such luxuries seemed impossible. Moving deeper into the valley beyond the treasury, the ancient city unfolds in all its splendor. The street of facades presents row upon row of elaborate tombs and dwellings. The impressive theater, carved directly from the mountainside in Roman style, could seat thousands of spectators. The royal tombs, with their massive facades, stand as eternal monuments to the rulers who guided Petra to its height of prosperity. At the center of Petra lies the colonnaded street, once lined with shops, markets, and public buildings, the beating heart of this trading empire. Nearby stands the Great Temple, a sprawling complex covering over 25,000 square feet, where religious ceremonies and public gatherings would have taken place beneath a canopy of elaborately carved columns. The Nabateans were not an isolated culture, but cosmopolitan traders who absorbed influences from many civilizations. Their architecture reflects elements of Hellenistic Greek, Egyptian, and Mesopotamian styles, all adapted to their unique method of carving directly into the living rock. Their pottery, delicate and thin-walled, was highly prized throughout the ancient world. Their writing system evolved from Aramaic scripts and spread along their trade routes. As traders, the Nabateans were pragmatic and adaptable. They welcomed foreign merchants, creating a multicultural society where different languages, religions, and customs could coexist. Temples dedicated to various deities stood side by side, reflecting the tolerance that made Petra such a successful commercial hub. The city's population grew to perhaps 20,000 at its height, a remarkable number for an ancient settlement in such a challenging environment. The valley echoed with the sounds of craftsmen at work, merchants haggling over prices, priests conducting ceremonies, and the constant movement of goods coming and going through the narrow Sikh. For centuries, Petra thrived as the jewel of the desert, the hidden city that controlled vast trade networks stretching from China to Rome. Its merchants grew wealthy beyond imagination, and its rulers powerful enough to resist even the mighty Roman Empire for a time. The Nabatean kingdom expanded its influence throughout the region, establishing outposts and caravanserais to protect and facilitate the lucrative trade routes they dominated. Yet, even at the height of their prosperity, the Nabateans maintained their remarkable harmony with the natural world around them. Unlike many ancient civilizations that sought to conquer nature, they worked with the landscape, transforming the natural features of cliffs and valleys into architectural wonders while preserving the essential character of this unique place. As the sun would set over Petra each day, the rose-colored stone would transform into deeper shades of red and purple, casting a magical glow over the city. Lanterns and oil lamps would begin to flicker to life in windows and doorways carved into the cliff faces. Campfires would burn in the central areas as traders shared stories of distant lands and treacherous journeys. The stars would emerge in the clear desert sky, the same stars that had guided caravans across vast, empty spaces to reach this hidden valley of stone and water. In those ancient nights, as the limestone cliffs stood silent guardians around the bustling city, few could imagine that this thriving metropolis would one day fall silent. Its magnificent facades empty, its ingenious water systems dry, its very existence forgotten by the outside world for centuries to come. But that part of Petra's story was still to unfold, a tale of changing fortunes, shifting trade routes, and the inexorable passage of time that would transform the vibrant trading hub into a mysterious lost city. As we pause in our journey through Petra's history, imagine the city at its zenith, alive with commerce and culture, its rose-colored buildings glowing in the desert sun, its streets filled with people from across the known world, all drawn to this remarkable achievement of human ingenuity carved from the very desert stone. Let this image settle in your mind as we prepare to continue the story of how this magnificent city faced changing times and how the sands of the desert began to reclaim what human hands had so painstakingly created. As the centuries passed, Petra faced new challenges that would ultimately lead to its decline. The Roman Empire annexed the Nabatean kingdom in 106 CE, transforming this independent trading power into the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. While Petra initially continued to prosper under Roman rule, maintaining its position as a vital trading center, subtle shifts were occurring in the wider world that would gradually diminish its importance. New maritime trade routes through the Red Sea began to divert commerce away from the ancient desert paths that had been Petra's lifeblood. As ships carried precious cargo along the coasts, bypassing the arduous land journeys, fewer caravans made their way through the narrow Sikh. The city that had thrived on movement and exchange found its position increasingly marginalized as the patterns of global trade evolved around it. Nature, too, played its part in this transformation. A series of powerful earthquakes struck the region in the 4th and 6th centuries CE, damaging Petra's elaborate buildings and water systems. The earthquake of 363 CE was particularly devastating, destroying many structures and disrupting the delicate water management infrastructure that had made life possible in this arid environment. Though the resourceful inhabitants repaired what they could, each tremor left the city more vulnerable than before. By the time the Byzantine Empire's influence reached the region, Petra had already begun its slow transformation from bustling metropolis to quieter provincial center. Christianity arrived, and some of Petra's ancient temples were converted into churches. The urn tomb became the Cathedral of Petra around 446 CE, its once pagan spaces now echoing with Christian prayers and hymns. This period left its mark on the city in the form of Byzantine mosaics and church architecture, adding yet another layer to Petra's cultural palimpsest. As you rest and breathe deeply, imagine the changing sounds of Petra through these centuries, the gradually quieting markets, the new cadences of Byzantine worship, the slow return of natural desert sounds as human activity became less constant, less frenzied. The city was changing, becoming more contemplative perhaps as its commercial importance waned. With the rise of Islam in the 7th century CE, new powers emerged in the region and new cities rose to prominence. Petra, already diminished from its height, became increasingly peripheral to the concerns of these new rulers. While never completely abandoned, local Bedouin people continued to use some structures and knew of its existence. Petra slowly faded from the wider world's knowledge and consciousness. The once great city became quiet, its magnificent facades watching over empty streets, its intricate water channels gradually filling with sand. By the time the Crusaders arrived in the 12th century, Petra was largely forgotten by the outside world. The Crusaders built a small fortress nearby, but they seemed unaware of the true significance of the ancient structures surrounding them. When they departed, Petra retreated further into obscurity, known only to local Bedouin tribes who occasionally sought shelter in its caves and tombs. As you continue to relax more deeply, envision the passage of time over Petra, centuries flowing like gentle water over stone, smoothing rough edges, bringing changes so gradual they're almost imperceptible. Feel your breathing becoming slower, more measured, like the patient breathing of the desert itself, in and out, like the flowing of time, constant and soothing. For hundreds of years, this once magnificent city slumbered beneath the stars, its rose-colored stones warming in the day's sun and cooling in the night's embrace. Generation after generation of Bedouin lived their quiet lives around these ancient monuments, telling tales of the jinn, supernatural beings, who they believed had created such impossible beauty from solid rock. The outside world had forgotten what once existed here, but the desert remembered, preserving Petra's wonders beneath its protective veil of obscurity. The stars continued their slow dance across the night sky, the same stars that had witnessed Petra's birth, its flourishing, and its quieting. The moon cast soft shadows across carved facades that had once gleamed with paint and decoration, but now stood in natural, weathered beauty. The desert winds whispered through empty doorways and windows, playing gentle music in the forgotten city's stone corridors. Breathe deeply and imagine this peaceful scene. The silent majesty of the treasury bathed in moonlight, the empty amphitheater where once thousands gathered, now hosting only the occasional desert fox or ibex. Feel yourself becoming part of this timeless landscape, your body heavy and comfortable, like the ancient stones themselves, patient and still. In 1812, this centuries-long slumber was gently interrupted. A young Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as an Arab scholar and guided by local Bedouin, rediscovered Petra for the Western world. Trained in Arabic and deeply knowledgeable about Islamic customs, Burckhardt had heard rumors of a remarkable lost city. When he finally gazed upon the treasury emerging from the narrow confines of the sick, he stood in the footsteps of countless ancient traders who had experienced that same moment of awe and wonder. Burckhardt's writings sparked renewed interest in Petra, though it would be decades before significant archaeological work began. As the 19th century progressed, more intrepid travelers made the difficult journey to see this rose-red city half as old as time. As the poet John William Bergen described it in 1845, though he himself had never seen Petra, working only from others' accounts. Let your mind drift now, like those early explorers, moving without hurry through Petra's quiet spaces. Feel your thoughts becoming more peaceful, more measured, flowing like water in the ancient Nabatean channels, finding natural paths toward rest and tranquility. The 20th century brought more systematic exploration and preservation efforts to Petra. Archaeologists carefully excavated structures buried by centuries of sand and debris, revealing new aspects of Nabatean life and culture. In 1985, Petra was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, acknowledging its exceptional universal value to all humanity. And in 2007, it was named one of the new 7 wonders of the world, bringing renewed attention to this remarkable achievement of human creativity and perseverance. Today, visitors from around the world once again walk through the sick to experience that breathtaking first glimpse of the treasury, just as traders did millennia ago. Yet, the city retains its peaceful quality, its sense of existing somewhat outside ordinary time. Many structures remain unexplored, with some estimates suggesting that only 15% of ancient Petra has been excavated. The city still keeps many secrets, patiently waiting to be discovered. As your body settles more deeply into comfort, envision the soft pink light of dawn touching the highest points of Petra's carved monuments, gradually illuminating their details as the sun rises higher. The desert awakens slowly, thoughtfully, as it has done for countless mornings across the vast expanse of time. The light changes moment by moment, bringing new colors to the ancient stone. Amber, rose, gold, and deep red, a natural display of beauty that has repeated daily for over 2,000 years. Your breathing is now deep and regular, like the steady passage of time itself. With each breath, imagine the cool morning air of the desert, pure and refreshing, filling your lungs completely before flowing out again. In and out, like the rhythms of life that have pulsed through this valley since time immemorial. The story of Petra reminds us that civilizations rise and fall, that what seems permanent may one day pass away, but also that beauty created by human hands can endure far beyond its creator's lifetimes. There is comfort in this perspective, a gentle reminder that our daily concerns are small within the greater scale of time. The rose-colored cliffs have witnessed empires come and go, trade routes flourish and fade, yet they remain, patient and enduring. As sleep draws nearer, let your thoughts drift like sand carried on a desert breeze. Imagine sitting quietly in one of Petra's hidden corners as evening approaches. The day's heat gradually dissipates, replaced by the gentle coolness of the desert night. Stars begin to appear overhead, the same stars that guided ancient caravans, that watched over Byzantine prayers, that witnessed Burckhardt's rediscovery. The night deepens around Petra, wrapping the ancient city in darkness, relieved only by starlight. In this peaceful darkness, time seems to lose its meaning. Past and present merge into a single moment of tranquility. The carved facades become shadowy silhouettes against the night sky, their details softened and blurred like memories fading into dreams. Feel yourself becoming heavier, more relaxed with each breath. The weight of your body sinks comfortably downward, supported completely as your mind continues to drift among the quiet stones of Petra. There is no need to think, to plan, to remember, only to be present in this moment of perfect peace. The desert night is profoundly still. No caravans arrive, no merchants call out their wares, no chisels tap against stone. Only the occasional whisper of a breeze through the Sikh breaks the silence. This is Petra, at its most serene, existing in the space between history and dream, between waking and sleep. As consciousness begins to blur at its edges, imagine the boundaries between yourself and this ancient landscape softening, dissolving. You are part of this timeless scene now, as much as the carved stone and the desert sand. Your breathing has become the breathing of the desert itself, deep, slow, eternal. Sleep approaches like a gentle wave, ready to carry you to shores of dream. The rose-red city fades into the background of your awareness, its stones warm with the memory of day, its spaces filled with the quiet breath of night. You drift now, between worlds, between times, held in the same peaceful embrace that has cradled Petra through centuries of darkness and light. Let go completely now, allowing sleep to wash over you like the soft sands that once covered this hidden city. Rest in the knowledge that Petra has stood for millennia and will continue to stand, patient and beautiful, as you journey through your dreams. The ancient city will be there, preserved in stone and memory, when you return to wakefulness. Sleep now, deeply and peacefully, carried on the timeless rhythms of the desert night, cradled in the gentle hands of history, surrounded by the quiet beauty of stone that dreams in the darkness, waiting patiently for the dawn. Throughout the 1930s and early 1940s, the independence movement ebbed and flowed through cycles of mass action, negotiation, repression, and regrouping. Gandhi was repeatedly imprisoned, spending a total of nearly 6 years in British jails during the course of his activism in India. Even behind prison walls, he continued his work through correspondence, fasting, and spiritual practice. His jail cell, with its spare furnishings and daily routine of prayer and spinning, became another site of resistancia space, where inner freedom remained uncompromised despite physical confinement. World War II created new dynamics in the struggle for independence. While condemning fascism, Gandhi and the Congress leadership insisted that India should determine its own participation in the war rather than being committed by British decree. The 1942 Quit India movement, launched as the war intensified, called for immediate British withdrawal and was met with severe repression. With most Congress leaders imprisoned, spontaneous protests erupted across the country, sometimes turning violent despite Gandhi's insistence on nonviolence. From his detention in the Aga Khan Palace, Gandhi maintained his moral clarity, even undertaking a 21-day fast when accused of encouraging violence. As the war drew to a close, it became increasingly clear that British rule in India was unsustainable. Years of nonviolent resistance had undermined the moral legitimacy of colonialism, while Britain's post-war economic exhaustion made maintaining the empire increasingly untenable. Yet the path to independence was complicated by growing tensions between Hindu and Muslim communities, fueled by colonial policies of division and the political ambitions of various leaders. Gandhi worked tirelessly to prevent the partition of India along religious lines, walking through riot-torn areas and fasting to stop communal violence. Despite his efforts, the subcontinent was divided upon independence in August 1947, creating the separate nations of India and Pakistan amid terrible bloodshed. While millions celebrated freedom from colonial rule, Gandhi found no cause for jubilation in a liberation accompanied by such suffering. On Independence Day, he was not at official ceremonies in Delhi but in Calcutta, working to calm tensions between Hindus and Muslims. In the months following independence, the 78-year-old Gandhi continued his peace work, particularly in Delhi, where refugees and violence had created a volatile situation. In January 1948, he undertook what would be his last fast, seeking to protect Muslim minorities and restore communal harmony. Though physically weakened, his moral authority remained powerful enough to calm the city's tensions. On the 30th of January, 1948, while walking to an evening prayer meeting in the gardens of Birla House in Delhi, Gandhi was assassinated by Nathuram Godse, a Hindu nationalist who opposed his tolerance toward Muslims. With the sacred name of Rama on his lips, Gandhi fell to bullets fired at point-blank range. The man who had lived by nonviolence died a victim of hatred, yet his death, like his life, served his cause, shocking the nation into a renewed commitment to the communal harmony he had championed. As the news of Gandhi's assassination spread around the world, tributes flowed from leaders and ordinary people alike. Einstein remarked that future generations would scarcely believe such a person had walked the earth in flesh and blood. In India, his death was mourned by millions, including many who had opposed his methods or disagreed with his vision. The immense funeral procession that carried his flower-covered body through the streets of Delhi reflected not only grief but recognition of an extraordinary life dedicated to truth and service. As the evening shadows lengthen across our historical journey, imagine the peaceful scenes of the ashram where Gandhi spent his contemplative hours. Picture the simple spinning wheel, turning slowly under practiced hands, creating thread that would be woven into khadi cloth, a symbol of self-reliance and dignity. The rhythmic movement of the wheel mirrors the steady cadence of breath as it flows in and out, connecting us to the present moment, just as Gandhi sought to remain fully present in his own life. The warm glow of an oil lamp illuminates a sparse room where a small figure sits cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed in meditation. Around him, the sounds of the ashram gradually quiet, distant voices fading, birds settling into their nests, the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. This simplicity, this returning to essentials, carries a profound lesson about finding peace amidst life's complexities. As your own thoughts begin to slow their pace, allow this simplicity to envelop you like a soft homespun blanket,